conquering America, starting as a boxing champion. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, a nice guy card. Ding-a-ling. What's up? Under the sunshade by the pool, Link was holding a collection of Hemingway's works with a phone in the middle. It was from Evoca, who told him that after the release of Sorry, the response was good. He asked if he wanted to make a breakup album with themes such as cheating, apology, broken heart and single man for the next album. Link knew that she was teasing him, so he told her that he couldn't make enough songs for an album after just one breakup, so he would wait until he broke up a few more times. Okay, let's not talk about the album first. How are you and Taylor? You care about this? Of course, I'm the president of Lion Music. I need to know your current emotional state and then formulate the next promotional strategy based on your situation. If I don't do it, I will make the wrong decision and waste the company's foundation. Well, I don't know how to answer this question. I apologized to Taylor yesterday and got her forgiveness. I persuaded her to come back and she said she needed a day to think about it. So the relationship between Taylor and me is like a cat in a box. Whether it's a breakup or a reunion, it's up to Taylor to speak. So you worked overtime last night to produce Sorry. Did you want to move Taylor and give Taylor a reason to come back? I didn't expect you to be a very affectionate scumbag. Thank you for your compliment. Link smiled helplessly. Evoca continued to say that if Taylor agreed to get back together, remember to tell her. If she didn't agree, she should also let her know that this is her job content. Link said he knew. After hanging up the phone, he looked at his phone. Taylor still did not respond, but the new song Sorry released this morning has been listened to more than 1.04 million times on iTunes, and the paid download volume has reached 47,000 copies, easily topping the iTunes daily download chart. In the comment section, fans said that, although he is a bit of a scumbag, his creative ability is second to none in the music industry, and advised him to cheat more songs and write more good songs. Some people thanked him, saying that he had just been caught by an E for cutting his leg and didn't know how to apologize, and it would be much easier with this song. Some people also said that this song can be compared to the famous apology song Apologize by the band Same Body Republic. His Twitter account is also very lively. Fans have posted comments saying that the new song is very nice, saying that he is very good and is the best singer in the pop music industry. There are also tens of thousands of fans who ran to Taylor's Twitter to apologize on his behalf, saying that he just made a mistake that a normal man would make, and hoped that Taylor would not take it too seriously. This incident was also reprinted and reported by online media, saying that the idol cheated and broke up, and tens of thousands of fans apologized on his behalf, which is also unique in the entertainment industry. Ding dong. The phone received a message from Taylor. I'm sorry, I've been thinking about it all night, but I still can't accept that you cheated on me. Seeing this message, Link almost crushed the phone. After spending so much yesterday and doing so much, what he got was just a sorry. Link, I promise I will never cheat again. Taylor, the book says that men cheat only once and countless times. At the Grammy Awards, we didn't see each other for more than 20 minutes, but you were messing around with another woman backstage. In the future, when you go out to hold a concert, we will be together for a whole week or even longer. It's hard to imagine how many times you will cheat. Link, the first 2 times were accidents. Taylor, Link, stop quibbling. Even if you didn't cheat, every time you left, I couldn't help but think about it. I would be very painful when I thought about you messing around outside. Can you understand that feeling? Link was helpless. Taylor was too opinionated. Once such a person makes up his mind, 10 cows can't pull him back. Taylor sent another message. Link, I'm sorry, you are a good man, strong and brave, hypocritical and kind, and the best boy in the world. I know that, if I leave you, I will definitely be hurt in the future, but for the sake of my dream, I have to leave you. You are so great, that it is easy for me to lose control. Your protection and care for me also make me desire freedom. I love you, but I love music more. Link, okay, let's break up. Link was a little disappointed. He originally thought that what he said yesterday could impress Taylor and turn the tables, but Taylor was stronger than he thought and more decisive. Taylor, Link, you are very talented in music. I hope you can continue to sing and compose and write more good songs. Don't give up music easily because of me. That would be a pity. Let's talk about it later. Link threw down his phone, put on goggles, jumped into the blue pool, swam back and forth for more than 10 laps, and his body felt much cooler. After getting up, he saw Miss Anna standing on the shore, working with a bag in her hand. Anna, is there anything wrong? Link wiped his hair with a towel and looked at her. Miss Anna nodded. It's about Usher's new album. They said in the promotion that this album has been carefully crafted and it took more than 2 years to make. They also hired 15 gold medal producers to co-produce it. What are they like? The album's first week sales would exceed 1 million copies, but it only sold 410,000 copies, which is obviously lower than expected. Professional media such as Rolling Stone magazine have given substandard reviews to this album. The album has a loose structure and no connection between the songs. It seems that many songs are pieced together. The overall quality is much worse than your Love album. But in yesterday's CBS interview program, Usher, Kanye West, and producer Jermaine Dupri, the runners and others have pointed the finger at you. They said that every time you release a new album, you create news and hype it up, disrupting the distribution market and driving out good money with bad money, which has prevented many excellent albums from achieving good results and many excellent musicians from surviving in the music industry. West also said that you are a poisonous weed in the music industry and hope that fans would stop supporting you. Coincidentally, you tweeted this morning saying sorry, and Kanye, Usher and others retweeted your tweet, saying that you realized your mistake and apologized to them. Even though many fans pointed out to Taylor that you apologized, they insisted on their original statement. Link was so upset when he heard this. It was obvious that these guys were trying to get attention. They didn't care about their dignity in order to sell albums. Usher and Kanye are both signed artists appointed by SB Entertainment. What does Scooter have to say? Usher and Kanye signed personal brand marketing contracts with SB Entertainment, which is a type of commercial contract. Their record contracts are all with Jay-Z's Rock Nation Records, and SB Entertainment cannot interfere in this regard. I have contacted Mr. Braun, and he thinks that the form of pulling down and hype is also good for us, just like last year when you and Jay-Z competed for the charts, which attracted a lot of media coverage, and in the end your albums both sold well. Okay, then let's just ignore it and let them hype it up. Link nodded and continued reading while lying on the bench. Chapter 302. Another new song. After April, the weather in Los Angeles became hotter and hotter. Sitting under the awning and reading dozens of pages of a book, I felt the heat waves approaching my skin. The noise of cicadas in the surrounding woods also squeaked and infected my eardrums, making it difficult to be quiet. Hey, Link. Link put away his book and was about to go back to the villa for a nap when he heard someone in front of him greet him. Looking back, he saw Elon Musk riding a bike, coming from the straight runway in front of the villa. He was wearing a fashionable sun hat, a blue and white beach shirt, shorts, and his upper arms, and neck were sunburned red, no different from the young people on the beach. Hi, Elon. Link responded and invited Elon Musk to sit in the pavilion. Elon Musk brought him an invitation letter. At present, Tesla is preparing for its listing. Elon is going to hold a cocktail party at the weekend and invite partners to participate in preparation for the first round of IPO. Elon Musk asked him if he had time, saying that he would hire him as the global image spokesperson after Tesla went public. Link was not interested in being a spokesperson, so he asked when Tesla would go public. Elon told him that it would be around June and that the company was not short of money for the time being. If Wall Street did not get the previous evaluation, the listing plan would be postponed for 2 months. Link nodded. After he discussed with Ms. Cathie Wood in January, Cathie contacted Elon Musk through the Pioneer Asset Management Company channel and proposed to invest in Tesla. Tesla was short of money for research and development. Hearing that someone wanted to invest, Musk went to Wall Street to meet with Cathie. The two sides talked several times. Kathy donated 5% of Tesla shares from Musk with $52 million US, promising not to sell them within 3 years and continue to support Tesla in technology research and development. This investment brought Tesla's market value back to $1 billion. It also gave Musk more confidence when preparing for Tesla's listing. Link told Musk that he had another grant of about 50 million images, which was boxing prize money and record company dividends. He was going to buy some Tesla shares again and asked how much he could buy. Musk thought for a while and said that if he held it for a long time and considered becoming Tesla's global spokesperson, he could sell him 5.2% of Tesla shares at an exchange rate of $10. Link agreed afterwards. He remembered that when Tesla went public, its market value was only $1.7 billion, and its IPO share price has reached $17 this year. In 2013, Tesla's market value exceeded $10 billion, and in 2021 it exceeded $1 trillion. Investing in Tesla is more cost effective than investing in Facebook and Amazon. Link, do you live alone? After talking about business, Musk turned his head and looked at the villa. Yes, I'm a single man now. Link shrugged and smiled. You and Taylor haven't reconciled yet? Have you read the news too? Link said helplessly. Haha, of course. You are big stars, and the news is on the headlines every day. It's hard not to notice it. Musk laughed. Musk shook his head and said, do you have a girlfriend now? No fixed girlfriend. Musk smiled and said that he was worried about a model and asked if he could introduce him to a few. Link said no, the model he knew was more beautiful than the one he knew. After chatting for a few more words, Musk said he had some work to do and said goodbye. Link also picked up the book and returned to the villa. Looking at the empty room, there was a crisp echo when he walked. He suddenly felt that he should have accepted Musk's proposal before and invited a few models to stay in the United States temporarily. Let's talk about whether to have sex first. It would be more lively in the villa with more people. When passing by the piano room, he seemed to hear a sound of piano. He pushed open the door and glanced into the room. No one was playing the piano. There was a room full of musical instruments, but the middle was empty. Unlike the past, when I passed by the piano room, sometimes through the crack of the door, I could see Taylor lying on the ground, or sitting in front of the piano, or sitting on the windowsill, playing the piano, and ruffling her long golden hair for the new song. It's a pity that there is nothing now. Link began to reflect on his past behavior. If he had pushed away Amy Adams, Beyonce, and Emma Watson, and didn't mess around outside, would everything be different? After thinking about it, I was not very sure. Taylor is a singer and an artistic young man. Such people are more free and easy in their emotions than ordinary people, at least more free and easy than himself. Compared with Taylor, he is really not a scumbag. He sat in front of the piano, pointed his fingers at the blank keys, and played for a while. Suddenly, a song appeared in his mind, the sad pop song Love Is Gone, released by Dylan Matthor in 2019. Don't leave tonight. Please don't leave tonight. Stay here again for me. Stay again. Remind me what it feels like. Remind me of the moment. The beauty I once had. Let's love each other again. After playing it several times, Link stopped, put Houston and the tripod next to the piano, and clicked to shoot. Link has released a new song again. At about 2 p.m. in Los Angeles time, a singing video went viral on the internet. The video was posted on Link's personal YouTube account. In less than 2 hours, the number of views exceeded 1 million, and it became popular on the internet at a very fast speed. At the beginning of the video, Link is wearing a popular shirt and casual trousers, sitting in front of the piano. Through the arched door, you can see the entrance of the room. There are 2 vases on the windowsill. The tulips in the vases are drooping with grapes, almost wilting. The sun also shines on Link. His hair is longer than last year. He doesn't know how to comb it quickly. It must be a new hairstyle. His hair is messy, but with his angular profile, he looks more handsome. Too handsome. A person like Link can become a big star with just a face, but he is also a world boxing champion and sings so well. It's amazing. Link is so good. How could Taylor bear to break up with him? Link cheated. Men who cheat are poisonous. The sooner they break up, the sooner they get rid of it. Taylor is right. Cheating So what? Which man doesn't cheat? If Link was my boyfriend, I wouldn't care if he cheated every day. Netizens watched the video and discussed it in the comments area. Boom, 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 boom. In the video, Link finished playing the prelude of Love Is Gone and began to sing into the microphone on the piano cover. Don't leave tonight. Please don't leave tonight. Stay here once for me. Stay here once more. I need you by my side now. I need your company at this moment. When you reject me, it makes me cry. Your rejection breaks my heart. I beg you, just stay. I beg you, please don't leave. Link, this song is great. Catherine, have you heard it? In the crew, Emma Stone walked to Catherine with a tablet and handed it to her to show her. Catherine had heard it once. No, it's probably another new song. Emma Stone blinked and stared at Link playing the piano in the video. Catherine, Link wrote a breakup song. Did he and Taylor really break up? I don't know. Catherine thought about it, took out her phone, and called Link to ask about his situation. I'm sorry, don't leave me. I want you to be with me. I'm sorry, please don't leave me. Now I'm sure you're with me. I know your love is gone. Although I know your love is gone, I can't breathe. I'm so weak. I know it's not easy. I can't breathe. I'm so fragile. I know it's not easy to accept the facts. Don't tell me your love is gone. This song is not bad. It's just too sad. Katy Perry said in the recording studio, wiping tears with a tissue. In the video, Link was alone. His voice was low and sad, and he sang sorry, don't leave me again, feeling very sad. Why are you sad? Link and Taylor Swift broke up, which is a good opportunity for you. Shouldn't you be happy? Oh, it seems so. Katy Perry immediately turned from sadness to joy, took out her phone, and sent Link a message, saying that she had written a new song, and was going to use it as the album's lead single, but she was unsure, and wanted him to listen to it, and give her some advice. In addition to Katy Perry, Emma Roberts, Lana Del Rey, Doutzen Crows and other acquaintances sent messages to congratulate him on writing another good song after seeing this video, and asked about his relationship status indirectly. While Link was replying to the message, an unexpected guest came to Villa, Taylor Swift. If it was a few hours ago, he would be very happy to see Taylor back in the villa, but after those text messages, he got to know Taylor better, and he knew that, even if she came back, they would never be able to reconcile. Chapter 303 Drink and Chat. Why are you here? In front of the villa, Link looked at Ms. Taylor, who was walking in from outside. She had a golden ponytail and wore a blue patchwork dress. Her oval face was white and plump, and her long legs were straight again. She looked pretty good, not like a woman who had just broken up. I saw the song you just wrote, and I think we should talk about it in person, Taylor said as she stood in front of him. You think it's not enough to stab me through the screen, and you want to stab me again in person? HMPH. Don't make yourself sound so innocent, woman. If I don't forgive you for stabbing you once, then how many times did you stab me when you messed around with other people behind my back? Taylor said coldly. This may be the last time we chat. Don't be nervous. How about chatting calmly? Link pointed to the sofa on the balcony. Taylor blinked, sat on the sofa with his arms, and looked at would you like some beer? Link took 2 cans of ice Bud Light and put them on the small round table. Do you suspect that we will end up like this now? Taylor asked calmly. Resisted many times, Link said. Taylor frowned slightly. Why? You have no confidence in our relationship? Link took a sip of light beer and said, in fact, I'm already in a relationship, and I don't want to be your lover. What do you mean? Link smiled lightly. Don't be angry. It was you who kicked me, and I should be angry, not you. I will answer your question now. Why do I think so? Because you are a singer, an entertainment star. In terms of probability, more than 90% of people in the entertainment industry are not very loyal to their relationships. Breaking up, cheating and cheating are commonplace, so when I first trusted each other, I thought about breaking up. You are prejudiced. Don't forget that you are also a singer, okay? Cheating singers. It is people like you who corrupt the atmosphere of the entertainment industry. Taylor snorted. Link did not refute and drank a glass of beer. Besides your career, there is also you. You are talented, have dreams, are free, independent, and smart. People like you usually don't invest too much time and energy in managing a relationship. Facts have proved that what I said is right. What facts? I think I have done well in the past year, better than you, but the mistake that led to our breakup this time was caused by you, not me. You can't put the blame on me. Taylor said dissatisfiedly. Think about it. If you were not so outstanding and independent, and heard that I cheated, would you choose to resist or break up? This assumption is not true. If I were not so outstanding, you would not like me. Taylor snorted. Link thought about it, and felt that she made sense. Yes, you are too outstanding, so you will become independent, which is unfair, and I'm too outstanding, which also makes you feel pressured, so the two of us are not suitable. You are wrong. If you didn't cheat, and there was no video of you and Emma Watson, I would never have the courage to break up with you. All this is caused by you, Taylor said coldly. Link shook his head. The double cheating was an accident. They seduced me, and Emma, I was with her earlier than you. If it weren't for her, forget it. It's already like this. There's no point in talking about these things. Link gestured with his beer. Taylor snorted and took a big gulp of his beer. Let's talk about Evica. What's wrong with Evica? I didn't have sex with her. Don't you believe it? Link also took a sip of the cold beer. I believe it. But I don't believe you are not interested in her, and I don't believe she is not interested in you. Since the Shu Kingdom, she has been like a ghost, floating around us in an instant, intervening in our lives in various ways, and I asked you to quit music, but you were reluctant. Humph, now that I have quit and helped you too, you should be very happy, but why did you pretend to write a song like Love Is Gone? Don't you think it's too hypocritical? Taylor sneered. Link shook his head, but you are wrong. Although Evica is good, she and I have different backgrounds, different living environments, different tastes and hobbies. If I declare to her, heart disease may be good, but due to the difference in our cognition, there will be more and more conflicts, and it will be difficult to have a good result in the end. In comparison, the music industry you are in is simpler, and there are more common languages. This is also the reason why I found her to cooperate with the comic company, but we live together. Humph, you think so clearly. Why do you still cheat? Taylor cursed with red eyes. Link sighed lightly. I'm a beach boy who has never seen the world. After entering the entertainment industry, it is like entering a treasure house. Can you imagine how much stimulation it is for me when a beautiful star takes the initiative to sit in my arms? Can you imagine how much temptation it is for me when a popular female singer takes off her clothes and stands in front of me? Sometimes I know that there are some things that cannot be touched, but I still touch them out of luck. Afterwards, I expected to be exposed, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I also expected you to be very angry, but I didn't expect you to break up with me without mercy. I overestimated our feelings and underestimated your decisiveness. This is the biggest mistake I made. Link shook his head and took a beer. When the two were drinking and chatting in the villa, most of the American media were alarmed. Since Link released his third album on March 22nd, his popularity in the media has remained high. Then Link and Emma's intimate video was exposed. His popularity was even higher. Then Taylor left the Bay Villa with his luggage. The golden boy and jade girl in the music industry seemed to break up. The news about Link and Taylor was almost on the front page of the entertainment section of major media every day. Even many overseas media reprinted the report and followed the melon. Today, the news about Link and Taylor has directly become popular, and the TV entertainment programs on the internet are full of related news. The initial news was that Link released a new song Sorry in the morning to apologize to Taylor. The quality of this song is very good, and the lyrics and melody are also very sincere. Link's fans came out one after another to apologize for him online and ask Taylor for forgiveness. The news said that the two sides have the basis for reconciliation. At noon, Link released another video recording, which was also a new song Love Is Gone. This song is better than Sorry, with sincere emotions and sad tunes. Especially when Link, a handsome guy, sits in front of the piano and sings while playing, the appeal increases tenfold. It is said that many female fans burst into tears after watching it. This also caused many fans to change their views on Link. Lin believes that it is not wrong for K to cheat. If he can write Sorry and Love Is Gone after cheating, he should cheat more times. cheating every day, and releasing new songs every day. That would be great. After the release of Love Is Gone, tens of thousands of fans flocked to Taylor's fan club to apologize on behalf of Link, and the media also turned their attention to Taylor to see how she would deal with it and would not forgive Link. Just this year, Taylor's car appeared in the Bay Villa district. Taylor's appearance directly detonated the American media. Reporters from large newspapers such as the Los Angeles Times, the New York Post, USA Today, and the American Express sent reporters to the Santa Monica Entertainment Bay Villa district. ABC, CBS, CNN, Turner, Fox and other TV media also rushed reporters to station there in order to get first-hand information. Compared with the tabloid reporters and paparazzi, there was a large crowd of hundreds of people. They all wanted to see whether Link and Taylor were separated or together. The reporters waited from more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock, but Taylor did not come out of the villa. Only Taylor's assistant Emily and Link's assistant Anna were seen. The reporters asked the comparison about the situation, and the comparison said they didn't know. It was not until more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was time to get off work, that Taylor still did not come out. The media speculated that Taylor probably forgave Link and the two reconciled. The headline of the Yahoo News website also became Taylor stayed at Link's villa, and the golden boy and jade girl in the music industry eased. In the fan club of Link and Taylor, there were also fans who updated their status every 10 minutes. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, the status was still Taylor did not come out, and it is likely that he stayed overnight. Seeing these dynamics, fans who support Link and Taylor's reconciliation posted various emoticons online to express their reconciliation. Thank you for the generous gift. The internet is full of Link's news now. I really don't understand what's so good about these crappy news. In the bar, 50 Cent was swiping his phone and cursing at the bar bell. This is hype. Link is such a master at hype. Lil Wayne looked at the TV station in the bar that was also broadcasting Link's news. He suddenly admired Link. Every time this guy released an album, he would make big news and let the media actively help him promote the album. Most people can't do that. Across from him, Usher was holding a beer and drinking a small bottle of wine. He released a new album, and an intimate video of Link and Emma Watson was exposed online. I wonder if he thought he could use this opportunity to ruin Link's reputation, make Link's album unsellable, and make his own album sell well last week. At the beginning, there was indeed some album effect, and the sales of Link's new album increased significantly. But the quality of that album was too high and too powerful, and Link's fans had huge purchasing power. In just 2 days, the sales of Link's new album rose against the trend. His album was pressed down by him. Now it is the second week. He thought that after Thursday, the popularity of Link's album would decrease, and his own album would have a chance to counterattack. But the news about Link's conflict with Tennessee was too popular, resulting in no one reading the news about his promotion of his new album. Just like his performance at the home court of the NBA Heat yesterday, almost no media reported this news, and all reported the broken news about Link and Taylor. Netizens also looked for each other, wanting to see whether the other party broke up or got back together. Don't worry, the news said that Link and Taylor reconciled, and the popularity of this news will decrease tomorrow. Duck Drake consoled. Usher nodded. As Link's opponent, he should have celebrated happily when he heard that Link was kicked out. However, after Link was kicked out, the media was full of news about Link, so his album had no exposure at all. So Usher hoped more than anyone else that Link and Taylor would reconcile and stop messing around. If they messed around, others would be hurt. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Breakup Decision. It was a sunny morning at the Santa Monica Bay Villa. At the dining table, Link and Taylor were in the same position, chatting while talking, but the other party in the past also knew that they could not go back to the past. Are you serious? You will quit the music scene after releasing 4 albums? Taylor asked while nibbling on the bread. Yes, 4 or 5. Why don't I like being a singer? The purpose of releasing albums is to make money. I will release 4 or 5 records, make hundreds of millions of dollars, and then use the money for investment to become a billionaire. This is my initial plan. Link shrugged. After copying 4 albums, there were not many good songs to copy. He was worried that he would jump out of the street if he wrote his own songs or sang songs written by others. The purpose of your learning music is to make money? Have you told me before that you learned music to have common topics? You are indeed a liar. Taylor suddenly stopped and said angrily. Link thought about himself and said helplessly, you can't be less sensitive. I originally learned music to have common topics with you. After entering the music industry, of course, it was to make money. If I couldn't make money, I wouldn't spend so much time on music. No matter what, I hope you will continue to do it. You are very talented in music. It's a pity not to be a singer. In addition, you are also a very strong opponent. My next goal is to beat you in album sales. Taylor waved his fork and said, don't be my opponent, otherwise you will be like Kanye and others, and you will be defeated again and again. Don't be so confident. This time, inspired by you, I wrote more than 10 good songs. The first songs. I bet that the performance of my album will never be worse than yours. Taylor confidently said, really? Since my cheating can inspire your creative inspiration, why don't you stay? I will be responsible for cheating, and you will be responsible for writing songs. We will divide the work and cooperate. Isn't this okay? Link joked. Huh. Go find someone else. I'm not as perverted as you. Taylor said to him quickly. Link smiled lightly and poured her a glass of milk. Taylor stayed in the Bay Villa for 3 days. During these 3 days, the two turned down all work arrangements and stayed in the villa to chat, date, have sex, and complain to each other. These were also the 3 most relaxing days in their lives. There were no lies, no deception, and no need to worry about anything. On the 3rd day, after the two had a hearty exercise, Taylor asked him a question. If she was successful in music in the future, and he was not married, they would have no chance and even enter the marriage hall. Link told her that it was impossible. He could keep a damn soul, but he would never accept a body that had been touched by other men. Taylor was very angry when she heard this. She punched him a few times and said that the reason she left him was because of his machismo, perverted possessiveness, and control, which almost made her obsessed. If she didn't leave, she might die. Link didn't argue with her because it was all true. Even though he had changed his identity, he was still a conservative Chinese man at heart. He was chauvinistic, conservative, and had a strong desire to control his companions. Link understood a little, but he couldn't change what was in his bones. He also asked Taylor a question. If they had a child, she wouldn't be sad. Taylor said that if he cheated, she would decisively break up. She had zero tolerance for cheating. Link said he had learned his lesson. After Taylor left the villa, his days were as routine as usual. He got up early every morning to run, read books, train, and shoot. He flew to Las Vegas on Wednesday to participate in the IBF super middleweight gold title defense against former IBF world champion Lucien Butt, and KO'd his opponent in 27 seconds. This match also brought him more than 28 million bonuses. In addition to his career, he flew to Berlin, Germany, to participate in the WBO super middleweight gold title defense against German boxer Arthur Abraham. The opponent won the IBF middleweight championship in 2005 and defended the championship 10 times from 2005 to 2009. He is considered one of the middleweight overlords and a very powerful boxer. At the end of last year, in the WBO Super Middleweight Intercontinental Boxing Championship, he defeated Jermaine Taylor with his brain power and beat Jermaine into a concussion, and also qualified to challenge Link. He defeated his opponent again in 32 seconds, making the opponent suffer the bitterness of failure. This game also earned Link 25 million in prize money. The 2 games made him earn 53 million words. At Musk's public offering reception at the weekend, he turned the money into Tesla stock, including the part held by Pioneer Asset Management. He currently holds 13.2% of Tesla shares, becoming the 4th largest shareholder of Tesla Motor Energy Company. Link, you bought 50 million Tesla shares? Musk was drunk, and supermodel Doubts and Crows was holding his arm. When she heard what he had just said, she blinked in surprise. Doutzen Kroes is a Dutch supermodel who has appeared in fashion shows for famous fashion and luxury brands such as Gucci, Versace, Tommy Hilfiger, Escada, Valentino, and Neiman Marcus. She has appeared on the covers of magazines such as Time Magazine, Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, and Numero, and has walked the runway for Victoria's Secret for 4 consecutive years. One of the highest paid models in the fashion industry, she ranked 5th on the annual income list last year with $8 million. She is 25 years old, 179 centimeters tall, with blonde hair, blue eyes, long legs, rosy lips, and a very revealing buttocks, which is very different from many skinny models. She is known as the Audrey Hepburn of the modeling industry. The female companion who came to the cocktail party called to ask if the other party had time, and Doutzen Kroes agreed immediately. Yes, Tesla is the leader in the electric vehicle industry and has good market prospects. Link said, holding a champagne glass. I heard that the stock market is very risky. Aren't you worried about losing money? Doutzen Kroes asked. If you lose, you will only lose tens of millions, and if you make money, it will be hundreds of millions. It's worth taking a little risk. You are amazing. You are so young, so good at making money, and very courageous. You will definitely be even more amazing in the future. Doutzen Kroes said with admiration on his face. Link smiled gently, put his arm around her waist, and walked towards Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the 2 founders of Google. Although he had missed the opportunity to invest in Google, the more wealthy people he met, the more investment opportunities he would have in the future. He was a big star and a billionaire, with a lot of halo around him. Many billionaires came to talk to him, take photos with him, and leave their contacts with each other. In just a small cocktail party, he met 3 billionaire investors, as well as Michael Moritz, a senior partner of Sequoia, Gurdeep Pal, vice president of Microsoft Chad Hurley, executive president of YouTube, Daniel Exxon, a member of the board of directors of General Motors, and other executives of Fortune 500 companies. While chatting with these people, he heard someone mention Bitcoin. On January 3rd this year, the price of Bitcoin was first announced on the Bitcoin forum. At that time, the price of 1 Bitcoin was $0.08. A buyer bought 2 pizzas with 10,000 Bitcoins, which was also the largest amount in the history of Bitcoin. In the discussion, some people believed that virtual currency was very risky and had a general prospect. Michael Moritz, a senior partner of Sequoia Capital, believed that it was now the internet age. With the development of the internet, the value of Bitcoin would become higher and higher in the future, which was very worthwhile for investment. Link agreed with the other party, but did not express his opinion. He just remembered Bitcoin secretly, and planned to notify Ms. Cathy Wood after the cocktail party, and ask her to buy Bitcoin. He remembered that the transaction price of Bitcoin exceeded 10,000 in 2015, and reached 50,000 in 2020. Now it costs 10,000 to buy 200,000 pieces, and the value will exceed 1 billion in 10 years. Now is a good time to start. After the cocktail party, Link invited Doutzen Kroes to stay in the villa. Doutzen did not refuse, and practiced water yoga for him by the pool in sexy underwear. The news that supermodel Doutzen Kroes stayed at Link's villa was also exposed by the media the next day. This news shocked the entertainment industry again. A few days ago, Taylor returned to the Bay Villa and stayed there for 3 days. Everyone thought that the model couple had reconciled, but just a few days later, the news of Link and super cheating suddenly broke out. Many people began to criticize Link. A few days ago, he cheated on Taylor and broke up with her. Everyone lined up to plead for him, and it was not easy for Taylor to forgive him. But in the blink of an eye, he cheated again. He was simply hopeless. A day later, Link's studio sent a tweet on Twitter that Link and Taylor had peacefully broken up due to work reasons, and they were still friends after the separation. Thank you for your concern. Taylor's studio account confirmed the news. When this matter was tweeted, the internet was boiling. The king of pop and the queen of country music broke up, and this news was lively. All media rushed to reprint and report. Some media commented that it was a pity for each other. They didn't know that they were a dream combination, but it was a pity that they couldn't last too long. Some media also accused Link of being too fickle. If he hadn't cheated, they wouldn't have broken up. Everything was his fault. Some media once again hyped up the couple's love history, with some expressing nostalgia, some criticizing, and some being ignorant. When the media was making a fuss, Link flew to Paris early to join the crew of Midnight in Paris, in order to avoid the pursuit of reporters. Chapter 305 Playboy Link. In early June, the golden coast of Miami Bay. Fat James often said that Miami Beach in June was the most beautiful. There was an endless blue sky and golden sun above his head. Opposite was the blue sea and white sand beach. Warm sea breezes blew through the lush palm trees on the shore. The rustling sound of the trees and the sound of the sea water hitting the sandbank mixed together, beautiful and charming. What was even more charming was the bikini girls who occasionally appeared on the beach. Because this was Miami, it was also the place with the most Latin American beauties. Latin American beauties were known for their hot bodies, which also made the bikini girls on the beach mostly have big breasts and fat buttocks, hot and charming. In the past, James' favorite thing to do was to pose on a bench, take a bottle of iced Coke, sit under the awning in front of Baker's store, squinting his eyes, looking at a bikini girl passing by the door. His eyes were watching the Victoria's Secret underwear show. But since Daniel got married in April, Michael went out to travel, and he no longer had the leisure to sit in front of the door and look at beautiful women. Whenever he sat alone in the store, he felt inexplicably irritable and couldn't calm down. Until the day before yesterday, Link came back from Paris and said he would stay in the store temporarily. His heart suddenly calmed down again, and it was also inexplicable. Link, are you going to stay at home for a few days? James stood at the door of the store and asked Link, who was reading a magazine under the awning. This guy has a strong back, wears sweet pants and a big sail. I don't know if it's because he lived in Paris, but James always feels that he has become much more fashionable, with long black hair, messy and stylish hairstyle, and a feather platinum shield-shaped pendant on his neck, which shines in the sun. His face is also more handsome than before, with fair skin and sharp edges. He looks more handsome than Keanu Reeves, Tom Cruise, Orlando Bloom and others. This made James have to suspect that this guy might have plastic surgery. I don't know, 4 or 5 days, or 7 or 8 days, it's all possible, Link said, lying on the bench, flipping through the latest issue of Billboard magazine. Only 8 days? James was a little disappointed. When Link walked out, there was another person here. Can't you stay a few more days? You are a billionaire now, there is no need to be so busy. Link glanced at him, very helpless. He thought Daniel and Michael had left, and James had also left, going to the city, or to Los Angeles to join him. But no, he still stayed in Baker's shop, going to work on time, and leaving get off work on time, as if Robinson Crusoe was trapped on an isolated island. Link had invited him to be his assistant. James was worried that he would not be able to do it well, so he did not agree. Link planned to buy a cafe in Miami and let him settle down to run it, but James did not agree, saying that he could not do it well. This rotten guy is useless, so Link can only let him go. I heard your mother is looking for a girlfriend for you. Why don't you learn from Daniel and get married and have kids soon? It's better than staying here alone. No. Hearing him talking about this, James frowned immediately and said while typing in Italian, do you know that the girls my mother introduced to me are all fat girls weighing more than 160 pounds? Although I'm fat, my aesthetic taste is fine. I also like those girls with long legs and curvy bodies. They are not fat girls. I have never been one. Link smiled lightly. Liking is one thing, and getting married is another. With your personality, if you marry a hot girl, you may be unhappy after marriage, so I think your mother is right. James, hey, Link. Daniel, why are you here? Link shouted to Daniel, who was walking across from him. Not long after Daniel got married, he sold the beach shop to someone else and opened a delicatessen with Lina in Zisha Beach County. I heard that the business is pretty good. James said you are back, so I came to see you. Daniel smiled. Link invited Daniel to sit down and took a bottle of cold beer from the ice bucket for him. How does it feel to get married? Haha, congratulations, you can try. Daniel winked and smiled. I'll try again in a few years. Link smiled and asked about Michael's news. Daniel said Michael called him last week and said he was working as a waiter in a bar in Queens, New York, and sometimes played guitar. He also told him that New York was too cool and there were too many fun places, so he didn't come to New York earlier. Daniel also said that Lina was pregnant and he could be a father by this time next year. Link and James hurriedly congratulated him. Among the 4 people on the beach, Daniel was the eldest, 26 this year, Michael was 24, James was 23, and Link was the youngest. Now Daniel got married the earliest and became a father the earliest. While they were chatting, Golden Retriever Aggie drove a pickup truck over, and the driver followed 6 teenage boxing apprentices, saying that he would take them to see what a super boxing champion looks like. Golden Retriever Aggie won the super heavyweight championship at the National Street Boxing Association, and then turned to the professional boxing arena. His current record of 8 games is 5 wins, 2 losses and 1 draw, which is a decent performance, but he is still a long way from the Intercontinental Boxing Champion. Now, apart from preparing for the competition, he stays in the West Boxing Gym as an assistant coach. He is a down-to-earth boxing talent, much better than Mario, the unreliable guy. After Aggie came, the neighbors around saw that there were so many people here, and they all gathered around to join in the fun. Seeing so many people, James proposed to hold a beach party to celebrate his return. Link also refused and asked someone to pull a truck of beer, drinks, and fruits from the Mexican restaurant next door and move the speakers out of the store, and everyone had a party on the beach. At first, there were only 30 or 40 people. Later, when they heard that he, a big star, was here, everyone spread the word, and the neighbors and tourists on the beach all ran to the group, and the number gradually approached 1,000. Among them were many reporters and paparazzi who came after hearing the news. Seeing the paparazzi, Link had a headache. When he and Taylor broke up, in order to avoid harassment from reporters, he left Los Angeles early and went to Paris to film. During the filming in Paris, he had a good chat with the second female lead, Marion Cotillard, and had a close relationship. Then he rushed to the French media to hype that they had fallen in love with each other because of the play and had an incestuous relationship. Marion Cotillard had a famous boyfriend of 2 years, French actor Guillaume Canet. Those unscrupulous media hyped up his affair with a third party, which caused a sensation in the French circle. There were hundreds of paparazzi using various methods to spy around, and some even sneaked into the crew to play minor roles. The paparazzi were too crazy, and many times directly affected the filming of the crew. Director Woody Allen was often so angry that he cursed. He couldn't stop the crazy paparazzi, so he took his anger out on Link, blaming him for messing around in the crew and attracting paparazzi, so he was very strict with him during filming. Sometimes, when others could pass a scene with 1 or 2 takes, director Woody Allen had to take it 20 times, nitpicking about all kinds of flaws, and would pour him on the set, scolding him for his poor acting skills and serious clown crew plot. He also complained about his goal of winning the Oscar for Best Actor, saying that with his acting skills, he would never be nominated for the Oscar for Best Actor, even if he made movies for a lifetime. All kinds of sarcasm and ridicule, all kinds of poor, not giving him any face. Even though Link has a good temper, there were several times when he clenched his fists and wanted to KO Woody Allen, the bad old man, with 1 punch. Fortunately, Mary Jennifer Lawrence comforted him, so he was nervous about the scene of beating people and finished filming Anka Tillard and Jennifer Lawrence. Shooting like this every day for more than a month, even if he is energetic and has strong recovery ability, he will feel full of energy at the end. Not to mention that he has to deal with the harassment of paparazzi every day, and the employees double. This is also the reason why he chose to go back to sleep after filming Midnight in Paris. But just after a relaxing day, the media swarmed again. Mr. Baker, the French newspaper Le Figaro reported that you and Marion Cotillard fell in love during the filming of Midnight in Paris. Reporters also took photos of you staying overnight at Marion Cotillard's home. Are you and Ms. Marion Cotillard seeking help? Mr. Baker, the Times reported that while you were in Paris, Emma Watson visited the crew and stayed in Paris for a few days. What is your relationship, and is it still urgent? The media took photos of you and Jennifer Lawrence, the heroine of Midnight in Paris, shopping in Paris. Is Jennifer Lawrence also your girlfriend? Mr. Baker, the new issue of Vanity Fair magazine uses your photo as the cover character and calls you a playboy. What do you think about this? A group of entertainment reporters blocked the door of Baker's shop and shouted. Link got away from the crowd, walked to the steps, looked at the dozens of reporters and paparazzi who were waiting for food below, and said, "Marianne is a very good actress, and one of my favorite ladies. She helped me a lot during the filming in Paris. We are friends, and there is no other relationship besides that. Please don't speculate." Mr. Baker, Vanity Fair calls you a playboy. Do you accept this statement? The reporter from American Express shouted. This is slander. Vanity Fair is slandering me, and my interface is playboy. Mr. Baker, Tiffany Temple, Paris Hilton, Amanda Hearst, Georgia Bloomberg and other celebrities have advocated to help promote the new album, and the New York Post said that you are the new darling of New York celebrities. What do you think of this title? The reporter from USA Today shouted. Welcome to Palm Bay Beach. There are beer and drinks there. Please feel free to use them. I have something else to do today, so I can only answer a few questions. If you have other questions, please make an appointment first. I look forward to being interviewed by everyone. Goodbye. Link walked into Baker's shop and closed the door. Mr. Baker. Chapter 306. Falling and showing off wealth. Link took off the roof and took out a bottle of iced orange soda from the refrigerator. He drank half of it, and the heat on top was mostly dissipated. He drank the soda and stood by the window and glanced forward. The sun was still shining brightly. Baker's shop was crowded with people. From the entrance of the Mexican restaurant in the east to the hot dog shop next door, the more than 500-meter public beach was full of people coming to the party. Everyone listened to music, drank beer and soda, some sang, some danced, some surfed, and just played beach volleyball. It was very lively. Ding dong. The phone received a message from Selena. You came back from Paris. Why did you go to Miami again? You ran around the world and couldn't find you, even if you wanted to. Come and rest for 2 days. You have something to do. Link slumped on the sofa and typed on his phone. I have the latest news about Taylor. Do you want to know? We broke up. Don't you know? I know. I think you broke up too hastily. It's a pity. I think you should try harder and get Taylor back again. Selena said. Introduce those sisters and girlfriends around you to me, preferably the prettier ones. No, you are a scumbag. Introducing you to them will harm them. So you have a grudge against Taylor? Of course not. Taylor and I are good friends, but I think Taylor is very capable. She can control you, so I hope you can continue to take care of her. Don't you think there is something wrong with you? Taylor can control me, and if I go after her, am I looking for a caretaker for myself? Oh, I won't mess with you. After Taylor finished recording her third album, she returned to her hometown in Nashville for a vacation. If you want to get her back, now is a good time. Go ahead. Selena encouraged actively. Link shook his head and said that in the beginning, in order to win Taylor back and seek her forgiveness, he released 2 songs in a row and said a lot of soft words. He was scolded by fans as a bootlicker, but he still failed to win Taylor back. Taylor's behavior has seriously affected his self-confidence and self-esteem. He will no longer have any hope for this heartless woman. Link didn't want to talk about Taylor anymore, so he changed the subject and asked her how the recording of her second album was going. Selena said she was in the process of recording and asked her if she had any good songs. She felt that the songs the record company collected were not as good as the ones he wrote. Selena is a contracted artist of Disney Entertainment Group. Her acting contract is signed with Disney Pictures, and her record contract is signed with Hollywood Records launched by Disney. It is the same company as Miley Cyrus, and it is also a very powerful record company. Disney is the best in star-making ability, and it is also the best in cultivating singers. The songs they have obtained are all songs that suit Selena's voice and style. Link didn't intend to interfere with Selena's new album songs. He just told her that he had a song for male and female duets, and the female part was suitable for her. He would send her the music score later. Selena quickly agreed and asked him when he came back and whether he wanted to visit Taylor in Nashville. Link asked her how she was preparing for the SAT exam and whether she had the confidence to do better than him. Selena said that, when Catherine called her, they would talk next time, and gave her 3 pink pig heads. Link smiled lightly. He still had many ways to deal with Selena in Manhattan. The party outside was still going on. Because there were reporters, he went out to join in the fun, and continued to read Billboard magazine on the sofa. The third album, The Woman I Love, was released on March 22nd, and it is the 10th week this week. In the first week of release, the album sold 1.74 million copies in the United States, and topped the album chart. In the second week, the album sold 810,000 copies, and topped the album chart. In the third week, the news of his breakup with Taylor was a sensation, and attracted the attention of the media around the world. The album has a high exposure in the media, and has received a lot of attention. Sales volume is 42.9. It has been the champion for 3 consecutive weeks. In the fourth week, Link joined the crew, and the heat of the breakup news gradually faded. The album sales fell. Sales volume is 147,000. The runner-up. The champion is Drake's first studio album Thank Me Later, which sold 387,000 copies in the first week. The fifth week 75,000 copies. Fourth place. The champion is Lady Gaga's latest remix song collection The Remix, which sold 324,000 copies in the first week. Drake's Thank Me Later sold 213,000 copies in the second week. Usher's The Peak Showdown ranked third with 79,000 copies. The sixth week 127,000 copies, the second in the album chart. The reason for the counter-trend sales increase this week is that during the fifth week, Eva Kau and the publicity department launched the hype plan he proposed in March. This hype plan is very simple. In early May, Eva Kau's sister Tiffany posted a photo on Twitter. In the photo, she was lying on the ground, posing as if she had fallen, wearing a high-end custom dress, with one foot on the door of the McLaren car, and all the things in her small bag were spilled out and spread all over the ground. There were brand LV high heels, commemorative edition Chanel perfume, Dyer's latest lipstick, Hermes brand perfume, Guxy high-end custom sunglasses, Patek Philippe brand watches, McLaren 720S headphones, the latest Fruit mobile phone, etc. 18 kinds of luxury goods, each priced at more than $500, and the McLaren 720S is worth more than 5 million local people. After the photo was exposed, some netizens calculated that these things are worth 6.8 million local people in total. To rich. Among these luxury goods, there is a record of Link's The Woman I Love, which is worth 29.5 ordinary, which is the cheapest of these things. This record has also attracted a lot of attention. But since Tiffany's sister is the president of Link Music, there is nothing wrong with Link's new album in her bag. So everyone's attention is still on the luxury goods all over the floor. Many netizens left messages saying that she was showing off her wealth in this way. Some criticized, some ridiculed, and some envied and hated. Tiffany did not respond to this. Only one day later, socialite Paris Hilton also imitated Tiffany and posted a photo of herself falling down and showing off her wealth on Twitter. The Hilton Hotel in New York is worth a lot of money. She put one foot on a private helicopter, and a batch of luxury goods were spread on the ground, totaling more than several million, among which there was also a copy of Link's album The Woman I. Netizens complained that Paris Hilton was imitating Tiffany to show off her wealth, criticizing, ridiculing, envy and jealousy. The New York Post, USA Today, Vanity Fair and other media also began to report on the news of Tiffany and Paris Hilton showing off their wealth, discussing whether this high-profile way of showing off wealth is appropriate. Some media think it is inappropriate. Showing off wealth can easily provoke confrontation between the rich and the poor, and cause concerns among low-income groups. The New York Post strongly criticized similar practices, and believed that such practices are very harmful. First of all, it will cause many social problems, deprive the rich and poor of the society of their worries and confrontations, and also have a bad demonstration effect on young people, leading young people to consume irrationally, waste resources, and put many low-income families into an economic crisis. Secondly, it will cause a series of psychological problems. Blind comparison will increase anxiety and induce crime. The New York Post also named Tiffany's father and asked him to take care of his daughter. But Tiffany's father, Mr. TP, was dismissive of this. He showed an art and discovered a maverick character. There was nothing wrong. Some media also supported Mr. TP's statement, believing that this is an art that needs to rise to the height of class confrontation. As more and more controversies on the internet, the heat of this news has become more and more hyped. Then Amanda Hearst, Georgia Bloomberg, Kim Kardashian sisters, movie star Lindsay Lohan, supermodel Candace Swanepoel and others followed suit, falling down in various ways and blasting equipment. For a time, a trend of falling down to show off wealth was set off on the internet. Many people are imitating them to fall down. Soon, people with discerning eyes noticed that no matter how or where these people fell, 80% of the things they revealed contained a copy of Link's new album, The Woman I Love. This also caused many people to speculate that the so-called falling down to show off wealth trend was to help Link sell his album. In an interview, the host asked Paris Hilton, putting a Link record in a popular luxury product was not to help Link promote his new album. Paris Hilton denied this, saying that the reason why Link's new album was revealed was because the album was expensive enough, of high quality, and of extremely high artistic level. For them, Link's album is also a luxury product with collection value. Kim Kardashian, Lindsay Lohan and others also agreed with this point in the interview, requiring that they could not afford Dyer's lipstick, Hermes handbags, or Ferrari, but they must be able to afford a Link record. After these people's flattery, Link's new album became a luxury product directly comparable to Dyer lipstick, Chanel cigarettes, and Hermes handbags. Buying The Woman I Love is not just buying an album, it is also buying a luxury item. Once influenced by these celebrities, the falling and showing off wealth trend spread from the United States to all over the world, from celebrity circles to internet celebrities, and then to ordinary people. Tens of thousands of people have exposed such photos through various social platforms. 60% of the things exposed contained a record of Link, which is equivalent to a tacit understanding. Influenced by the falling and showing off wealth incident, The Woman I Love has greatly increased its exposure worldwide. In the 7th week, the album sales were on a downward trend, but it quickly miraculously rushed to more than 200,000 copies, reaching 219,000 copies, regaining the top spot on the album chart, and suppressing a number of newly released albums. In the 8th week, the influence of the falling and showing off wealth trend was also in the 8th week, and the sales this week were 154,000 copies, winning the sales championship again. In the 9th week, 122,000 copies, winning the sales championship again. In the 10th week, 108,000 copies, the runner-up. In the 10th week of its release, The Woman I Love sold 3.93 million copies in the United States. It is expected to exceed 4 million copies next week, becoming the fastest album to exceed 4 million copies in the United States in the past 8 years. Billboard commented that The Woman I Love has achieved incredible results in the United States. Link, a new singer who has only debuted for 2 years, sold more than 3.9 million copies of his third album in the United States in 10 weeks, which is more appealing than several superstars in the vanguard music scene. Billboard editor-in-chief Stephen Knopp analyzed the reasons for the album's success in the article. In addition to factors such as the quality of the album and Link's popularity, he believes that there is another point that cannot be ignored. This album has been very successful in marketing and promotion. Before the album was released, Eastern rapper 50 Cent, Justin Bieber and others challenged Link to follow him on the album chart. Link publicly expressed his acceptance of the challenge, which attracted a lot of attention and won the support of many fans. At this stage, the main direction of Link Music's publicity was that the East Coast rap gang plus Little King Justin Bieber plus Blues King Usher plus Drake were ready to join hands with Manhattan Link, putting Link in a worried position and causing empathy and indignation among fans. In the first week of Link's new album's release, because of its good quality and fan support, it sold an astonishing 1.74 million copies in the first week. In the second week, the Privacy video broke out. In the third week, Link and Taylor's news remained hot. In the fifth week, the fall and show off wealth incident began to become popular on the internet, and Link's new album's exposure increased. In the sixth week, the fall and show off wealth incident continued to ferment, causing heated discussions in the media, and Link's new album also became the focus of the incident. In these weeks, the show-off incident affected the sales of this album. The above hot news events, whether consciously or unintentionally, greatly increased the sales of this album. Billboard editor-in-chief Stephen Knopstel expressed admiration for Link Music's marketing methods at the end of the article. At the same time, they also expressed concerns that, if other record companies imitate this marketing method, the competition in the record market will be more intense in the future, and the winner will take all. It will be more difficult for low-level singers to gain a foothold in the music industry. In the 10th week of its release, the overseas sales of this album have been summarized one after another. In the past 10 weeks, The Woman I Love has sold a total of 9.69 million copies overseas, 4.03 million copies in Europe and the United States. Among them, 120,000 copies in Canada. The album sales champion for 3 consecutive weeks, 107 copies in the UK. The album sales champion for 2 consecutive weeks. About 1.53 million copies were sold in France, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain and other places, and won at least one weekly sales champion in Belgium, the Netherlands and Switzerland. About 300,000 copies were sold in Latin America, and Brazil, Argentina and other places won at least one sales champion. In addition, 7 songs, Girls Like You, Everything You Need, Someone You Loved, Stay With Me, My Everything, Here With You, and The Woman I Love, topped the singles charts in the UK, Canada, Belgium and other countries, becoming popular songs. 5.66 million copies were sold in Asia, Oceania, Africa and other regions. Among them, Australia sold 1.32 million copies, Japan sold 1.07 million copies, South Korea sold 940,000 copies, China sold 860,000 copies, including Hong Kong and Taiwan, and New Zealand. Negotiator, Singapore, India and other places sold about 1.47 million copies. 12 songs including Girls Like You, Stay With Me, All of Me, and Here With You entered the top 10 singles charts in various places. Link's album was released 10 weeks ago, and the total global sales volume totaled 13.62 million copies. Although this number is not ranked in the top 50 in the current best-selling albums chart, it is also the first English album in the tens to exceed 10 million copies in sales worldwide. It is also Link's second diamond record with global sales exceeding 10 million. Link is a newcomer who released 3 albums in 2 years after his debut, and 2 consecutive diamond records, and has also become the most acclaimed solo male singer in the music industry after Elvis, Garth Brooks, MJ, Justin Timberlake and others. Rolling Stone and Newsweek began to call Link the King of Pop, and the Asian media even called him the King of Pop and the Superstar, comparing him and Lady Gaga as the king and queen of the European and American music scene. Chapter 307 Sister Ariana. Link looked at the album sales of other similar singers. The new album Need You Now by Goddess Antebellum has sold 2.43 million copies in the United States, ranking second among the albums released in 2010. Justin Bieber's My World 2.0 has sold 1.86 million copies in the United States, ranking third. Kesha's new album Animal has sold 920,000 copies, ranking fourth. Usher's Raymond vs. Raymond has sold 900,000 copies in the United States, ranking 5th. Wiz Khalifa's Deal or No Deal has sold 880,000 copies, ranking 6th. Lady Gaga and Drake's new albums are also approaching Wiz Khalifa at a very fast speed, and they are lucky to surpass it next week. There is another good news this week. Link Music includes singer Lana Del Rey's first album Young and Beautiful. 8 months after its release in the United States, the sales exceeded 1 million copies, becoming a true platinum record, and the total global sales also reached 3.26 million copies. The first album performed very well. Bruno Mars' first album It's Better If You Don't Understanding sold 920,000 copies in the United States, and is expected to break the platinum sales in October. Selena's first album Come and Get It sold a total of 940,000 copies in the United States, and is expected to reach platinum in the end. But in addition to the good news, Link also saw some bad news from newspapers and magazines. First of all, his reputation was ruined. Before the public video was exposed, he was considered the most perfect man in the European and American music scene, a white lotus that was unstained by the mud, the cleanest and healthiest male star in the entertainment industry, and the best teenage idol. After the public video was exposed, he broke up with Taylor, stayed with supermodel Doubtson Crows, and dated Marion Cotillard, Emma Watson, and Jennifer Lawrence in Paris. His reputation was gradually hotly discussed by the media. European and American media called him a playboy, fallen link, and a big player in the entertainment industry. Now as long as he says a word to a female star, the media will determine that he has an ambiguous relationship with the other party. Link argued that he didn't have any, that he was innocent. The media didn't believe him at all. After being labeled a scumbag, decent girls in the entertainment industry began to guard against him. For example, Kristen, Link once joked on the phone and asked her not to be his girlfriend. Kristen directly refused and said she didn't want to date a scumbag. There was also Emma Roberts, who said that her parents and aunt warned her to stay away from him. Not so decent girls in the entertainment industry are actively approaching him. Amanda Seyfried, Lindsay Lohan, Paris Hilton and others often call to harass him, send some strange photos, and ask him to comment on which set of underwear is sexier. This situation makes Link a little helpless. As a decent person, he prefers to make friends with good girls, but now his reputation has been ruined by the media. It is not easy to find a good girl as a girlfriend. Dong dong dong. Link, everyone wants to hear you sing. Why don't you come out and sing a song? James pushed open the door and walked in. There are too many reporters. It's not convenient. It's okay. We will block those reporters. Daniel and Reggie also squeezed in and said. Link thought, it's okay to go out and sing a song. Yes, there are thousands of people outside, all of whom are his fans or potential fans. Singing here is also a way to pamper fans. After being reported by the media, it will also be positive news. Since the scandals have been entangled with her boyfriend, she also needs some positive news to reshape her public image. Link agreed, stood up and took the guitar from the wall, but suddenly remembered that this was the guitar given by Taylor. He felt uncomfortable for no reason. If he hadn't broken up with Taylor, Link. When he stood at the door with his guitar on his back, more than 1,000 tourists on the beach shouted loudly, and a group of reporters and paparazzi were shooting outside the crowd. He carried the guitar, plugged in the speakers, walked into the crowd, and sang 3 songs on the beach pier surrounded by Wallace, James, Reggie and others. The first song is Despacito, which is a must-have song for performances in Miami Beach. Since Link sang it in 2008, it quickly became the hottest and most popular dance music in the local area, and it can be clearly heard in the alleys of Miami's docks. The second song is Girls Like You, a song released by the former American pop band Maroon 5 in 2018. After its release in March, it topped the Billboard Hot 100 for 3 consecutive weeks, and also won the singles chart in 12 countries including the UK, Belgium, and Australia. The third song is Here With You, which is also a song with a cheerful rhythm. It is considered to be a happy version of Youth and Beauty. It topped the Billboard Hot 100 in the first week of May. It is also the 3rd champion single in the album The Woman I Love. Some fans wanted to hear him sing Legends Never Die and Give Me Reason. Link naturally did not agree. Singing such songs is too tiring for his voice, and he only attends concerts with more than 50,000 audiences nationwide. To all my friends, for all my friends, the night is a young night. The music is still loud and the music is still alive. They play our songs. When Link carried his guitar and sang and danced in the crowd, folk fans came from afar by car. In less than half an hour, the seaside boulevard was full of cars. The Beach County Police Department had to send people to divert traffic and maintain order at the scene. Frankie, hurry up. On the seaside boulevard, a petite girl with a long ponytail jumped out of the car, looked at the lively crowd on the beach, and Link singing in the crowd, and said excitedly, "It's true, Link is really here, Ellie, slow down, don't run so fast, and you forgot to bring your album." Frankie Grant stopped the car and saw his sister running down impatiently, so he had to catch up with the album from behind. The Grant siblings were also from Miami. After hearing about Link's party on the beach, they drove over immediately. However, they arrived a little late. There were too many people on the beach, so they could only stand outside and watch Link singing. Ariana was too petite. She stood on tiptoe outside and could only see a little bit. She turned her eyes, took the album from her brother, and squeezed through the crowd to walk inside, shouting please let her go. After sweating all over, she finally squeezed to the front row, but it was over. Everyone was applauding and cheering. Link waved his hand, thanked everyone, and prepared to leave. Link, can you give me an autograph? Ariana ran forward with the album. Before she ran to Link's side, she was accidentally knocked to the ground by the audience next to her. Sand was all over her face and hands, and the album box was stepped on by someone. Hey, spread out, someone fell here, don't step on him. Before Ariana got up, she was gently pulled up by the hands of the martial arts team. She also heard a series of good smells. You can't do anything? Hearing the person in front of her asking, Ariana blinked in surprise. A handsome face, deep and bright eyes, a tall and straight nose, and a gentle and humble look at the corners of his lips. It was Link. Seeing the big star Link so close, Ariana couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. She wanted to say a lot to Link, but couldn't say it for a while. Move your legs and feet to see if you are injured. Hearing Link, Ariana moved her legs and feet stupidly, and there was no problem at all. Are you my fan? Link picked up the album from the ground. Yes, Mr. Baker, my name is Ariana Grande, and I like your songs very much. Ariana said excitedly. She is also from Miami, Florida. She is 17 years old this year. Because her family is well off, and she likes music, she has been performing on stage since she was 7 or 8 years old. She went to Broadway in New York when she was 14 or 15 and played an important role in the Broadway musical 13. When Link released his album in March, she participated in the performance in New York. Because she was too busy with work, she went to buy Link's album one night, but found that it was sold out. It was the owner who lent her the album to listen to. She bought this album 3 days before getting married. She likes the songs in this album very much, and she also likes Link very much. Today, she read the news about Link in Miami on the internet, and immediately ran to Sandy Bay Beach to see him. Miss Ariana Grande? Link was signing for the other party. He was a little surprised to hear this name. When he first saw the other party, he thought she looked like Mary. Hearing the name, he found that it was indeed the other party, the future little queen of European and American music, Ariana Grande, but the image was more immature and fat, and there was baby fat on her face. Yes, Ariana Grande. Ariana repeated her name. Link smiled lightly and signed the album box with to Miss Grande who fell on the beach, Link Baker. Ariana couldn't help laughing when she saw it. Mr. Baker, I like singing too. My dream is to become a singer. Really? How about singing one here? Link handed the album to him and said, here. Ariana was surprised. Yes. Let me see how you sing. With Link's encouragement, Ariana took the guitar and went to the dock to sing Link's Unstoppable. The song has a high pitch, which is a test of the singer's strength. However, Ariana's singing skills are good. With traditional vocal techniques and Broadway style singing, sometimes bright and sometimes high pitched, she interprets the song in another way. After singing, Link patted his hands. He is indeed a singer at the level of the future queen of the music scene. His strength is indeed very strong. The audience around him also applauded and cheered, and many people shouted for another song. Ariana sang another song, Everything You Need, which also aroused cheers from the audience. After the performance, Link told Ariana that she had good singing skills and excellent performance ability. If she wanted to be a singer, she could try Link Music. He also took a business card for her. Ariana agreed to it. You should know that Link is considered to be the Midas touch in the music industry. All singers who are favored by him have platinum qualifications. To be able to dream of being recognized by him is the best compliment and the greatest encouragement for a singer. Ariana looked at Link with an almost obsessive look. Hey, Eri, why did Link ask you to sing? Eri's brother Frankie walked over from the crowd, looked at Link's back and said clearly, of course it's because I sing very well. Ariana took Link's business card and kissed it, and carefully put it in her wallet. Eri, I think you should be careful. Link is a playboy. Eri's brother Frankie reminded. Ariana was stunned for a moment. Link, but my idol is just like Nicole Kidman and Anne Hathaway, that you boys like. If they praise your performance, give you business cards, and ask you to work as an artist in their company, will you be careful of them? Yes. Frankie said without hesitation. Ariana rolled her eyes, then she remembered that her brother didn't like her mother. Because girls like you run around with men, like me until sunset. When I get through the hard times, I need a girl like you. Chapter 308 Agreement on Couple Relationship. In the evening, the sunset dyed the sea red. The beach party was over. When the owner left, the beach in front of the store became a mess. James, Daniel and the neighbors around started to clean up, and Link also picked up fruit peels and paper scraps with pliers and baskets. While picking up things, everyone talked about today's lively party and hoped that there would be another time. As they were chatting, the people in front suddenly became quiet, stopped their work, and looked up at the beach ahead. At the edge of the Hawaiian woods, a tall and plump woman walked over on the white beach, wearing a white Channel professional dress, silver high heels, and a height of 180 centimeters or more. The suit and straight skirt fit her figure curves, revealing the half-moon mound of her chest, the plump peach cheeks, and the sexy and slender long legs of a fitness person. Except for a platinum necklace and a diamond watch on the front, there were no other accessories on her body. The whole person was elegant, graceful, capable, and fashionable. Compared with the casually dressed beach residents around her, she was like a sparse tulip blooming among wildflowers. She had her long golden hair tied up, her slender eyebrows raised. Her expression was indifferent, but her blonde eyes looked straight at Link, as if she and Link were the only two people on the beach. Link, Miss Ivica is here. James beside him lowered his voice and called softly. Link glanced at him helplessly. He was not a subordinate, so was it necessary to speak so cautiously? Not only James, but others also consciously stopped their work and looked at Ivica with the eyes of a farmhand looking at a landlord. Hey, Eva, why are you still black? Link put down the basket and clapped his hands to greet him. Ivica walked in front of him and looked him up and down. You look well adjusted. Why, are you here to arrange work for me? It's Mandy's job to arrange work for you, not mine. Ivica brushed the golden hair blown by the sea breeze by her ear, looked at his handsome profile and said, Sand got into my shoes. Can we go in and talk? Link took her into Baker's shop. Seeing each other leave, the others also relaxed consciously, continued to clean up the relationship, and whispered to each other. After entering Baker's shop, Ivica looked at Link and took out a bottle of soda from the refrigerator and handed it to her. Can I take off my shoes? Ivica moved her slender white calves and looked at them. Does it stink? Ivica looked at him coldly, and her momentum was also sharp. Okay, just a joke. Link smiled lightly, propped his elbows on her feet, and then saw her take off her high heels on the sofa chair opposite her. She was not wearing stockings, but her white and slender jade feet were still pink and beautiful. Even though Link is not a foot fetishist, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Link also secretly sighed that this woman lived too delicately. Even her feet were well maintained. Let's talk about work. Ivica put her knees together, stepped on his big armrest, and said elegantly, how was your fun in Paris some time ago? Play? Link raised his lower eyebrow, put his arms on the sofa, and said with his legs crossed, while in Paris, I trained and read every day, spent a lot of time studying the role, and had to endure the beatings and persecution of that old man Woody Allen during filming. I was busy from morning to night and often exhausted. How could you think I was the protagonist in Paris? I'm talking about women. Don't tell me you didn't sleep with Marion Cotillard and Jennifer Lawrence. Ivica said, shaking her white calves. Link was a little embarrassed. Anna told you? I don't need anyone to tell me. I know you, and how attractive you are to women. I only knew it was true when I saw your scandal in the newspaper. Ivica said lightly. Well, you guessed it right. I slept with them, but it wasn't just for fun. Link explained. In the drama Midnight in Paris, he and Jennifer Rhodes are an engaged couple, and in the first half of the movie, they are very close to each other. After going to bed, their relationship will be even closer, and they will have a better understanding when performing. So once when they were acting together, they couldn't help but hug each other, kiss, and have sex. And Marion Cotillard, an Oscar-winning actress with superb acting skills. Link likes her movies very much, and Marion Cotillard also likes his songs. After chatting a few times on the crew, they became good friends. Later, going to bed was also related, and it happened naturally. It was not considered playing. Evika heard his explanation and raised the corners of her beautiful lips without comment. Are you going to continue playing like this, or messing around? You ask these questions. You just said you wanted to talk about work. Is this work? Yes. Evika blinked her curved eyelashes, looked into his deep blue eyes and said, you are the agent of Link Music. The success or failure of Link Music's development has a lot to do with you, and your success or failure has a lot to do with your reputation. After all, you are a top singer, a high quality teenage idol, the representative of the American dream, and the best date in the hearts of girls all over the world. But after you became a playboy, your reputation was greatly damaged, and the media's opinion of you plummeted. After investigation, the marketing department of Universal Music found that your negative news also seriously affected the sales of the album. I discussed with the public relations department and thought that it would be more beneficial for you and the development of Link Music if you had a fixed girlfriend, sorted out the Playboy label, and reshaped your public image. Find a girlfriend? Link touched his chin and thought about her suggestion seriously. Being a playboy has its pros and cons. The advantage is that he doesn't care about the opinions of others and can mess around with the opposite sex casually. At the same time, he can also increase his exposure through scandals. The disadvantage is that he is a representative of the American dream and a teenage idol, and he has a lot of attention among fans. His public image is too shabby, which will arouse the disgust of parents. They are worried that their children will learn bad things from him and refuse to buy his albums. Many female fans are also disappointed with his scumbag behavior and think that he is playing with girls. Another disadvantage is that the good girls around him will think that he is a playboy and they will keep him from getting scumbags because of him. So it's hard to win him back. In addition, having a stable girlfriend means that you won't be too lonely at home. Okay, I'll consider your suggestion and find a stable girlfriend. Are there any suitable candidates? Ivika asked. Link thought about it seriously and repeated the girls around him, but he didn't find any suitable candidates. The first type is actors. As an actor, they have to shoot kissing scenes, intimate scenes and the like. He can't accept his genuine and to shoot such scenes. Most other actors are busy, often staying in the play for several months or half a year, and he hopes to have a companion girlfriend. The second type is singers. The singers around him include Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Miley Cyrus, Adele and others. It's not bad to make friends with them, but it will be troublesome to be a couple. Besides, he doesn't have any attraction to them. There is another type. Most of them have sexy bodies, a lot of free time, and not very smart brains, and they have few common languages. They are more suitable as lovers, and they will be more energetic after being a regular girlfriend for a long time. Do you want me to give it to you? Oh, who? Link asked curiously. Lana. First, she has a good family background, is a famous singer, and has a good image and personality. Second, she admires you very much and will not refuse the Lebanese reinforcement. Third, she is a famous music singer, which has nothing to do with you and can also improve your position. Evika ranked slowly. Link was a little disappointed, thinking that she would recommend herself. Lana is not suitable. She is a singer on Link Music. If I tell her that I'm playing a role in her, she will do the same. In addition, I'm not a dedicated boyfriend. If we have conflicts in life, it will affect the cooperation between the two parties. Link thought about it and shook his head. Evika frowned her beautiful eyebrows. How about Amanda Hurst and Georgia Bloomberg? They come from wealthy families, have good images, cultivation, and knowledge, have few scandals, and have the opportunity to inherit the family business in the future. In addition, they have a good impression of you. If you are willing, I can help you to make connections. It was very unpleasant. Do you want to be prejudiced against girls from wealthy families? Evika pursed her rosy lips, her expression somewhat unhappy. It's not prejudice, it's a generation gap, because I was born in Miami Beach, and they were born in the Upper East Side of New York, with different living environments and different levels of education. There must be a generation gap between us, which is an undeniable fact. Link shrugged and smiled. How about Kim Kardashian? She has a healthy body and does well in hosting and the fashion industry. Kardashian. Link thought of the bombshell woman and shook his head. Kim Kardashian did not meet his aesthetic standards. Her sister Kendall Kardashian was almost the same, but Kendall was not yet an adult, so she was obviously not suitable. Forget it, you don't need to recommend me, I can do this myself. You are too picky. What kind of girlfriend do you want to find? Eva held his eyes and asked dissatisfiedly. Link smiled helplessly. I don't know. I have been dating Taylor for more than a year. In addition to cheating, I think I have done other things, but in the end we still parted unhappily. I'm a little tired. I have been looking for Annie for the time being, and I don't know what kind of woman is more suitable for me. But it's not good for you, or Link Music to continue to have the stigma of a playboy. What do you think of me? Evica suddenly asked. What? I'll be your regular girlfriend. Are you kidding? Link stood up and looked at her cold face. I'm serious. Evica raised her head, looked at her white wrist, and said at the diamond watch, out of my admiration for you, I took the initiative to make this suggestion to you, but my self-esteem does not allow me to bear it for too long. You have 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, I will help you find other candidates. 10. 9 inches wait. Link stared at her for a few seconds and smiled. Don't you think it's too sudden? Although we have known each other for a long time, I don't actually know you. Suddenly we have changed from partners to lovers. I don't know how to deal with the relationship between us. If you don't understand, you can understand it slowly. After we become friends, we are actually a man and a woman to the outside world. We are still partners. As for whether we can become a real couple, it depends on whether we are compatible. Do you mean an agreed couple? Yes, after becoming a couple, I will not interfere in your private life, nor will I care if you cheat, but you must also be careful. You can't be seen by paparazzi, which will affect my reputation, your own reputation, and the stock price of Link Music. Evica said seriously. It sounds interesting. Link looked at her and smiled. I also have a request. If you can accept it, I will agree to be a couple with you by agreement. Say it. While we are a couple in name only, you cannot have ambiguous relationships with other members of the opposite sex. You cannot date other members of the opposite sex, and you cannot have mental affairs, because I'm a man with the strongest possessiveness. Can you do it? No problem. Ivica said without any suspense. I value my career more now, and I'm not interested in men. After becoming your girlfriend, I will never care about anyone of the opposite sex other than you alone. I will fully guarantee your face. If you have any other requirements, you can raise them. Link wanted to date, and after becoming a couple with an agreement, Ivica would not interfere in his private life, but she herself could not date others. This agreement did not seem to do him any harm. If you have no objection, from now on, we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Link looked at her in surprise. He just chatted with her for a while. How could he become her boyfriend? Evica TP's boyfriend? It sounded like he was Taylor Swift's boyfriend, which was even more unreliable. That's settled then. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Evica stood up and said, wait. We just became male friends. Are you leaving now? Of course, we are just a couple by agreement. I have no obligation to sleep with you. Bye. Evica put on her high heels and left the shop without looking back, leaving only a pleasant fragrance. Link looked at her seductive back and suddenly felt like he was in a trap. Chapter 309 Red Rose White Rose. Lana, Link is my boyfriend now. After leaving Baker's store, Evica took out her phone and called her best friend Lana Del Rey, with a charming smile on her lips. Really? Did you confess to him? Lana looked at her on the phone. No. Evica glanced at the people on the beach, nodded at James, stepped on high heels, swayed her charming figure, and walked towards the road while talking on the phone. Miss Evica is gone. Everyone on the beach looked at her figure going away and continued to discuss her relationship with Link. Some said Link was her lover, some said they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and some said they were in a working relationship, arguing endlessly. Everyone asked James if he knew. James shook his fat face. After Evica got in the car, he saw the garbage bag in his hand and trotted into the store. Link, I saw Miss Evica leaving. I know. Aren't you going to see her off? She drove here, so I don't need to see her off. Link sat on the sofa, his arm around her, still thinking about becoming Evika's boyfriend. After breaking up with Taylor, he vowed that he would never find a girlfriend with an IQ over 100. But not long after, he found a girlfriend who was on the list of 30 outstanding female CEOs under 30 by Businessweek and outstanding post-80s business leaders by Forbes magazine. This is really a scar that has forgotten the pain and dug a hole for itself. James took a few gulps of a can of Coke and burped. Everyone is speculating about your relationship with Miss Evika. Some guys said you are Miss Evika's lover. I told them that you are not. You are just colleagues, right? You talk about these. Link shook his head and replied, she is my girlfriend. Burp, how is it possible? She is Miss Evika. How can she be your girlfriend? Are you kidding? James said in shock. Link raised his eyebrows, a little offended by his shock. Is it incredible that she is my disciple? Don't forget that I'm also a billionaire. It's different. Not at all. Miss Evika comes from a wealthy family. I heard that her family has tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. The tallest building in Manhattan Beach, the Temple International Hotel, is hers, and the fourth tallest building in New York is also hers. Her family is truly rich. Although you are also rich, you are only a billionaire and cannot be compared with those wealthy nobles in New York. But now she has become your girlfriend. This is incredible. Just like in the movie, a commoner marries a princess. I'm an Olympic champion, a world boxing champion, a top singer, and the most handsome man in the world. Am I not more than enough to match her? It sounds like it, but she is the eldest daughter of the Temple family and has the right of inheritance. You said before that when you save enough money, you will stay at their hotel for one night, but now you have become her boyfriend. James pinched his arm and clenched his mouth in pain, confirming that this was true. Link shook his head and said that he had nothing to say to this guy and continued to think about becoming a couple with Evika by agreement. The more he thought about it, the less he felt it was. According to Evika, after the couple became lovers, he could mess around without restrictions, but she couldn't. So what was her purpose in doing this? To help him create a good public image? To make Link Music grow and develop? If so, she, the president, hoped that there would be no need to get out. Is there any conspiracy? He thought, and sent a message to Evika on his mobile phone. Do you like me? This question was first raised by Taylor. Taylor said that Evika was also interested in him, and he doubted it. He wanted to ask in front of Evika just now, and he knew how Evika would start. Now asking on the phone would be less embarrassing. I don't hate you, and my father is urging me to get married. I also need a boyfriend, and you are suitable. Okay, I understand. Hearing Evika say this, Link breathed a sigh of relief. He found a regular girlfriend to save his public image, and Evika found a boyfriend to deal with Mr. TP. Both sides help each other, and each gets what they need, and there is no problem. Do you like me? 2 minutes later, Evika sent a message. Link was a little surprised that she would ask this, and at the same time he was thinking about this question. Evika is smart, beautiful, sexy, knowledgeable, capable, and has a good family background. She will be very rich in the future, and can be called a rich and beautiful woman, a real princess. I have known Evika for nearly 2 years, and found that her conduct and personality are good. She has no scandals, and is not bad. She is an excellent woman. Link appreciates her, admires her abilities, and covets her body. As for liking her, because he does not have much time to care about her, when he is with Evika, he does not have the same intimate feeling as when he cares about Taylor. Of course. I see. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. The video leak case will be made public in the verdict on Wednesday. As a condition, you need to attend and accept media interviews. If you have nothing else to do in Miami, we can go back to New York together tomorrow. Okay, you are indeed here to arrange a job for me. Link replied and picked up the phone. James next to him was still muttering. Link, I've read some articles in magazines saying that girls from wealthy families mostly have bad tempers. I think you should be more careful when you care about Miss Evika. Be nicer to her, and don't make her angry. If you can marry her in the future, the entire TP real estate will be yours, and that big hotel will be yours too. Wow, it's incredible to think about it. Link patted his chubby shoulders and came to the door of the small shop. The garbage left on the beach had almost been cleaned up. The only thing left was the messy beach. It only needed to wait for the high tide at night, and the beach would be restored to grass again. Link walked on the beach with his hands in his pockets, letting the sea water cover his feet. Looking at the sunset over the sea, his mind suddenly popped up the scene of practicing guitar with Taylor next to him. For some reason, he took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the beach, and sent it to Taylor. After dancing for 2 minutes and not receiving a reply from Taylor, he took off his clothes and put them on the dock, went into the deep blue sea, and swam a circle. After getting ashore, he received a message from Taylor sent 18 minutes ago on his mobile phone. Taylor, are you in Miami? Link, yes, I just swam a circle in the sea. It felt great. Are you there? Taylor, Nashville. Link, is it in the villa in the suburbs? Where are the irises in the garden with it? Can I take a picture to see? Taylor, no, I bought another apartment in the city. Link remembered that Taylor is also a famous real estate agent in the entertainment industry. She owns more than 10 luxury houses, most of which are priced at more than 10 million yuan. Link, have you finished recording the third album? Taylor, finished. Link, when will it be released? Taylor, the time is yet to be determined. Link, last time you said that the sales of this album will be higher than My the Woman I Love. Do you still think so now? Taylor, of course, my album can be sold to you without hype. Link, you are such an arrogant woman. Taylor, this is confidence. Link smiled lightly and wrote a message. Today Ivaka proposed to become my boyfriend and help me get rid of the stigma of a playboy. I agreed. After more than 10 seconds, Taylor, what does it have to do with me? Why tell me this? Link, I think you should know that she said she would not interfere with my private life, would restrain me to the greatest extent, and at the same time love me wholeheartedly, and would never break up because of a small conflict. Taylor, haha, congratulations on finding a woman who allows you to fool around in the South. Then you can fool around in the South forever. I have to practice the piano. Bye. Link, what's wrong with you? Link sent the message, but the MSN chat interface showed that he was not a friend. He was so angry that he almost crushed his phone. This woman is so hateful. When they broke up, he wrote a song to apologize, admitted his mistakes, and asked for peace again and again, and promised to quit the music scene for her in advance, playing the emotional card loudly. Taylor was indifferent. Before breaking up, the two were alone in Villari for 3 days, and they had sex frequently every day, from morning to night, from evening to morning. With his strong physical strength and endurance, he defeated Taylor again and again, and felt countless times that he had conquered Taylor physically and asked her to leave him. But in the end, he still left. Link had defeated those powerful opponents again and again in the boxing ring and on the Bulletin album charts, and was called the most powerful man in the world. But in the end, he could not conquer a woman. This sense of frustration made it difficult for him to let go. Link sighed and swam in the sea again until he was exhausted. After sleeping in the store for a night, he told James the next day that he had received a temporary job and needed to leave Miami early. James' mood was visibly depressed after hearing this. Link did not comfort him. People live in this life, and no one can accompany anyone forever. Each of them is normal. When they were about to leave, Evika called and asked him to ride his motorcycle to the street in front of the main entrance of the Temple International Hotel to wait for her. They would meet there. Link asked why. Evika did not explain, but just said that she hoped he would do so. Link could only follow her wishes and ride James's scooter through the streets and alleys, rumbling to the towering Temple International Hotel. Just as he was about to call Evika, he saw her coming down the stairs. She was wearing handsome sunglasses, a sky blue waisted silk top, and a black knee-length straight skirt. Her figure was toned and curvy, and her chest and buttocks were heavy and tiring. "Miss Evika, here are your car keys." A waiter in a red shirt brushed his shoulder and walked to Evika with a pair of car keys in both hands. Link was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if Evika was dressed like this when they first met in 2008, and even the plot was the same. "Your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me?" Link smiled. Evika took off her sunglasses, revealing her curved eyelashes and blue-gray eyes, and looked at him with a smile. "Are you my fan?" What do you like about me? A lot. Smart and beautiful, exquisite and dignified. You are also a very visionary business elite and an excellent partner. Link looked at her and said, then are you willing to be her boyfriend? Eva walked to his side and extended her white palm. It's Milner. Link held her hand and kissed the back of her hand. The two took the TP Group's private jet back to New York that day and attended the final court hearing and sentencing of several lawsuits on Wednesday. Since the computer engineer did not post the video online, it was not an infringement of Link's privacy. In the end, he was only sentenced to 14 months of probation by the Theft District Court for the crime of stealing important information. The computer engineer's friend was sentenced to 2 years in prison, returned all illegal income, and publicly apologized to Link and Emma Watson. YouTube, Yahoo, MySpace, Entertainment Online and other platforms spread unauthorized video recordings, infringing Link and Emma Watson's privacy and reputation. Since the legal teams of several companies are also relatively strong, it will cost more to continue to fight. After several negotiations, the two sides reached a settlement, and several companies compensated Link and Emma Watson $13.5 million, including settling the video subscription service fees of several platforms. The British police also caught a paparazzi who secretly filmed the video. During the game, the other party secretly hid in the locker room, wanting to see if Link was dating other women backstage. As a result, he really waited for it and filmed a video of Link kissing Emma Watson. In the end, he was going to expose this video, but if the secretly filmed video spread, it would cause a series of legal problems, and the money earned would not be enough to compensate. Later, at the suggestion of his companions, he filmed a passionate video and sold it to Kent, an entertainment reporter from The Sun, for £100,000. How did the video later spread to the United States? He and Muslims are one of the reasons. After more than a month of investigation, the British court declared that the paparazzi was sentenced to 60 days in prison, a fine of £100,000, and a public apology for violating the privacy rights of celebrities and defamation. Kent, a reporter from The Sun, was sentenced to 14 months in prison and a limited fine of £1.2 million for commercial fraud. The Revelation video series of cases ended, and Link and Emma Watson received a total of $18.6 million in compensation. In a public interview outside the court, Link publicly announced that all the compensation would be donated to the newly established Link Global Charity Foundation. The foundation aims to help all professional athletes who have fallen back into poverty due to injuries, equipped with countries, equipped with genders, equipped with sports, and all eligible retired athletes will enjoy funding from the Link Global Charity Foundation after their applications are approved. The funding includes treatment of injuries, poverty, help in finding jobs, etc. Emma Watson also announced in the interview that all the compensation would be donated to the Link Global Charity Foundation. Link and Emma's generous donations attracted media reports from all over the world, and the reputation damaged by the video was restored to some extent. Chapter 310 I'm such a warm man. I really admire you. In the early morning, at dawn, on 5th Avenue outside New York's Central Park, Link, wearing a yellow mosaic sports suit, hurried into the bus stop on the side of the road and looked up at the sky. It was raining again in New York. The heavy rain splashed on the raincoat, and the surface of the street was misty, completely submerging the New York City Museum building opposite in the dim mist. Although June is often the rainy season in New York, it will rain. But when I looked at the weather forecast last night, the beautiful host named Evelyn twisted her sexy hips and said that there would only be light rain in Manhattan, New York today. But based on the rainfall in front of me, the lowest rainfall was 10 millimeters, which was a heavy rain, not a light rain at all. Link shook the rain off his hair, sat on the bench at the bus stop, holding a banana lollipop in his mouth, looked around, and didn't see any homeless people. Because it was still early in the morning, there were not many pedestrians on the road, only cars coming and going from the south and north. Facing the fine rain curtain, accelerating towards the central district of the train in the south, or towards the Bronx in the north. Link leaned on the bench, quietly listening to the sound of rain, horns, and the tearing and ripping sounds of tires sticking to the wet road. The world was noisy, but at this moment he was quiet. In the past few days, he was busy attending court trials, holding press conferences, Column links to charity foundations, holding event ceremonies, and holding victory celebrations. Day and night, he shuttled to various cocktail parties and gatherings. Evoca and all kinds of people were busy every day. I got up early today and prepared to run around Central Park. Unfortunately, the Emperor's business was not halfway through when it rained. Today's morning jogging plan will be ruined. He was teasing himself in the heavy rain. A tall and agile figure stepped on the wet street, shielding his forehead with his palm, and rushed under the awning of the bus stop. Link saw that the other person was a girl with a good figure, so he took a closer look. She was wearing Nike running shoes, over 170 centimeters tall, with a thin waist and long legs. Although her figure was not as voluptuous as Ika's, she was also well proportioned and looked like she worked out regularly. She had fair skin, brown hair tied into a serious ponytail, and was in her early 20s, with obvious Italian-American mixed-race features. The girl also noticed him, put down her hands, looked at her with a pair of big blue eyes, blinked, and some unexpected expressions appeared on her face. Link was also surprised to see those big eyes. These eyes had a very wide range of vision, which he had only seen in movies before. Then his eyes tilted and fell on the other person's chest, and the result was fine. It can be basically confirmed that the other person is Alexandra Daddario, the heroine of the movies Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D and Baywatch, and the famous actress who performed nude in the hit TV series True Detective Season 1. She is also one of the famous Hollywood vase actors, and netizens call her the most beautiful breasts in Hollywood. The other person had not debuted for long at this time, and several representative works had not yet been released. At this stage, he is just a third-tier actor who can be controlled and emerge. Lynn Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, Megan Fox and other world-famous big vases. You are Mr. Link Baker? The lady asked with her unique big eyes. Hello, Mr. Dario, I have seen your movie too. Link took out the lollipop in his mouth and stretched out his hand to shake the other party. Mr. Baker, do you know me? This is too unexpected. Daddario said in surprise, covering his lie. Your eyes are beautiful. Once you have seen them, you will never forget them. Link praised quickly. Thank you. Daddario smiled slightly, raised his hand to brush the wet hair beside his ear, looked at the rain outside and said, Mr. Baker, why are you here? I mean, why are you on 5th Avenue so early? Link shrugged and told the other party that he lived in the Yorkville apartment on East 80th Street. He came to participate in the morning run, but unfortunately encountered heavy rain and was sealed under the bus stop. Daddario smiled and said what a coincidence. She lived in the Brisbane apartment center on East 103rd Street. She also came here for a run and was driven here by the heavy rain. The Brisbane apartment center and Yorkville apartments are both in the Upper East Side, separated by 3 blocks. There are more wealthy people living there than in Yorkville. From this point of view, the other party's family is well off. Link invited her to sit down and asked her what movie she was filming recently. Daddario said that she played the leading role in a small budget horror film called Shadow of Death. Link looked at her big eyes and thought that when she was filming horror movies, she only opened her eyes slightly and had a terrified expression. She was really suitable for horror movies. Daddario said that he saw the news of just now on TV. The video leak case was closed and congratulated him for suing the case. Link said thank you. Although he won the case and received a large amount of compensation, his reputation was greatly affected, and he also lost Taylor. It was not worth it. Alex, do you like rain? Link asked suddenly while looking at the rain curtain. Daddario turned his head to look outside the awning, blinked his big eyes, then looked back at him and smiled. This is originally a mood. Today's rain looks good. Link smiled gently. I don't like the rain in Miami. Miami often rains, with strong winds and heavy rains. Sometimes it rains for many days, and the air becomes hot and humid. It's very uncomfortable to stay in Brazil. It's not good to rain in Los Angeles either. The rainfall is too small, which is almost the same as no rain. New York is very good when it rains. The streets are well drained. The tall buildings are looming in the rain, just like Gotham City in the movie. If you stay at home or on the street at this time, it will feel better to watch the rain and chat with someone. It sounds really great. The Dario looked at him unexpectedly and saw his handsome and fair profile with a hint of melancholy between his eyebrows, like the male protagonist in an art film. She couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The Dario saw that he was a big star, and he took out a lollipop from his pocket, which was very interesting. She didn't refuse, but took it and shook his hand, looking out of the awning. I heard Link say that he likes to write songs on rainy days. Sitting in front of the French window and looking at the heavy rain outside, he would get more inspiration. The Dario listened to his description and thought of him sitting in front of the piano, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, playing everything you need and someone you loved. This situation must be very beautiful. Alas. The Dario covered her nose. She came out of the morning run. She was only wearing a sports vest. After being wet by the rain, her body surface temperature dropped sharply. After sitting in the awning for a while, she felt a little cold. A piece of clothing can't help you. It doesn't matter, as long as it's a little cool. The Dario said, stroking his fair arms. She was only wearing a white sports bra, which was half wet by the rain, and her heavy chest was obviously exposed to the air. Her slender arms and delicate collarbones were also exposed to the air. Maybe because it was too cold, her fair skin turned cold white, as smooth as marble, and the coolness on her skin could be felt without touching it. Crack. There was a muffled thunder in the foggy sky. Only a dozen seconds later, the rain outside became more intense. A gust of wind blew in from the south, mixed with cold rain, and blew under the awning, falling on Link and Dario. The Dario shuddered and rubbed his shoulders with his arms. Would you feel offended if I put my arm around your shoulders? Link said, spreading his hands. The Dario was stunned and said subconsciously, no. Then I can lend you some warmth. Link smiled slightly and put his arm around her shoulders. Her skin was cool, with a smooth and delicate touch, and her breath was also very pleasant. However, Link just put his palm on her shoulder and did not move around casually. And Dario leaned in his arms, feeling a little dizzy. His palms were very hot, his arms were also warm, his shoulders were against his chest, and he could be close to his cut, which made him feel very safe. The native clothes he was wearing were also very charming. The Dario did not resist this hug. They had just met for less than 10 minutes and said a few words, and it felt very strange to just put their arms around her shoulders. Fortunately, Link just put his arm around her shoulders and let her lean on his arms. There was no rude movement. The Dario was relieved and felt that Link was very gentleman. Link looked at the heavy rain and asked her what sports she liked. The Dario said yoga and occasionally playing tennis. Link said that he also liked playing tennis and asked her to play tennis at the open air court in Central Park another day. The Dario agreed. Beep. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the M86 finally arrived. Link pulled the Dario into the car together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 I Kissed a Girl. There is no air conditioning in the M86 station, but the temperature is more than 10 degrees higher than outside. After entering the station, you can feel a warm atmosphere. Because it is an early subway, there are not many people. Link's baseball cap is sitting in an empty seat in the front row of the second floor of the bus. Here is the best view. You can see the heavy rain outside the window and the buildings lost in the rain. The Dario is sitting next to him, shoulder to shoulder. Link's shoulder seems to be always hot, while her shoulder is as cold as a stone. The Dario heard that people with intense physical activity have fast blood flow and a higher heart rate than normal people. People like Link must be very intense. Thank you. I'll buy you a coffee next time. The Dario said. She only brought a music player with her, nothing else. Link bought her ticket when she got on the bus. Don't you check the weather forecast when you go out for a run? Link said to the girl next to him. The Dario stroked the wet hair on his forehead and smiled. I don't go out for exercise often. I got up early today and saw that it was foggy outside the window. It seemed like it was going to rain. I thought it would be fun to exercise in the light rain, so I just took my music player with me and went out. I didn't expect it to rain so heavily in the middle of the trip. I looked at the weather forecast, and it said that there would be light to moderate rain today, but it turned out to be wrong. Link sat lazily on us, looking at the city wet by the rain. It was cool, but a little cleaner. It would be better if it rained heavily in Paris. Last month, I was in Paris shooting a new movie directed by Woody Allen. He said that Paris was the most beautiful after the rain. We planned to set several scenes in the rain. Unfortunately, it didn't rain for more than a month. Director Woody Allen was very disappointed and had to modify the script in the end. Is it Midnight in Paris? I've seen the news about that movie project. The sister film of Midnight in Paris must be a great movie as well. Daddario said, yes, it's a very artistic film. In order to play the leading role, I practiced for a long time and almost couldn't get out of the play. You are amazing. You are the world boxing champion, sing so beautifully, and act so well. I can't do well as an actor. Sometimes I feel so stupid. Daddario pouted slightly and uploaded. Link smiled slightly and found that when she puffed up her face, she was somewhat similar to Selena, but her face shape was more mature, unlike Selena's eternal baby face. So cute. Are you satisfied with your life now? Not bad. Daddario thought for a moment and said, my family supports my acting career. Every time they see me play a small role, they cheer and celebrate happily, just like I won an Olympic gold medal. They are happy to love me, and I love them too. Yes, I'm very satisfied. Link said, it sounds really good. You are luckier than me. Although I have a lot of halos and honors, no matter where I go, I will be sought after by the media and fans, and regarded as the focus of the world. When I return home, or in the room, there is no one else but me. There is no one to share my happy things with. I feel like I have been abandoned by the whole world. So the life you have now is truly enviable. Daddario turned her head to look at him, and found that the melancholy between his brows became even stronger. Her heart trembled, and she wanted to reach out and give him a hug to help him get rid of the coldness in his heart. But she didn't have the courage. She reached out and brushed the hair by her ear, shrugged and said, I'm not that envious. I really want to make an art film. I've tried once, but the casting director said that my eyes are serious, and it's easy to get out of character in art films. They also said that my acting skills are average. Well, I haven't acted in a stage play, nor have I received professional acting training. My acting skills are indeed not as good as those of Broadway actors. But I also work very hard. Every time I get a role, I will study it very seriously. In my spare time, I will go to the nearby acting school for tutoring. As a result, when I went to audition, they still didn't want to give it to me, which pissed me off. Link smiled lightly and heard the girl continue, and my parents, although they support me to be an actor, they often urge me to fall in love and get married early, saying that it's not contradictory to get married first and then become an actor, but I know that's not the case at all. In other words, once a woman gets married and has children, her time is no longer her own. It's almost impossible to continue to act, so my life is also a mess. It does sound a bit troublesome, so are you comparing misery? Yes, I want it. Daddario covered his mouth and smiled. He was also surprised that he could tell his true feelings to a boy whom he had only known for less than half an hour. But it felt good to say it out. Link's song Someone You Loved appeared on the speakers. I'm about to collapse. This time I want to sink and fall. I'm worried that no one will come to save me. I'm also worried that no one will rescue me. There is really a way to drive all this or nothing. I'm crazy. This love of success or failure makes me gradually lose my mind. I need someone to heal me. I need someone to heal me. I need someone to know. Someone to talk to. Someone to accompany. Someone to hold me. You sing so well. I also have this song in my music player. It's very suitable for listening to on rainy days. Daddario exclaimed while listening to the music. Link also listened to the songs on the speakers. In the past, listening to his own songs was like watching his own movies in a cinema. He would unconsciously compare with the original singer and feel detached from the world. Later, he gradually got used to it. Listening to his own songs from a professional perspective, he found that he sang very well. Whether it was the environment, voice, or emotional expression, it was not inferior to the original singer. This song Someone You Loved is a song released by British singer Lewis Capaldi in 2018 and was nominated for the Grammy Award for Song of the Year. It is also the only sad love song in Link's third solo. It topped the UK singles chart top 40 in the first week of its release, and also rushed to the second and third place on the Billboard singles chart, pioneering Everything You Need and Girls Like You. Later, he broke up with Taylor. Under the hype of the media, this song ranked in the top 3 of the singles chart for 5 consecutive weeks, and is still in the top 10 now, and its popularity remains high. Some media joked that he released it too early, and if he kept it for the next album, it would definitely be a champion single. Link, I also like your song Love Is Gone. I have watched that video 10 times. Daddario said, pointing his slender fingers. Are you my fan? First of all, you're a boxing fan. My father and brother are all your boxing fans. They say you're very good. They've watched all your boxing matches live, and also watched your matches at Madison Square Garden. I've watched them several times, and then I heard you sing, and I found your songs are great, and I fell in love with your songs. So, Idol, can you sign an autograph? Daddario stretched out her white and tender palm, and handed it to him. Link smiled slightly, and wrote his name on her palm with his index finger, and then wrote Beautiful Alexandra. Daddario took back his hand and clenched it into a fist to thank him. After playing his song, the Boston speakers unexpectedly played Taylor's Love Story. Although both songs are about love, one is sad and low, and the other is I've also listened to Taylor's song. I think you two are very talented and very compatible. It's a pity to separate. Daddario. I think so too, but she doesn't think so. Link spread his hands and said, I heard it's because you're too fickle. Is that true? Daddario blinked his big blue eyes, with curiosity on his round face that looked a bit like Selena. Link smiled helplessly. It's true. Don't you think I'm a bad man? Daddario thought for a while. I like your boxing, your songs, and I admire you very much. Although your fickleness is a bit disappointing, I think you're more real like this. If you were so good, so loyal, and had no flaws, it would feel like you were pretending. You fans are so difficult to deal with. I'm not fickle, but you think I'm pretending. I'm fickle, but you call me a scumbag. So what should I do? Link covered his forehead with his hands, in a very seaside posture. Haha. Daddario covered his mouth and laughed, looking at his face sideways and said, Link, actually I'm still a little bit unbelievable this morning. I came out for a run, and accidentally met you on the road, and we chatted together. It's incredible. Link smiled slightly, and the girl became more lush after getting familiar with her. I also find it incredible. Last time I took shelter there, I met a homeless man. Today I met a beautiful girl like you. It feels very good and wonderful. This may be a kind of score. Link looked at Daddario and explained the meaning of relationship score. Daddario's eye contact with him, looking at his deep and clear blue eyes, the smell of his handsome and fair face, and the pleasant smell coming from him, made her heart beat wildly. She blinked her long eyelashes, opened her arms, and looked at the heavy rain outside the window again. The station drove to the elevator. The speed was a little faster, and the rain outside seemed to be heavier. Is it still cold? Do you want me to lend you some more warmth? Link took the elevator. Then I'll buy you 2 cups of coffee. Daddario leaned his shoulder towards him. Deal. Link stretched out his hand to hold her shoulders and gently rubbed her arms up and down. It was still a cold and smooth touch, and it could also act on the tenderness and elasticity of the skin when rubbing. Daddario felt a current flowing from her shoulders to her whole body, and her body consciously moved closer to his arms. Link put his arm around the girl's shoulders, looking at the thick rain outside the window, the car speeding in the rain, the hazy neon lights, and the ventilated city, and thought of a song. Alex, I wrote a new song recently. Do you want to listen to it? I'm suddenly very happy. Daddario nodded. Link recalled the lyrics, and hummed the famous sad love song Let She Go Softly. Well, you only need the light when it burns. Only when it is dim do you miss the light. Only when it snows do you miss the sun. Only when it is icy and snowy do you miss the warmth of the sun. Only after letting go do you know true love. Only after letting go do you know true love. When you are in a bad mood, Dario quietly listens to him singing, hears his gentle voice, and the moving lyrics, as if there is a brush tickling in your ears, so comfortable that it makes people addicted. She looked up at him, and saw the melancholy and sadness on his face, and couldn't help but hug his arms, trying to comfort him in this way. Because love comes slowly and goes quickly. Cruelty okay, you'll see her when you fall asleep today. You can only meet her in your dreams, but never touch, and never continue. Link sang it once, lowered his head, and looked at the girl next to him. Does it sound good? It sounds good, but it's too sad. Dario was infected with a touch in his big blue eyes, making her eyes more charming. Maybe it's because of my mood. I can only write songs like this recently. Link shrugged. Are all songs written for Taylor? Dario asked softly. Now a few songs are. Then you must love her very much. Yes, it's my fault for being too fickle. Don't lose her by accident. Don't be sad, a good boy. Like you will definitely find a better girl who is more suitable for you in the future. Dario looked at him seriously. Link also looked into her intoxicating blue eyes. Dario also looked at him without blinking, and kissed her pink lips. Link lowered his head and approached her, looking at her profile so close, and asked softly, Alex, you are so beautiful, can I kiss you? Dario's eyelashes trembled. He closed his big eyes, and leaned his beautiful face against his arms. Link hugged the girl, and kissed her soft lips deeply. It was still raining outside the window, and the fine rain shrouded the glass. A few people in the back row of the second floor went up, and saw the young man and woman kissing passionately in front of them, with envious eyes. The men envied the kissing boy more. Although they could see the girl's profile clearly, they could see her slender and round back, slender and white waist, vertically expanded chest, and her long brown chestnut hair from the side. The side face, that was faintly visible under the light, was also white and delicate. No matter from which side you look at it, she is an amazing girl. It's a pity that the person who kissed her was not him. The men stared at the hat-wearing thief Link, and some took out their mobile phones. Ding ding. We have arrived at the 103rd Street stop. Please prepare to get off the train in advance, if you wish to. Chapter 312. A girl in the classroom. Boom. The station slowed down, and stopped at the 80th Street stop. Link got out of the car. It was still raining, but the rain was much lighter. He went to the Costco supermarket on the corner, and bought a bunch of tulips, a box of freshly baked cheese pizza, and some fresh vegetables and fruits. He returned to his Yorkville apartment. After confirming his relationship with Evika, the two talked about accommodation several times. The first was whether to live together. Everyone agreed that they should live together. Link likes to be lively, and has many people at home, so he won't be so lonely. In addition, living with Evika is very pleasant to watch every day, even if they can't sleep together. Evika's opinion is that living together is convenient for talking about work and getting to know each other. The second question is where to live. He and Evika both have houses in New York. Her apartment is located in the Woolworth building, also known as the Billionaire building. It faces the most prosperous commercial district of the building. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the apartment, you can see the wall and the Hudson River. The most prosperous area in New York is the back garden of the work. The location and scenery are top-notch. This apartment was sold for $22 million in 2003. It is also not available now, even if you have money. Link went to the apartment and saw that the decoration inside was very luxurious and filled with many artworks, like an art palace. There were housekeepers, cleaners, chefs, security guards, florists, etc. next door. The conditions were very high, and living there was like living in a noble castle. But for Link, he felt restrained in that place. This restraint had nothing to do with his net worth, but was just a living habit that could not be changed for the time being. He also wanted Evika to move to Yorkville apartment, but the room in Prague apartment was too small to accommodate her many clothes, shoes, bags, and accessories. After discussion, Link proposed to buy a villa in the wealthy area of Central Park as a place for compatriots to live together. Of course, he paid for it, and he was not short of money to buy real estate. Evika agreed and gave priority to helping him look at houses and choose a top luxury house for him. Looking for a suitable property before the villa was bought, he would live here first, or he could live with Evika, all depending on his wishes. the apartment door and the crystal chandelier in the casino lit up, and the whole apartment became bright. In fact, the decoration of his apartment can be called luxurious. There are all kinds of Italian luxury furniture, solid wood floors, Swarovski crystal lamps, and 500 pieces of high-end custom wallpaper per square meter. Turkish handmade wool scene. There are also many oil paintings and sculptures in the study and living room. Although they are not handicrafts, they are all genuine products that cost more than several thousand yuan. After arriving at the 6 apartments last year, he planned to make this a love nest with Taylor. He spent more than 800,000 yuan on decoration and reserved a baby room, but there was no baby room. Thinking about it makes me angry. Link spread the yellow paper bag and went to the kitchen. He sorted the new things he bought into the refrigerator, filled the empty fruit plate, and separated the tulips into several vases on the counter. Ding ding dong, the mobile phone on the counter rang. It was Eva calling. Eva, what's wrong? Link held the phone and wiped the water stains on the counter with a rag. Has Emma Watson not left yet? Evika asked in a light voice. No, she's back to the crew to film in the afternoon and will probably leave before noon. Come to Woolworth apartment in the afternoon. I bought some seafood and plan to cook in the apartment. What do you think? Do you want me to cook? Yes, I have learned to cook, but not often. I want to give it a try. It sounds good. Link smiled lightly and told Evika that some of his people would go to the company in the afternoon and the other party would meet up nearby. Evika agreed and asked him to be careful when sending Emma away so as not to be photographed by paparazzi. Emma Watson recently filmed Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 1, in the United States. The filming of this movie started in February and was produced in the UK and the United States. It was filmed in the UK in March and April. In May, Emma moved to the United States with the crew and went to Paris to hang out with him for 2 days. In the past few days, the verdict of the video target case was announced, and Emma also took leave to come to New York to attend press conferences, celebrations, etc. After the cocktail party, she quietly came to his apartment with him. Evika also knew about this, but she had never understood it. Now that she was mentioned, he felt something strange in his heart. Putting down his phone, Link came to the bedroom, turned on the corner lamp at the head of the bed, and curled up under the blanket on the big bed, curling up a petite figure. Emma, are you going to get up? If you get up later, I'll cook later. Link shouted. Emma Watson blinked her curved eyelashes, stared at him for 2 seconds, and suddenly pulled up her pajamas to cover half of her face. Don't look, I'm not wearing makeup. It doesn't matter, I've seen your bare face. Very beautiful. Link pinched her cheek. Emma Watson is only 20 years old, with fair and tender skin and a delicate face, but there are a few brown freckles on both sides of her nose, which is not so perfect, and the rest is pretty good. Petite figure, tender skin, with her British lady temperament, obviously different from American beauties such as Anne Hathaway and Megan Fox, a different type of beauty, which is also her feature. Go out, I want to put on clothes, Emma said, hiding in the carpet. Okay. After making breakfast, Emma also finished washing up and walked into the restaurant from outside. She was wearing a blue dress, which matched her delicate collarbone and white arms. Her long golden brown hair had just been cleaned, and it was a little fluffy, which also made her cheeks smaller, only the size of a palm. It smells good. These are all made by you. There are cheese and ham pizza, fruit salad, 2 servings of seafood soup, and bread and fried, all coated with wonderful eggs. Except for pizza. Are they all mine? Maid, try it. Link wrote on the tray. Emma tasted the seafood soup, nodded her chin, and wrote a delicious one. Link handed her a piece of bread and syrup. The two talked while eating. Emma asked him if he and Taylor really broke up. Link said yes. Emma asked him if he was really surprised that she took the initiative to kiss him in the dressing room at first, which led to their breakup. Link said that it was not his fault for breaking up with Taylor. It was because he could not control his lower body, and it had little to do with Emma. The video was at most the fuse. Emma asked him what his relationship with Evika was. Link told her directly that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. During the court trial in the past few days, he and Evika often went in and out together. Although it has not been officially announced, some media are currently speculating that they are in a relationship. Emma felt a little disappointed after hearing this. Link did not comfort her and asked about her recent work arrangements. Emma said that, after filming Harry Potter, she was ready to enter Hollywood and develop in the United States in the future. Recently, she also took on an art film called The Perks of Being a Wallflower, directed by Steven Chbosky, the director of Rent. One of the roles is very suitable for him, so he asked him if he would like to try and work together once. Link thought about it and was not impressed by the script, but he did not refuse. He said he would read the script before making a decision. While eating breakfast, Emma's assistant called and said that he would come to pick her up in a day and asked her to prepare in advance. Emma was very reluctant to leave when she heard that she was leaving now and said she wanted to come again. Link did not let her down. He held her to do an aerobic exercise in the restaurant. He would also release the firepower accumulated in freight completely. During the exercise, he told Emma that he was not a good man. He was a real playboy who kept cheating, even though he had Annie. But she was a good girl and should have her own life. It would not be good for her to continue to entangle with him. Emma leaned in his arms and said she didn't care. Last year, she also tried to persuade other boys. But when getting along with those people, the club was willing to compare them with him. She found that the gap between those people and him was greater than the gap between humans and apes. They were boring and tedious. She wanted to continue to persuade him, and being lovers was also fine. Link felt somewhat proud when he heard her words, but when he thought of another woman, that feeling instantly disappeared, and the anger in his body was about to burst out. Chapter 313 Light Heavyweight Tournament. Who are you thinking about? No one. Don't lie to me. I can see that you were pushing harder when you were in a trance. It's Taylor. Sorry. It's okay. I don't care. You're thinking about her again, right? I can feel it. You're such a annoying little goblin. Your companions are coming. It's time to take a shower and change clothes. No, I want to stay with you. After suddenly sending Emma away, Link drove to the main event boxing training ground to practice boxing. While practicing boxing, Franco came over and discussed with him about moving up to the light heavyweight division. According to his next plan, there are currently 4 masters in this field: WBA light heavyweight champion Berat Shumanov, WBC boxing champion Bernard Hopkins, IBF champion Chad Dawson, and WBO champion Nathan Cleverly. Among the 4 champions, there is an acquaintance, Executioner Hopkins. Hopkins is 45 years old this year, but he is still strong. He debuted in 1988 and was originally a middleweight boxer. In 1995, he became the IBF middleweight world champion and successfully defended the organization's championship for 9 consecutive years. In 2005, he became the middleweight champion of the 4 major organizations WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF. In 2006, he was promoted to super middleweight and lightweight. After defeating the champion challenger Enrique Ornelas last year, he won the vacant WBC lightweight champion. His strength is very good. Thanks to Link's status as a famous champion, after being promoted to the light heavyweight, he no longer needs to play qualifying matches to compete for the title challenger qualification. He can directly declare war on several champions through the arrangement of the packaging company. Franco told him that he had sent challenge invitations to the cooperation companies and boxing organizations of the 4 champions. For the time being, only WBA champion Berat Shumanov accepted the challenge, and the cooperation companies of the remaining 3 champions have not yet responded. Crack Company will continue to coordinate to ensure that everything goes well for his competition in the lightweight field next year. Link has some expectations for the lightweight competition. First, the opponents in the lightweight field are stronger, and the competition chromosomes are stronger and more difficult. Defeating strong opponents will improve your genes more. Second, after entering the light heavyweight class, the weight can grow to 80 kilograms. With his current height and weight, he is 76 kilograms obese, and then 7 or 8 kilograms are removed. The removal of various parts of the body will make it stronger and look more courageous. In addition, in terms of diet, it is not too strict to control it. You can relax a little and eat more meat. Third, the light heavyweight competition receives more attention. In the field of boxing, the heavyweight competition is the hottest and the market is the most unstable, followed by the light heavyweight. Compared with the first two, the super middleweight is just an edge level. Before Link, the super middleweight competition did not receive as much attention as the middleweight, lightweight, and super middleweight, which also led to few boxing stars in this field and low PPV income. This is also one of the reasons why Link's prize money in the last two games was only more than 20 million, and he could not get 30 or 40 million. Simply put, the upper limit of the super middleweight is relatively low. In order to become a world-renowned super boxing champion, on par with Tyson, Ali and others, he must jump out of his comfort zone, go to a higher field to meet stronger opponents, and win more attention. If he succeeds, he will earn more money in each game. The above are the advantages. There are disadvantages too. There are more lightweight masters. If you are defeated by your opponent in the game, the loss will be great. Speaking of lightweight games, Franco talked about another thing. Due to the rapid development of dynasty promotions in the past 2 years, its shining net income is higher than that of large boxing sports companies such as Top Promotions, Major Events, and Arena Promotions, which has attracted the attention of investors. Now all financial institutions engaged in sports project investment want to invest in dynasty promotions, and they value dynasty promotions between 250 million and 300 million. Franco asked him if he wanted to accept the financing. The benefit of accepting is that the company has more funds to use in publicity and promotion, brand marketing and channel expansion, making Link more famous worldwide, with higher market share and PPV income. Tyson was able to become famous all over the world at that time, firstly because he was strong enough, and secondly because Don King Promotions and the American media behind him were very successful in publicity. With the extra funds, Dynasty Promotion can also sign and train more professional boxers. At that time, the company will not have to rely on him alone to lead, and the development will be more stable. The disadvantage is that Link's shares in Dynasty Promotion will be diverted, and there will be conflicts within the company in the future. This is not a big problem for Link. He owns 30% of Dynasty shares, about 30 to 40 million. After the financing, the main source of income for Dynasty Promotion is his boxing match income. No matter who manages the company, it will not shake his core position in the team. If the decision of the financial manager harms his interests, he has every right to demand stricter requirements. If the cooperation is unpleasant, he can terminate the contract in advance. When he first signed the contract, the penalty for breach of contract between him and Dynasty Promotion was 3 times the signing fee, about 24 million. This amount of money is nothing to him. Link told Franco that everything was up to him. In any case, Franco expressed his gratitude. Link also discussed with Franco that in the future, in addition to signing boxers, Dynasty Promotion can also sign athletes in football, basketball, and body shape. Only by supporting development can Dynasty Promotion go further. In this regard, the competitive sports room in the same field has done well. In addition to boxing, they have also signed contracts for niche projects such as tennis, badminton, and ice hockey. Franco said he would consider it. After sending Franco away, Link continued to practice boxing. In the middle, Mario came to harass him and said that he wanted to practice with him to see how long he could last in his hands and whether he had made any progress. Link did not agree. After Mario turned to professional boxing last year, he won several consecutive victories at the beginning. Later, he participated in the WBC Light Heavyweight American Boxing Championship competition and was eliminated in the second round of the preliminary round. His current professional record is 6 wins and 3 losses in 9 games, and his performance is mediocre, a little worse than Reggie. Link, you don't fight with me. Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent? Mario was bulging his big belly and had a dark expression. Yes, you are not worthy. Mario's eyes were twitched, and he wanted to get angry, but he thought that this guy was no longer the little boxer in the past, but a billionaire, a big star, and a super boxing champion. He rubbed his big nose and asked unhappily, why? Link glanced at him. took the water bottle and sprinkled it on his hot body from the top of his head, wiped his chest muscles with a towel. If you know whether you have made progress or not, just go and hit the punch weight tester. If the punch weight increases, it means you have improved, and vice versa. What am I fighting for? My technique. Don't talk about technique when you are boxing. This is boxing. Technique without the blessing of punch weight is just a paper tiger. If you want to continue to fight in the boxing world, just train honestly like an old professional. Don't focus on becoming an overpass sensation. If you don't want to fight anymore, just go back to Miami and inherit the family business. It turns out that your family is not short of money. Link said. Mario's family has a cattle farm and a beef processing plant. It is one of the largest beef suppliers in Beach County, with a market value of 7 or 8 million. He is also a rich second generation for free. No, I want to box. My goal is to become the world champion in the light heavyweight class, or at least the world champion of a small organization. Mario clenched his fists and said confidently, but in the blink of an eye he drooped his shoulders and said, but the key to professional boxing is that it is very difficult to win a game. Sometimes I try my best and my face is swollen, but I still can't win. What can I do? I'm not like you. After practicing for a year, my punches weigh more than 50 pounds. This is too exaggerated. Who can compare? Mario wrinkled his face full of flesh, and his expression became very aggrieved. Link shook his head and reported, a person who tried his best and lost the game will never complain here like you. They just bury their heads in hard training, strive to improve their strength, and strive to turn defeat into victory in the next game. Go train. Keep training. Your fists and body will not let you down. If you don't believe me, go to retreat and train for half a year and then participate in the competition after half a year. If you lose, come to me. Okay, this is what you said. If you lose, you must train. Don't forget that I'm your first sparring partner, not Morales. Mario clenched his fists and hammered his chest. Link put on boxing gloves and continued to fight against sparring partner Curry. After the training, he came to the punch weight tester alone to test the current punch weight. Last June, he tested it once. After 10 consecutive punches, his right punch weighed 1,610 pounds and his left punch weighed 1,440 pounds. A year later, he tested it again. His right punch weighed 1,640 pounds and his left punch weighed 1,480 pounds. Although both have increased, the rapid progress in the second half of 2008 was not much. In addition to the current punch weight, he does not have much advantage in the field of light heavyweight. Strengthen technical training and use technology to make up for the lack of punch weight. Chapter 314 3 Presidential Invitations. Will you go out for a morning run tomorrow? While changing in the locker room, he turned on his phone and saw a text message from Alexandra Daddario. Yes, if there is no hail tomorrow. Link replied. While he was putting on his pants, the girl quickly replied, I want to run too. Let's meet at the museum bus stop at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, how about seeing you there? The girl also replied with a message saying see you there. When he left the boxing ring at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky in New York had cleared up. The sun shone on the streets of Brooklyn. The high-rise buildings looked brand new, and the leaves of the cedars and sycamores on the roadside were sparse and green. Not long after he got on the road, he received a call from Paris, France. The person who intervened and spoke was Frank Allera, the assistant of director Woody Allen. Frank asked him on Wednesday that he didn't have time. The weather forecast said that it would rain in Paris in the next 2 days. Director Allen was going to change the scenes that had been changed back to the original setting and try to make the movie perfect without any regrets. Link was helpless. To redeem himself meant that he had to go to Paris again and accept the persecution of that old man Woody Allen. He had just broken up with his girlfriend some time ago and was already in a bad mood. When he was filming in the crew, Allen was doing poor every day and he almost became depressed. He really didn't want to go back. He looked at his schedule. In recent days, his main work was boxing training, rehearsal for the tour, and shooting commercials. There was a boxing match on Sunday, and he could fly to Paris on Wednesday and Thursday. He asked Frank if he could finish the filming before Friday. If not, the crew had better find another time, because the date of the boxing match had been set, and it was inconvenient. Frank said he needed to ask director Allen. Link heard the conversation between Frank and director Allen through the receiver. The director said it could be done, as long as Link's performance was not too bad, and it would be done in one day. Link was unhappy to hear that. Although his acting skills were not as good as those of the old actors, they were also good among his peers. Even Marion Cotillard and Jennifer Lawrence praised his acting skills, saying that he had great control over his macro expressions and emotions, and was very talented in acting. Every time he arrived at the crew, director Woody Allen could always find some problems with him to exploit and undermine his self-confidence. Link was numb and finally too lazy to argue with him. Say okay, I'll be there on time. Link hung up the phone and drove to the office of Link Music Company in Iceland. He told Anna that he was going to Paris to film on Wednesday and Thursday and asked her to make work arrangements in advance. Anna told him that Catherine had sent 3 proposals and an audition invitation. The 3 proposals were The Green Hornet, Warrior and In Time. The Green Hornet is a remake of Bruce Lee's work in the 1960s. It tells the story of a rich second-generation white man and a Japanese kung fu master Kato, who are chivalrous. The second male lead seems to be Jay Chou. It's a bad movie, don't consider it. Warrior tells the story of a pair of brothers who participate in a free fighting competition. They meet in the boxing ring and fight for their respective goals. Although this movie is about free fighting and the 2 brothers fight on the stage, the core of the story is similar to The Fighter, which talks about family, faith, friendship, honor, etc. He has seen this movie. One of the leading actors is the famous British actor Tom Hardy, and the quality of the movie is good. But Link doesn't plan to act in it. First, he doesn't want to repeat himself, and second, this movie has no chance of winning an Oscar. In Time is a science fiction action movie. The story is set in a fictional world. After everyone is born, they have a timer on their arm. The timer shows the length of each person's life. Time is also a currency that can be used to trade and buy everything they want. However, due to genetic defects, everyone can only live to 25 years old at most. If they want to continue to live, they must get more time through various means, including work, the internet, trading, selling, and even robbery. The male protagonist is a poor man who works in a factory to survive. By chance, he got 100 years from a rich man, and his life changed dramatically. Link watched this movie, starring Justin Timberlake and Amanda Seyfried. The reputation is average, but the reputation is relatively large and the box office performance is also good. After watching these 3 protagonists, Link was a little helpless. After the release of The Fighter last year, it brought him some positive reviews. He thought he would be soft in the ratings. From the current situation, the mainstream film industry still does not recognize his acting skills, especially those top literary and artistic directors. Except for director Allen, no one is willing to arrange a suitable role for him. The producers of films such as The Expendables and The Green Hornet invited him to work together because he was famous and had a certain appeal, not because of his good acting skills. He has made a name for himself in the film industry, and he needs to use good works to further prove himself. It is okay to act in commercial films first. Anna, how much is the salary for this movie? Link also has In Time. The initial offer is $8 million. If you agree to act, we can continue to discuss the salary. Ms. Anna said. The script is good. Continue to talk to them, and there is another audition invitation. What movie is it? It is Marvel Studios' new Captain America. The preliminary preparations have been completed, and the casting is currently underway. The producer has also sent you an audition invitation, which will be from next Monday to Wednesday, Ms. Anna said. ? Hearing about this role, Link fell into deep thought. First of all, this role is very good. From the Captain America series of movies to the Avengers series and the Thor series, Captain America has played an important role in these movies. If he can get this role, he will not have to worry about not making movies or making money in the next 10 years. But according to the film industry, after starring in Marvel movies, the points for winning the Oscar will be greater. People like Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans have good acting skills and have shot many art films, but they have never been favored by the Oscars. Link is originally a cross-industry person and is not favored by the Academy of Film. If he plays this role, the chance of winning the award will be greater. So whether to act or not, this is the problem. Link thought about it and decided to go for the audition first. Captain America is a big movie project that has received a lot of attention. At the same time, many well-known actors are also vying for this role. It is not an easy thing to pass the audition by yourself, so it is completely unnecessary to consider whether to act or not now. Anna, arrange it. I'm going to audition for Captain America. Okay, boss. Anna nodded and asked if he had any other fingertips. Link said no and asked Anna to go down and arrange it. He flipped through the script and thought about it, then picked up the phone to call Catherine and asked about the situation of Palm Beach Pictures. He planned to start Buried at the end of the year. Catherine said that there was no problem at all. The Scandal project has been scheduled and will be released in early July. According to the internal test screening feedback from Warner Distribution Company, the film's internal evaluation is good and will be promoted and released according to the specifications of B-level production. After the release of this movie, Palm Beach Pictures will also be able to recover some funds to shoot new film projects. Chapter 315. The Willing One Takes the Bait. Knock, knock, knock. He was processing documents when there were knocks on the door outside the office. He thought it was Eva Cap, so he shouted, "Come in." But when the door opened, a man with brown curly hair and a grey suit came in. He was a tall, thin man. Scooter Braun, the president of SB Project Entertainment. After the public video incident in April this year, Link Music reached a deal with SB Project, where Link Music exchanged 5% of its shares for 38% of SB Entertainment and 50% of Justin Bieber's contract. At the time of the transaction, Link Music's market value was between $200 million and $240 million, and 5% of its shares were worth about $12 million. After the successful launch of Justin Bieber, SB Entertainment's market value was about $60 to $80 million. 38% of its shares were worth $25 million, plus 50% of Justin Bieber's contract, which was worth more than $40,000 or $50,000. To outsiders, this project was a fair deal. Even if Link Music was developing at a fast pace, it was not worth SB Entertainment paying 4 or 5 times the price for the deal. But the anti-epidemic transaction was successfully completed in mid-April, which surprised countless people. In March and April, Kanye West, Justin Bieber, Usher and others shouted to challenge Link and beat Link on the album sales chart, which made Link look humiliated and avenged what happened last year. But in the blink of an eye, Link became Justin Bieber's boss and indirectly became Kanye West and Usher's boss. This transformation also stunned countless colleagues in the circle. Some media even believed that the East Coast rap clamoring to compete with Link in March was a marketing plan to promote Justin Bieber and Link's new albums. The double album planning was very successful. Link and Justin's new double albums sold well. One sold nearly 4 million copies, and the other sold nearly 2 million copies. In the 2010 US regional album sales chart, they ranked first and third respectively. Seeing their respective achievements, music colleagues have expressed their feelings that it's not that their albums are not good enough, but that the marketing plan is too low end. Even Billboard commented on the infection transaction as a big drama staged by Link Music and SB Entertainment in the music industry. This is also the reason why Mr. Stephen Knopp, editor-in-chief of Billboard magazine, has repeatedly published articles praising Link Music for its good marketing. No matter how it is, Link Music has become a major shareholder of SB Entertainment, and Scooter has become a small shareholder and agent of Link Music. After the company's successful stock exchange, Scooter continued to serve as the president of SB Entertainment, and also served as the director of Link Music Department, responsible for the marketing and promotion of its singers. He is also a colleague of Link. Some time ago, Link was busy outside and had no time to meet and chat with the other party. Today was the first time they met. Haha, Mr. Baker, I have been in the company for more than a month, and I finally meet you. After meeting and chatting, Scooter greeted enthusiastically. Mr. Braun, welcome. Link smiled lightly, invited Scooter to sit in the reception room, asked his colleagues to bring coffee, and prepared to chat with Scooter. Scooter is a person, no doubt. He is 30 years old this year and has nearly 10 years of experience in music brand marketing. He worked as the marketing director of Definition Jam Records, the top record company in the music industry, for 4 years. In 2007, he started the album SB project from scratch and discovered and cultivated Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, Carly Rae Jepsen and other popular singers, making SB company's market value nearly $1 billion. In 2021, he merged with the famous Korean company HYBE and became the second largest individual shareholder of HYBE. He jointly launched the popular group BTS and made a lot of money. After Taylor left Big Machine, he spent $300 million to acquire the copyright of Taylor's 6 albums, which also created hundreds of millions of revenue for SB company. From a business perspective, it is also a cost-effective deal. Now he has become a partner of the other party Link Music, which is also a good thing for Link. After the guests served coffee, Scooter reported to Link on the company's recent publicity work, mainly including the image publicity and album marketing of several singers launched. Currently, Link Music has signed 5 singers: Link himself, Lana Del Rey, Bruno Mars, Wiz Khalifa, and the newly joined Justin Bieber. Among these 5 singers, Link is a diamond level singer, and the other 4 are all platinum or above, which can be called an all-star luxury lineup. Among independent music labels, this lineup can be ranked in the top 3. With these popular singers, Link Music can ensure that it has the ability to continuously launch popular albums, and can also ensure that Link Music continues to steadily create stars and make money, and the prospects are very good. But Scooter believes that Link Music is more professional in producing albums, but it is not good enough in terms of stars. Manhattan divides. Diamond level singers create top actors in the film industry, at the level of superstars. Platinum level singers are first line actors and popular actors. Lana Del Rey, Mars, and Wiz Khalifa are platinum singers, but their guangzhou in the entertainment industry is not as good as second tier celebrities. The guangzhou is too low, which also leads to a narrow audience market and lowers the commercial value of singers. Scooter believes that the promotion of several singers should be strengthened. Let more people know them, improve their commercial value, increase their fame, achieve album sales, and Link Music earn more money, so this investment is worthwhile. Link Music is a new company, and it cannot compare with the 5 major record companies and the old popular record companies in terms of media resources and publicity channels. There are shortcomings in the ability to create stars, which is why Eva Khan invited Scooter to work with Link Music. Link told Scooter that he could follow his plan. At the same time, he also suggested that Scooter talk to several singers before making a publicity plan. Singers are all artists. Some people are eccentric and make music. They don't care about being famous or making money. Now is such a person. She doesn't accept interviews, doesn't accept advertising endorsements, smokes and drinks at concerts, swears at paparazzi, is used to being free and easy, and doesn't care about media comments. For this kind of singer, there is no need to force it too much. Scooter said that all publicity activities are centered on the wishes of the singers. Scooter, after the relevant video was leaked, my public image has been somewhat damaged. Next, I plan to use media publicity to restore my public image. What suggestions do you have for this matter? Link leaned on the sofa and thought for a while. Scooter said, Mr. Baker, this matter is easy to handle. Before April, your public image was very positive and there was not much to criticize. After you broke up with Miss Taylor Swift, you did not pay much attention to confidentiality in your private life and received a lot of media attention. If you want to restore your public image, you only need to find a stable girlfriend and show your affection more in public. And in the publicity, it is said that during that time you were affected by the relationship, your emotions were unstable, and you would deliberately indulge yourself. Now you have a new relationship, you are saved by love, and you have become a good man again. This kind of publicity lasts for a while, and the negative news slowly disappears. After listening to this, Link felt that this kind of publicity was okay, but there were also some problems. Before breaking up with Taylor, his previous record of cheating was just not exposed by the media. Besides, he is not a man at all, and he is not sensitive to the label of good man. What he needs are high quality labels such as Teen Idol, American Dream, extreme lover of 900 million beautiful girls in the world. Sir, in my opinion, you don't need to care about the media's evaluation of you at all. With your current influence and reputation, these scandals have almost no negative impact on you. Scooter added. No, won't too many scandals affect my record sales? No, during the period when you and Miss Swift were together, because your relationship was relatively stable and the media lacked fresh materials, there were very few reports on your private life in this regard. After you broke up, the media rarely reported on your private life. According to the Public Relations Department's survey this year, there were about 1,200 reports about your private life in the mainstream media in March, which increased to 53,000 in April and 31,000 in May. This month, the number of reports has remained above 5,000 per week. As the number of scandals increases, your exposure in the media has increased, which has also directly driven the sales of your new album. According to the investigation of the Scandal Market Department, in April, these scandals brought about 12% minus 15% of the influence to your album. Hearing Scooter's words, Link was a little skeptical. Will the increase in scandals affect the overseas market? Has Universal Music investigated it? It has an impact, but it is a positive impact. In May, because of your scandals with Marion Cotillard, Emma Watson and others, The Woman I Love increased by 32% in France and about 17% in the UK. In other regions where related news was reported, sales also increased slightly. Scooter said. Are you sure? Link asked in surprise. Scooter didn't understand why he suddenly became serious and quickly said it was true. He opened his work bag and took out a document and handed it to him. According to the rise and fall of album sales, generally, albums have the highest sales in the second week of release, and the weekly decline will reach about 50%. The third week of weekly decline is about the third week of sales. The larger the decline in the first week, the longer the release time, and the greater the decline. Albums with smaller declines are mostly of good quality or hotspots of emotional outbursts. According to the magnitude of this decline, it is easy to see which week the market is abnormal. Link looked through the documents and frowned. Evica told him in Baker's shop that, because he became a playboy, his reputation was greatly damaged, which led to some impact on his album. He also said that this was the result of an investigation by the marketing department of Universal Music. Just last week, Evica proposed to him a fixed girlfriend to flatten the Playboy label and accumulate public image. Link agreed. Then Evica enthusiastically helped him recommend a girlfriend. Finally, Evica recommended herself and became an agreement couple. The premise of this matter is that his bad reputation will affect the album sales. If there is no impact, will he still have a fixed girlfriend? Thinking of this, Link finally understood why he felt like he had fallen into a trap that day. It turned out that the trap was here. Information asymmetry. He was not prepared at the time and fell directly into the trap dug by Evica. There was an alien on an ice mask. Link was a little annoyed when he realized this. This woman is too boring. She can just confess to her girlfriend directly. She plays this kind of trick. Isn't she smart? But now that things have come to this, he has nothing to say. After all, that is Evica. The bait she used to fish is too sweet and fat. Even if he knew that there was a hook in the bait, he was reluctant to let it go. Link put down the file and said, Scout, no matter whether the gossip is good or bad, pay more attention to it in normal times. Don't let the media hype it too much. If you encounter a report that has a bad impact, you should suppress it and don't affect my life. Understood? Mr. Baker, don't worry, you can trust our publicity department in this regard. Scooter said confidently. Link smiled lightly and held out his hand, saying, Scooter, you are a marketing expert. The marketing of Link Music will depend on you in the future. Haha, I don't dare to call myself an expert. This is my job. I will try my best to do my best. Scooter held his hand and smiled modestly. He was really modest. Although he considered himself a marketing expert, he didn't dare to think so in front of Link. After studying Link's history of fame, he admired Link more and more. He felt that Link's current fame was 30% due to strength and 70% due to hype. His strength must be high-end, and it would take at least 10 years to reach his current fame without hype. and his hype skills are even higher. Starting from the boxing world, all the way to the music world, every time he hyped, he took out a striking pen. For example, the recent falling down to show off wealth incident. When he first saw this plan, he couldn't help but secretly exclaimed that this was a genius idea. Falling and showing off wealth is to create social demonstrations through celebrities showing off their wealth, arouse public discussion, trigger public debate, and prompt mainstream media to intervene. Whether it is criticism or praise, it is a good exposure method with low cost and good effect. After the mainstream media intervenes, other media will also report it, forming a social hot event. When more people pay attention, the public's attention will be focused on the album, creating new topics, triggering new controversies, and the album's exposure rate will continue to increase. In addition, when promoting, the celebrity effect is used to link Link's album with luxury goods and fashion. Buying an album is equivalent to buying a luxury of luxury goods. This trick is too clever. In the advertising industry, everyone knows that selling products is not as good as marketing a concept. As long as this concept is passed on to the hearts of the people, everyone will spontaneously buy it, which is equivalent to recycling water being harmful to the body. Diamonds represent love, and luxury goods represent identity. In the falling and showing off wealth incident, Tiffany, Paris Hilton, Amanda Hearst, Georgia Bloomberg, Kim Kardashian, Lindsay Lohan and others are all celebrities and socialites, and the American public has witnessed countless monuments and fans. Their dressing style, hairstyle, body shape, etc. are generally imitated by young women. Several people classified Link's album as a luxury item. Owning Link's album not only means having good music, but also owning an album. This is a kind of concept marketing. Since its launch in early May, many people around the world are still modifying it. Now even modifying falling down to show off wealth has become a fashion. According to the valuation calculation of Universal Music, the benefits brought by this marketing are very obvious. In the United States, Link's new album has sold more than 500,000 copies, and more than 3 million copies worldwide. It will also drive Link's next album. It's amazing. When I first heard that this marketing plan was proposed by Link, Scooter admired it. It has not been completed yet, and he is more and more sure that Link's fame is not accidental. At first, he turned into a mouth cannon in the boxing world, challenging more than a dozen world boxing champions from a distance, and became a boxing star at the age of 19. After entering the music world, he challenged the Eastern rap gang and stepped on them to get to the top. He was not forced to fight, but a marketing plan designed and executed by Link. This plan turned Link from a newcomer to a top star in the music industry in just 1 year. In the marketing world, this kind of success can be called an epic victory. Now when he heard Link praising himself as a marketing expert, Scooter felt ashamed. In front of a marketing god like Link, he was just an elementary school student. How could he dare to call himself an expert? Chapter 316 Beauty Scheme. After seeing off Scooter, Link stood in front of the French window with his arms, looking at the people coming and going on William Street downstairs. Occasionally, two tourists could be seen pointing at the Link Music logo, saying that the famous Link Music was there, and Link, Lana Del Rey, Mars, and Wiz Khalifa were all there. While looking at the scenery, Link was also thinking about the suggestion Scooter made before he left. Scooter told him that he was currently very popular in the entertainment industry, but with the reduction of album promotion and scandals, his popularity was slowly decreasing. In order for a singer to maintain the same popularity in the music industry, publicity and hype are essential. Initially, he chose to hype with the East Coast rap series, which was a clever trick that could be continued to be implemented to make the two sides in a state of disharmony, which would be more topical and mutually beneficial. Link did not object, nor did he care much. When fame reaches a certain stage, the realm breaks through the peak and reaches a higher realm. It is useless to rely on hype alone. It requires years of accumulation, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, just like the weight of his punches. The promotional activities with East Coast rappers are of very limited use to him at this stage. In addition, Scooter also mentioned the issue of developing a personal brand. Link is a famous athlete and singer. He has a very high Nike worldwide and a lot of fans. He can follow the example of Jordan, Kobe, Kanai and others, and fully cooperate with brands such as Adidas and Nike to create a personal sports brand or casual clothing brand. This is also a good way to make money. It is also a good suggestion. Yeezy was originally worth only hundreds of millions of dollars. Through cooperation with Adidas and Nike, the album Air Yeezy, his future net worth will be more than $1 billion US, and the same is true for Jordan. If you want to become a billionaire or a trillionaire, it is not enough to just speculate in stocks. You should also find a way to make some real investment. Dong dong dong. Link, are you busy? Graham, the head of Link Music Production Department, walked in. He was wearing a suit and his figure was a little rounder than in 2008, but he still didn't care much about his personal image. His hair was messy and his shirt was wrinkled. No, what's up? Link returned to his office chair, invited Green to sit opposite him, and asked the waiter to bring him a cup of coffee. No, I've had 5 cups of coffee today, and they all smell like coffee. I heard that your tea is good. Please give me a cup of black tea. Green waved his hand and said. Link smiled lightly and asked his colleague to make a cup of black tea. Have you been busy these days? The busiest time has passed. At the end of the year and the beginning of the year, Link Music released 3 albums in a row. That was the busiest time. Now it's not busy, but I can't relax. Green shrugged and told him about starting to make the 4th album. Not too fast. Link touched his chin and looked at him. No, you are very popular now, and your album is very popular. The more so, the more you have to work hard on the new album. If the quality of the new album is too poor, it will affect your reputation. The company plans to release your 4th album at the beginning of next year, so you should prepare now. Determine the theme, write songs, collect songs, the more songs the better, and keep improving, so that the quality of the album produced will not be bad. Graham. Before he became famous, he did a lot of exaggerated and frivolous things to become famous, such as publicly provoking the heavyweight champion, saying that he would eliminate all opponents within 100 seconds, and accusing Washington from a distance outside the Grammy Awards, which was almost regarded as racial discrimination. He was not famous, so he did things without scruples. After becoming famous, his personal power became stronger, and his actions and words also became stronger. He usually walked on thin ice. The same is true for releasing albums. When he first debuted, there was no pressure. It took only more than 2 months from production to release of the first album. He started to work seriously with the second album. As the album sales got better and better, more and more fans came. In order not to disappoint the trust and expectations of the fans, he dared not mess around and was more careful when making the album. If the 4th work is released early next year, it is indeed necessary to prepare in advance. Link and Graham began to discuss the theme of the 4th album. Since the 2 songs Sorry and Love Is Gone received good responses, the theme can be set as broken love first, and the songs in the album are mainly sad love songs. Graham, I have written 6 songs of this type for now. You should also start collecting related songs. The more the better, Link said. When he released his first album, the quality of the songs collected was average, and they were not on the previous single list, so he could not see the works collected by the company. By the time of the 3rd album, the company spent a lot of money to invite famous singers to write songs for him. The songs collected this time were of good quality and all entered the singles chart. This also made him full of expectations for the songs collected by the company. Maybe in the future, if he is lucky, he can collect a few champion singles that were popular in his previous life. At the same time, Link also plans to invite songs from Lady Gaga, Adele, Kesha and others. They are all talented singer-songwriters, and the songs they write should be good. After seeing Graham off, Link looked at his watch. It was already 5:10 p.m., but Ivica hadn't come to call him home for dinner. Thinking that this woman was working like crazy, he turned off the computer, issued a command, and came to the president's office in the east. Ivica's assistant and assistants were still there, which meant that she was also there. Link knocked on the door, and a voice of "Please come in" came from the door. The voice was cold and indifferent, giving people a bad feeling. The feeling of provoking. Opening the door, Ivica was sitting in front of the large desk. She was wearing a white Prada all-female employee suit, with long golden hair tied up, holding a marker in both hands and a pile of documents on the desk. Seeing her like this, Link wanted to ask her about digging a hole for him, but the words were taken back when they came to his lips. Although he didn't suffer any loss, it would be good to be a couple with an agreement for the time being. Seeing him come in, Ivica stopped the work in her hands, looked up at him, and her expression was very calm. "Nothing, just came to see you." Link shrugged, sat down opposite, picked up a folder, and took a look. There were financial documents, legal issues, materials submitted by dealers, etc. There was a lot of work to do. "Come and help me share the work. You can approve these materials." "No, I'm a technician and don't understand company management. The only thing I can do is applaud you." Link clapped his hands and smiled. Ivica rolled her eyes charmingly, drew on the document in her hand, suddenly frowned and trembled, looking at him blankly. "Didn't I say I would treat you to seafood? Oops, I forgot." Ivica looked at her watch and saw that it was past 5 o'clock. She quickly put down her pen and documents and called her assistant to prepare the car. "Don't worry, it's too late, and it's the same another day." "No, I promised to cook for you, and I must do what I said." Ivica turned off the computer, stepped on her high heels, and came out with her bag, urging him to get up quickly, as it would be time for supper if she stayed up any longer. Link shook the report, and seeing her like this, he didn't have any expectations for the seafood she made. "What kind of seafood dinner have you prepared? I heard that you like seafood. I don't know which kind you like, so I ordered all the top seafood ingredients online, including king crabs, blue lobsters, Belen oysters, and Australian prawns. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Ivica said as she walked. "It sounds great." Link looked at the woman beside him and chuckled. "Eva, we are just a couple by agreement. You are so good to me. Are you in love with me?" Ivica stopped, looked at him, and smiled softly. "Don't be too narcissistic. This is just a work meal. I just want to chat about work at the table. There is no other meaning. If I really fell in love with you, I wouldn't treat you to seafood. I would glue the world together and give you all the best things." "Really? If I make you fall in love with me, you can get the best things in the world?" "That's right, but I will never fall in love with you." "Why? Don't you have any self-awareness, you scumbag?" Ivica glanced at him sideways and left an indifferent back. Seeing her expression, Link couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Does this woman really like him? In Baker's shop, she suggested that he find a regular girlfriend, and in the end they became a couple by agreement. Wasn't she really trying to help him win back? Wasn't there some other meaning? Did he misunderstand? Link didn't quite understand. He was not clear about the relationship and was slow to react. After what happened with Taylor, he was even less sure whether a woman had feelings for him. "You're standing there?" Immediately walking to the work area, Ivica stopped, looked at him and said, "According to Article 6 of the agreement, in public, we need to behave like a couple and let everyone know that we are a couple, so as not to attract the attention of my father's suspicion. We should go together at this time." After Link finished speaking, he walked over, put his arms around her waist, and pinched the plump part. This woman is so annoying. When you are with her, you can't guess what she is thinking with 3 brains. You can't be too gentle to such a woman. Ivica tightened him, took his arm, and walked out of the music office area with his shoulder. When the company's employees saw them going out the same way, they all cast their eyes of concern. They saw that one was wearing casual clothes, handsome and strong, and the other was wearing a suit skirt, sexy and dignified, and they looked very well matched. Ivica is so well matched. I'm so envious. Not only do they have the world's top looks and wealth, they also have the most perfect couple. This world is so unfair. I used to think Link and Taylor were a good match, and I was disappointed to see them break up. Now I think Link and President Ivica are a better match. I support them both and hope they can decide to stay together. The employees were talking about it, and one employee called his employer on his cell phone to tell him that President Ivica and Mr. Baker left work hand in hand today, and they looked very close to each other. Chapter 317 Beautiful Cook. The Woolworth Building is located at 47th Street in Midtown, Queensland. It is a classic Gothic building. Originally the headquarters of the Woolworth Trading Company, it was converted into a 5-star hotel. Park Hyatt International Hotel, in the 1990s. It operates hotel business below the 45th floor, and the 46th to 70th floors are converted into high-rise apartments, with a total of 23 units. In the early 1990s, each unit was sold for $8 million, and now each unit is priced at more than $15 million. Evoca's apartment is located 212 meters above New York City, triggering the 64th to 66th floors of the building, with a total area of 860 square meters, 2 floors, and a ceiling of more than 4 meters. There are 8 bedrooms inside, a fitness center, a library, large and small restaurant kitchens, a collection room, a small family hall, a cloakroom, etc. It also includes 4 open-air observation decks of more than 20 square meters, 46 windows facing the surrounding blocks, and 32 doors. Domestic paintings and sculptures can be seen everywhere. In addition, when Link came to Evoca's apartment, he would be shocked and baptized by the life of a wealthy family. He felt that, although he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he was still a lonely person in terms of lifestyle, taste, and way, and there was still a huge improvement. "Please sit down. I'm going to change my clothes," Evoca called out, and walked into the cloakroom with high heels. Link walked around the small stage, and saw a vinyl record player on the browsing rack with many vinyl records stacked on it. He picked up a song, Stairway to Heaven, released by Led Zeppelin in 1971. There was a lady who was sure that everything that glitters is gold. There was a lady who was sure that everything that glitters is gold. She was buying a stairway to heaven. She wanted to buy a stairway to heaven. When she got there, she knew if the store was all gold. "Close D, do you like Led Zeppelin?" A moment passed, and Evoca came out in a cotton outfit, tied up her long golden hair, found her white swan neck, and put on a custom-made apron. Even if it was a fashionable apron, it could not prevent her from being full. She knew that, when she put on her work clothes, she was noble and cold. When she put on the apron, there was also some of the charm and tenderness of a woman at home. "I learned this song when I was practicing guitar." Then you continue to listen to the song here, and I will open up the seafood. "Do you need help?" "Oh, no, I asked for help." As he was talking, the helpers that Evoca had invited arrived, including a seafood chef, a pastry chef, a cold cuts chef, 3 assistants, 4 waiters, and 10 people walked into the apartment in a mighty manner. They were all chefs from the star-rated hotels in the building, and they came with various cooking tools. The ingredients were prepared in advance, including 10 portions of Alaskan king crab, 10 portions of Canadian geoducks, 10 portions of Australian blue lobsters, 20 portions of French melon oysters, 20 portions of Southern California red abalone, etc. When they were unpacked, they were all alive and kicking and in good condition. While cooking, Evoca stood in the middle of the kitchen with a cookbook, constantly giving instructions to several chefs, telling them what dishes to cook first and what flavors to order, just like giving orders to employees in the company. When Link saw her, he didn't know how to complain. Before hearing her talk about high-level cooking, he thought she would have a kitchen knife and a spatula to cook, but in reality, she found a group of chefs as assistants, and she coordinated and directed. Strictly speaking, she did cook what she was good at, but for a rich lady, it was good to be able to do this, and you can't ask for too much. The chef's cooking table in the building was also very fast. In less than 2 hours, 8 seafood dishes, 4 cakes and 4 cold dishes were gathered together to form a rich table. One of the lobster sashimi was made by Evoca, who pointed at the plate of lobster sashimi. "Well, she also cut a lemon. Try it. I made this one myself." On the table, Evoca pointed at the plate of lobster sashimi. Link smiled softly, picked up a piece of crystal clear blue lobster meat, dipped it in the sauce made of lemon, and put it in his mouth. The lobster was very fresh, and the chefs handled the shrimp meat very cleanly. The meat was smooth and tender, and it tasted like it was alive on the tongue. With the sauce, the taste was sweet. "How is it?" Evoca pointed her finger. "Congratulations. This is my first time making seafood. If you like it, I will make it for you often in the future." Evoca smiled slightly. Link nodded repeatedly, regardless of whether she was doing it for work or emotional reasons. As long as it was not harmful to him, he would accept it. While eating, they talked about the company. Evica told him that after his new album and 3 singers albums sold well, the 5 major record companies and several Wall Street financial investment institutions once again proposed financing plans to Link Music. Wall Street also pushed Link Music's market value to $400 million to $420 million, nearly double the level at the end of last year. When talking about this number, Evica raised her wine glass, her cold and beautiful face flushed, and she trembled slightly because of her excitement. Link was also a little excited when he heard it. He and Evica owned 85% of Link Music's shares and 95% of the controlling rights. If Link Music's market value reached $400 million, it would be equivalent to becoming a billionaire just by relying on this part of the shares. In 2008, it was equivalent to investing more than $1,000 in Link Music Company, which increased by 40 times in 2 years, and will be even higher in the future. This is indeed an exciting achievement. Link asked her if she wanted to accept financing. Evica thought that it was not necessary for the time being. First of all, Link Music is not short of funds at present. After several big sales of his and Lana's albums, Link Music has sufficient liquidity on its books and does not need to accept investment from others. Secondly, the company is not short of talent. In the early stage, the company recruited more than 10 fleets and top musicians through competitive recruitment. After in-depth cooperation with SB Entertainment, the company is full of talents and is currently developing smoothly. Accepting external investment will affect the development of the company. Link nodded and remembered the Dynasty Promotion financing plan mentioned by Franco. Unlike Link Music, Dynasty Promotion only launched a profitable boxer, and the funds were extremely scarce in all aspects. In terms of management ability, Franco was also worse than Evica. The company also had fewer talents and the development was not stable enough. This is also the reason why Dynasty Promotion needs financing, but Link Music does not. Evica also told him one thing. Yesterday, the total sales of The Woman I and Love in the United States officially exceeded 4 million copies. After 11 weeks of release, the sales in the United States reached 4 million copies. This is the fastest record of breaking 4 million sales in the United States in the past 8 years. This is an amazing achievement. The company is ready to hold a celebration reception. Invite the company's partners, distributors from all over the country, and Paris Hilton, Amanda Hearst, Georgia Bloomberg, Kim Kardashian and others to participate. These people have participated in the falling and showing off wealth hype, and have also contributed to the sales of this album. Evica asked him who he wanted to invite, and he could draw up a list of names and the company would send out invitations. Link mentioned that he was going to Paris to film, and had no time to attend the cocktail party this week. Evica said it could be put on next week. Link agreed and talked to her about the falling and showing off wealth incident. His initial plan was to find a few supermodels to style, which would cost less and also cause controversy among critics. But Evica persuaded her sister Tiffany, Paris Hilton, Kim Kardashian and other socialites to participate, which would expand the influence of the show-off event 100 times. It is not an easy task to get several top socialites to take the initiative to participate in the publicity. Link praised Evica's scheduling and organizational skills. Evica told him that she would donate to Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian sisters for help. When her sister Tiffany heard about it, she thought it was very interesting and jumped out to post the first photo, followed by Paris, the Kardashian sisters, Amanda Hearst, Georgia Bloomberg and others. Actually, Paris and Amanda all agreed, and they have connections. Evica picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Me. Yes, they are very interested in you. When they heard that you wanted to help promote the album, they took the initiative to join without me saying anything. So, I have to thank them too. Link ate the oysters. These oysters live in the deep sea of France. They have plump meat and a crisp taste. When you put them in your mouth, you will have a unique metallic taste. The tip of your tongue is accompanied by a tingling sensation like an electric shock. After the metallic taste, there will be a hazelnut taste, which is very rich. Not necessary. The falling and showing off wealth incident not only helped us sell more records, but also made them gain enough public attention in recent news reports and become the trend leader. This way of becoming famous is more advanced than relying on nude photos and giving up videotapes. It is mutually beneficial. Evica smiled faintly. This is not bad. It's the hardest to repay favors. He didn't stop his hands while talking. He took a bite of oysters and a balloon. It felt great. In the past, in order to save money, I cooked delicious food myself. But no matter how good I cooked, it was not as good as the skills of the chefs in star-rated hotels. The ingredients I bought were not as high quality as those bought by Evica. He suddenly felt that living here was not bad. There is a big kitchen for cooking, and waiters to do laundry, shopping, cleaning, walking the dog, and playing with the cat, etc. So I can save more time for training. And living in a building dozens of meters high every day, looking at the countless people below, busy like ants. After a long time, maybe you can cultivate a sense of righteousness. Are there any vacant apartments for sale in the building? I want to buy one too. Link said while eating crab legs. Isn't it good to live with me? Evica put down her fork and wiped Link elegantly with the napkin. Link smiled lightly, threw the crab shell on the tray, drank a lot of water and said, "We are an agreed couple. If I live here and someone else gets it, they will think I know that I'm being kept by you." A man's self-esteem? I understand. If you live here for free, it will hurt your self-esteem. Then you can pay the rent. How about 100,000 a month? Evica blinked her eyelashes. Why don't you rob Santa Claus for 100,000? 5,000. No, 5,000 means you can only stay in the Park Hyatt Hotel downstairs for 3 days. At least 80,000. You can use all the items in the apartment. 10,000. That's my bottom line. Link said calmly. 50,000 is my bottom line. Evica shook her glass and smiled. After several rounds of bargaining, the two sides reached an agreement on 25,000. Link paid 25,000 a month in rent to obtain the right to live here. It is equivalent to 800 a day, which is really too expensive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Unexpected Visitors. Ding dong dong. While chatting, there were bursts of doorbells outside. Evica picked up the remote control of the drawer, and the LCD screen in the restaurant lit up, showing the scene outside the apartment. A person in blue clothes stood in the aisle, with long golden hair, a slightly fat figure, and a white ghost mask from the movie Scream on his face. He waved in the direction of the video. "Take off the mask," Evica said with the remote control. "It's me, Tiffany, can't you see?" The person in the surveillance shouted. The voice was very crisp, and it was obviously a young girl. "Bring the mask here, otherwise I won't open the door," Evica said lightly. "Humph." The person in the surveillance video stomped her feet in anger, turned around and left. After a few days, she reappeared at the door, no longer wearing the ghost mask. She had a slightly plump round face, and pouted at the monitor. Although she was not as cute as Selena, she was also a beautiful girl. She was Evica's sister Tiffany, who was 16 years old this year. She was the first person to post a photo of falling down and showing off wealth on the internet. Later, the incident of showing off wealth became more and more serious, and she was also shaped into an internet celebrity. The elevator door of the apartment slowly opened, and Tiffany disappeared from the surveillance. After more than 10 seconds, there were bursts of footsteps outside, and Tiffany rushed into the restaurant in a white ghost mask, waving her teeth and claws, and making bursts of gaga weird laughter. After a few gestures, she suddenly stopped, took off her eyes, and asked in surprise, "Link, why are you here?" "Hi, Tiffany, I've already eaten." Link greeted with a glass of wine. "Are you two the only ones?" Tiffany looked left and right and didn't see anyone else. "Wow, I see. You are on a date, right?" "Yes. Do you want to step aside?" Evica fluttered her curved eyelashes. "No, I'm just hungry. You guys continue chatting. I'll eat something here. I promise I won't disturb you." Tiffany dragged her chair over and sat in the middle of the two sides. She picked up a fork and ate the fruit. She looked at Link for a while, then looked at Evica, who had an expressionless face, with her ears perked up. She ignored her and continued to talk about work. Now that the company has money, it can acquire another recording studio and sign a few new singers to train. Now Link Music has a professional producer team, so it is easier to train newcomers. She also said that Link has a good eye for people and asked him to recommend a few. Link thought for a while and mentioned the names of 2 people. The first one was Ariana Grande, 17 years old, who debuted as an actress and whom he met in Miami. She had called him and said that she would return to New York after the exams in August. The second one is Charlie Puth, 19 years old this year. He is a student at the Berklee College of Music. Last year, he released an album on his personal channel on YouTube, learning from Justin Bieber to cover celebrity songs. He also covered the first song Goodbye Again, which made him a little famous on the internet. Link had seen his cover videos online. His singing skills were a little immature. He had not yet shown his creative talent, so he had not been noticed by the record company. If the other party was willing to sign Link Music, Link could give him a brief introduction. The other one was Ed Sheeran, the Yellow Boss. He had already debuted and released 2 singles. He was currently mixing in the Los Angeles music circle. Link did not know whether he had signed a contract with a record company, so he did not bring it up. Evika listened and nodded, indicating that she knew and would send someone to contact Charlie Puth. Ahem. Tiffany coughed twice and looked at the other party with dissatisfaction. She sat here quietly. She wanted to listen to the 2 people talking about love, but after listening for a while, she found that the other party was always talking about work. She was almost bored to death. Do you have any questions? Evika looked at her indifferently. Don't pretend. You 2 were definitely not talking about work just now. Seeing me coming, you deliberately talked about work, right? Don't be like this. Keep talking about love, and don't be affected by me. Tiffany said, if you want to eat seafood, just eat it quietly here. If you don't want to eat, go out and play. Ivika said. Seeing her cold face, Tiffany didn't dare to provoke her. She just moved her chair to Link's left. She picked up a napkin to cover her face and whispered, Link, you don't want to pick up Eva. If you want to pick her up, just be proactive. She is a workaholic and can talk about work for a whole day. How to be proactive? Link glanced at Ivika and smiled. Don't you know? Tiffany was stunned for a moment and blinked. This initiative to pick up girls means taking the initiative to show. Take the initiative to talk to her about life experiences, brag about how great you are, etc. You are a famous playboy. How can you not pick up girls? It's true. The girls I supported all took the initiative to pursue me, not me pursuing them, so I really don't know how to pick up girls. It sounds reasonable. Tiffany nodded, holding her face, and thinking for a while. She still said, I suggest you ask Eva out shopping and watching a movie. No, this trick works on ordinary girls, but not on Eva. She is a workaholic and asexual. Ordinary tricks don't work on her. I suggest you just force her. You are very strong. As she was speaking, Tiffany let out a cry of pain and found that her ear was twisted in Eva's hand. Don't do this. I'm kidding. You are my sister. How can I let him force himself on you? It's absolutely impossible. Tiffany covered her ears and begged for mercy. Eva snorted. I give you 2 choices. Shut up and go out. Or, which one do you choose? I shut up. Tiffany snorted softly and closed her mouth reluctantly. It was too boring to listen to this person continue to talk about work. She kept winking at Link, asking him to change the subject, but Link didn't understand at all and continued to talk about work. Tiffany shook her head and felt that Link was definitely hopeless. Ivika would not like someone as boring as him. Just after dinner, she was surprised to hear that Ivika actually took the initiative to ask Link to stay here and said that she had prepared 10 sets of clothes for him. Hearing this news, Tiffany couldn't believe her ears. After Ivika moved into the 6 apartments, she never brought back the opposite sex. Now she actually took the initiative to let Link live here? This is definitely a big event. As her father's close-fitting little cotton padded jacket, Tiffany immediately passed the news to Mr. Thompson and told him that Ivika and Link were in an emergency. No, they were already living together. In addition, Ivika is very concerned about Link. She never went into the kitchen before, but today she took the initiative to cook a seafood dinner to entertain Link. This is too abnormal. Mr. Thompson was very upset when he heard the news. He has raised his daughter to this age, but he has never eaten the food she cooked, nor has he ever heard that she can cook. Now she is honored to cook for Link. It's so speechless. Mr. Thompson immediately called Evica and asked her what her relationship with Link was. Evica said that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and they would get married and have many children in the future. Mr. Thompson objected loudly because Link was younger than her and one of them was a playboy. There would be no good results in a relationship with such a person. Evica said that even if Link was a playboy, she would still have a relationship with him, marry him and have children. Mr. Thompson was so angry when he heard what he said that he almost had a heart attack. Eva, wake up. Although Link is very good, he is not serious about feelings. If you talk to him, you will only hurt yourself. Mr. Thompson advised. Dad, you were also a playboy when you were young, and you cheated on your wife many times. You and Link are the same kind of people. How can you not like him? Eva, I'm doing this for your own good. Mr. Thompson was almost choked to death by her. Dad, I'm fine, and I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry. Evica hung up the phone, looked down at the planes that were about to fall into night, with a faint smile on the corners of her plump lips, confident and calm. Chapter 319, Night Tour with Beauty. After Evica finished her call and returned to the small hall, Tiffany was whispering something next to Link. When she saw her come in, she quickly sat back in her seat and picked up a Vogue magazine to cover her face. They only use their bright eyes to flexibly spy on the surrounding movements. Evica was not interested in asking each other what they were talking about. She looked at her watch and asked Link if he wanted to go out for a walk. Ellsworth was not far from Broadway and there were many fun places at night. Link was reading a movie magazine and was not very interested in shopping. But Tiffany next to him heard that they were going to go shopping and immediately jumped up and shouted go. She also came to him and lowered her voice to tell him that if he wanted to pick up Evica. Link was shaking at this time. Although Evica was a very powerful woman, she was also a very troublesome woman. Before he figured out her thoughts, he didn't plan to invest too much emotion in her. But it was also a good idea to go for a walk in the surrounding streets after dinner. Woolworth is located at 47th Street, 8th Avenue, Midtown, less than 1 kilometer away from the World Trade Center and only one stop away from Wall Street. Nearby are Broadway, New York City Hall Park, Hudson River Park, and the City Police Department. At night, the neon lights on the surrounding streets are all lit up, the music is noisy, and people are coming and going on the sidewalks. Many people choose to come to crowded places at this time to feel the charm of this city that never sleeps. Before, Link was in a tent more than 200 meters high in the apartment, enjoying the night view of the desert. From the crowded downtown to the prosperous center of developed countries, from the bustling Broadway district to the deserted Hudson River, the stars are dotted, and the lights of thousands of houses are connected into pieces of light spots of varying depths, which also look like a satellite cloud map. At this time, walking on the street is like entering a map and using your eyes to see the cluster of lights of different colors. Which angle is more beautiful? No one can tell this question clearly, but only those who live on the upper floors of the building can enjoy double the beauty and enjoy double happiness at the same time. What are you thinking about? Evica walked side by side with him on 52nd Street and saw him silent in front of the lights. His eyes became deep and blurred, and even his handsome side was whispering in the neon lights, and he couldn't help but speak. Link came back to his senses and turned to look at her. When Evica came out, she changed into a red knee-length skirt with a golden cloak on her shoulders and sapphire earrings hanging down, which complemented her snow-white skin. She was also wearing different clothes than during the day. This woman wanted to be more beautiful at night. Can I hold your hand? Link gestured. According to the agreement, in public, we should act more intimate so that others know that we are a couple. This is what you said. Evica's eyes swept across his face, snorted softly, and placed her white fingers on his palm. Link pulled her fingers and gently pinched them. They were not fat or thin, fragrant, and soft. Although it was not the first time he pulled her, the touch was still very wonderful. You hurt me. Evica rolled her eyes at him. Link said something comforting, stopped pinching her hand, and said with a smile, do you know what the American dream is? Ivica blinked her blue-gray eyes and didn't answer. Then she heard him continue, in the eyes of others, the American dream is that poor people become rich, orphans from the slums are admitted to Harvard University, descendants of immigrants become political stars, and ordinary girls become Hollywood stars. But for me, my American dream is to walk side by side with you on the streets of Broadway, looking at the charming night view of the castle, with the even more charming you by my side. This feeling is like a dream, so I need to hold your hand to make sure this is not a dream. Are you confirmed now? Yes, women in dreams don't cry out in pain, nor do they smell as good as you do. Link touched the tip of his nose and smiled. Ivica said, many people who become rich or successful suddenly have a sense of unreality afterwards, which leads to depression and loss of ambition. But you are different. Everything you have now is what you deserve. There is no need to be confused. Does it also include holding your hand? Of course not. Holding your hand is the reward I deserve for my recent hard work, not your reward. Ivica pulled him back and said. He smiled. This woman is very interesting. She can always tease him when he is not paying attention. She is much better than doubts and grows. That woman just shook her plump buttocks in front of him. Yes, you have worked very hard during this period and your achievements are very significant. Do you want me to reward you more, such as a hot kiss? Link said with a smile, holding her waist. Ivica looked up at his bright eyes and said lightly, I brought a new tube of anti-wolf spray when I came out. I don't know how effective it is. Do you want to help me try it? Link smiled helplessly and imitated her soft waist. Sometimes I really don't understand you. You say you don't like me, but your attitude towards me is like that of a lover, considerate and restrained. But you say you like me, but you often keep me at a distance, hot and cold, sometimes far and sometimes close. Do you women like to use this trick to seduce boys? Ivica said in a light voice, when you are blaming others, why don't you try to find problems in yourself? When women and men are in an emergency, what they need most is a sense of security. They will use various methods to confirm that, after falling in love with each other, they will not be hurt or abandoned, and the love and time they invest will not be wasted. When they meet a good man, and are sure that he is the one they want, they put down their temptations, and try their best to love him. When they meet a scumbag, although they love him very much, in order to protect themselves, and not be hurt and abandoned, they will be sparse and cautious, and try a little bit, just like touching a flame with their hands, sometimes far and sometimes close. Wouldn't this be a trick, but a means of self-protection for girls? Link was stunned for a moment, and wanted to refute. Suddenly, he remembered that it was not only Ivica who did this to him, but Taylor also did it in the past. Taylor broke up with him because he was too fickle. In order to protect himself, he decisively broke up. Not only when he was with Taylor, he would inadvertently give up Taylor for other women and treat Taylor wholeheartedly, except for occasional physical cheating. In the matter of breaking up with Taylor, he didn't think it was all his fault, but Taylor herself had problems. She was a scumbag. Link got angry when he thought of Taylor and looked into Ivica's eyes. If I promise you that I will never cheat again and focus on my career and family from now on, will you treat me well with all your heart? Ivica looked at him with her beautiful eyes without blinking and put her hand on his chest. I have also seen many scumbags, including my father, so I'm not unfamiliar with scumbags. When a scumbag is really willing to change his mind, it means that he is tired of everything outside and is willing to return to his family and take on family responsibilities. It is also the time when a man is truly mature, not a promise made casually. At this moment, Jessica Alba stripped naked and stood in front of you, asking for sex. Anne Hathaway stripped naked, put on a white body, and got into your quilt, and Megan Fox knelt on the ground to give you KJ. Would you refuse them? Needless to say, your heart beat faster. Ivica put down her hand and shook it to comfort her, then continued to walk forward. Link touched his chest and showed a helpless smile. As for the clarity of what she just said, any normal man would not necessarily have his heartbeat speed up after hearing it, not to mention that those words came from the mouth of Miss Ivica, the peach on earth, so the effect was doubled. Do you dare to let me test it? Link followed her and held her hand. However, when he saw her exaggerated pectoral muscles, he felt that Thomas might not be able to get a periodic heartbeat, even if he put it on her, so he said directly, "What does a disordered heartbeat mean? If Tom Cruise, Pitt, or Sean Penn took off their clothes to seduce you, would you refuse?" Ivica said to him coquettishly, "The youngest, most handsome, and strongest man in the world wanted to kiss me just now, but I decisively rejected him. What other men do you think can seduce me?" Link was a little numb. She was too right. Compared with himself, Tom Cruise's 3 old leaks really had no temptation. If I had known earlier, I should have said that the woman standing in front of me is the most beautiful, sexiest, and smartest woman in the world. What other woman can seduce me? Let's tease Ivica. Unfortunately, I didn't mean to do that just now. In addition, a man's sexiest time is not when he takes off his clothes. That's when a man is the ugliest, becoming like an animal. A man's real sexiness is when he wears decent clothes, stands under all walks of life in the world, and has wealth, power, wisdom and talent. Just like when you stand on the highest podium in the Olympics, stand on the boxing ring, and hold up the gold belt, and are called the king of music in Rolling Stone magazine, and the youngest self-made billionaire in Forbes magazine, then you are the sexiest man in the world. So dear, don't use any naked man to test me casually, it doesn't work on me. Ivica looked at his handsome cheek, kissed it lightly, and then stepped on the touch of the touch to surpass him. Link touched the kissed cheek, and looked at her peach-like buttocks, without any charming feeling in his heart. He had already moved away from this woman, the farther the better. This woman was too high level, and he could not be her opponent. Even if he had 2 more disciples, they would not be better than her. It's about to begin. Tiffany waved 3 tickets, and shouted in front of the Broadway theater. Chapter 320 Writing Songs in Dreams. Link is not interested in musicals. But it is nighttime now, and he cannot leave Ivica and Tiffany, 2 beauties, on the street. After entering the theater, the classic musical The Phantom of the Opera was performed on the stage. It is about 20 butterflies. In an opera house in Paris, a phantom who lives in the underground maze of the theater falls in love with an actress in the theater, Christine, and secretly teaches her to sing in a dream. But Christine loves the actor Raoul Viscount, which makes the phantom furious, thus triggering a series of murders, visions, and jealousy. Zhang Guorong's version of Midnight Song is based on this musical. Link was too tired from training during the day, and the chairs in the theater were relatively comfortable. He barely finished watching the auction at the beginning, and then leaned on the chair, and fell asleep gorgeously. I don't know how long he slept. When he woke up, he heard Ivica talking to someone. "Enough. Stop talking," Ivica said. "Eva, we are not talking nonsense. Look at this guy. He can fall asleep and snore even when watching such a wonderful musical. People like him don't understand art at all, and they are not at the same level as us. Forget it. I won't comment, but snoring here is indeed a bit different," said person A rancorous. "Link's snoring is very quiet, and it won't affect others," Tiffany said. "Haha, Tiffany, no matter how loud it is, don't you think it's strange to sleep and snore in such an occasion?" said person C. "What's strange about it? I heard that, when you were in school, you often slept in class, and were called a sleepyhead." Ahem. Beautiful Tiffany, let's not talk about the past, let's continue watching the show. Person C interrupted Tiffany. Tiffany smiled proudly. "Eva, can you imagine taking him to other elegant occasions in the future and him sleeping soundly, like he is now? Aren't you worried about becoming a laughing stock in the circle? I heard that this guy is also very fickle. Haha, in terms of knowledge, conversation, and experience, this guy is far inferior to Ryan. I really don't know why you like him. Do you like the fishy smell on him?" said someone. There were several teasing laughs around. "Peter, don't say that. Link is still a good male singer," Little Cunis said. "Ryan, didn't you read the news in the newspaper? He became famous because of hype. Without hype, he would be at most a third-rate singer, far from the real singers with real strength," said someone. D. "Indeed. I heard that the faster the stars in the entertainment industry become popular, the faster they fade away. It only took Link 2 years to become a popular singer. I don't think he can continue to be popular. Today's singers are not musicians at all. They can only be qualified as internet celebrities." They are far inferior to John Lennon, MJ, Bob Dylan and others. That's right. The people around were talking. That's enough. Evika said, do you know what you are doing? You are laughing at a world champion, an artist who created his first hit song, a billionaire who is only 21 years old, an excellent entrepreneur, and a philanthropist who has occupied more than 10 million for 2 consecutive years. Do you really feel happy when you laugh at such a peer? Or? Tiffany laughed twice, quickly covered her mouth, and said in a low voice, Eva, isn't that too harsh? Look at their faces, they are all black. No matter what, we are all friends. Yes, Eva, what Peter and David said is also encouraging you and thinking about you. Little Cunis said, Peter David Luther, I know you are not bad people, and I understand why you are hostile to Link, but as a friend, I want to advise you, you are in your 20s, and you still live on the dividends of the family trust fund. Look at Ryan, he has money, runs a newspaper, and is the vice president of Atlantic Records Distribution and the vice president of Cunis Real Estate. You are no worse than him, why don't you learn from him, and get a doctorate? Evika said in a gentle voice. Ahem, beautiful Eva, please stop talking, let's continue watching the show. Someone said, Eva, you defend Link like this because you think you can marry him in the future. Don't forget that this guy's a playboy. As a friend, we really don't want to see you hanging out with such a guy. You are so outstanding. He doesn't deserve you. Someone else said, Peter, thank you for your reminder. Even though he is a playboy, I like him too. In my eyes, there is no better man in the world than him. Evika's voice was calm and firm. Hiss. There were several sounds of tops, teeth, and kicking chairs around. After the noise, the surroundings fell into silence. At the climax, the phantom on the stage was singing Learn to be Lonely Alone. His voice was ethereal and lonely, gentle, and mysterious. When you are lonely, learn to find your own way out in the darkness. Who will be by your side, comfort you and care about you? Link opened his eyes and looked around. On the right was Evika, still in a red dress and blonde hair, standing with her long legs together, watching the musical on the stage in an elegant posture. On the left was Tiffany, who was playing with her phone. The location was in the VIP box on the second floor of the Broadway theater. There were very few people here, only more than 20 sofas, tables, and fruit and beverage shelves. When I first came, there were only 7 or 8 people in the VIP box, but now there are more than dozens of people. Next to Evika sat a pale thin man in his 30s, with a long face, wearing a suit and neatly combed hair. It was Little Cunis. There were several young men of the same age sitting next to him, and in the back seats. He couldn't hear any voices, and he couldn't tell who was A, B, C, D, E, G, J, or Zin. Link, you've been awake for an hour. Did you know that you've slept for almost one? Tiffany saw him wake up, and grabbed his arm and shook it. Link looked at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock, and it was time for him to go to bed. Yes, I just shook you, patted you, and hit you, but you didn't wake up. You slept more soundly than a vegetable. Tiffany waved her fist and said exaggeratedly. Link tilted his head at her. You really know how to make analogies. Link, do you still want to sleep? If you want to sleep, we'll go back now. Ivika said. Link shook his head and took a nap. He was not so sleepy anymore. He noticed that Little Cunis and several young men next to him all looked at him with obvious hostility and gazes in their eyes, like the layers of faces in Picasso's paintings. Thinking of the weirdness of the few people just now, he curled the corners of his mouth, leaned close to Ivika and said, I just encountered a strange thing. After I fell asleep, it seemed that a woman sang in my dream. The voice was intermittent and very beautiful. Puff. Haha, is this guy stupid from sleeping? He can even tell such a lie. Hey, Mr. Link Baker, may I ask if the beautiful woman in your dream has any clothes on? Ha. Someone A, C, D, E, and F laughed. Be quiet. Evika glanced at them impatiently, then looked at Link and asked, are you serious? I don't believe it either. There are no ghosts in Broadway theaters. Really, I still remember some of the lyrics and melody of that song. I just recalled it, but I haven't heard it before. Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. This is New York. There are definitely no ghosts. Tiffany hugged her arms and leaned towards Link Prag. Ridiculous. Someone's voice came from behind. It doesn't matter if you fall asleep while watching a musical, but it's ridiculous to make up such a ridiculous excuse to cover up the embarrassment. Yes, I don't believe it either. Someone D said. Do you still remember that song? Evika asked. Link nodded, thought about it, and softly sang the chorus of the song. I couldn't sleep all night. I told myself that I was easy to deceive myself. Everything was fine. Baby, you're just harder to see than most people. You're so unpredictable. I put the record on. I put the record on. I waited until I heard our song. I waited until I heard our song. Every night I dance with your ghost. 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 Hiss when Link sang the line I dance with your ghost every night. Everyone around him shuddered. Tiffany was so scared that she let out a small cry. She grabbed Link's arm and put it on her shoulder. She was nervous. The Phantom of the Opera tells the story of a ghost hiding in the basement of the theater. Because he fell in love with the heroine Christine, he often taught the heroine to sing in a dream. Just now, Link was sitting here watching the Phantom of the Opera. He suddenly fell asleep in the middle and couldn't be woken up, no matter how he was called. After waking up, he said that there was a woman singing in his ear. The song was very nice and very sad. Could it be that a female ghost also fell in love with Link and taught him to sing in this way? Thinking of this, Tiffany became more nervous. Is there really a female ghost in the theater? She saw that Link was handsome and fell in love with him? Don't be ridiculous. Although the little Cunas were religious and believed in God, they didn't believe that there were ghosts here. They just heard Link's song. The lyrics sounded like a woman's, and the melody was very beautiful. It was impossible for Link to make up such a good song on the spot. Was there really a female ghost who fell in love with Link and taught him to sing in his dream? I see. Is this the new song your company prepared for Lana? Evika looked at Link, took his hand and said, ignore them. This is great. Let's record the song again. Okay. Link shrugged. What on earth was this song thinking? Continue to slap in the face, but Evika didn't want to be slapped in the face. Wait for me, Eva. Are you worried that Link will be taken away by that female ghost? You're right. I feel a little cold here. Tiffany jumped up and caught up with the two of them with a small bag. The little Cunas looked at each other. At this time, the male protagonist Raoul was leading people to look at the ghost and wanted to win back the female protagonist. The whole theater, on and off the stage, and in all directions, began to make ghostly and eerie sounds. When the ghost said in a strange voice, "Hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm here." Boom. The big chandelier on the roof suddenly appeared on the stage, and the theater suddenly became dark. This is a scary scene of ghosts. It's just that the prop master designed it too cleverly. The chandelier fell too fast, and the theater lights went dark too quickly. The audience should be as involved as possible. They were caught off guard for a while, and many people were scared and screamed. Little Cunas and others were also frightened and trembled. Thinking of what Link said about hearing ghosts singing in dreams, or dancing with ghosts every night, everyone felt that the scene in the box was a bit chilling. Chapter 321 caused heated discussion. After leaving the theater, Link, Evika and Tiffany got in the car. Tiffany was still talking excitedly about ghosts, and asked him if the ghost was beautiful. Link said it was beautiful, with big blonde eyes, pale face, and two long fangs, just like her. Tiffany blamed him for talking nonsense, saying that people with fangs were vampires, not ghosts, and ghosts should float around. Link asked Evika if she believed it. Evika said that no matter whether it was true or not, what he just sang was a good song, and the story he told was also a good story. After returning to the apartment, Link wanted to go to bed, but Evika asked him to write down the song first, so as not to forget it when he woke up tomorrow. Link could only force himself to write down the lyrics, and at the request of the internet celebrity Tiffany, he sat in front of the piano and played the song Dancing with Your Ghost. This is a song released by American singer Sasha Alex Sloan in 19. The song Every Night I'm Dance with Your Ghost is very popular, and is also one of the classic songs in Europe and the United States. After singing, he fell asleep. His bedroom was on the third floor, less than 50 meters away from Evika's bedroom. Although it was very close, he didn't dare to go there in the dark. The woman was wearing anti-wolf spray, and there were several exquisite hunting rifles and pistols in the collection room. God knows that she, a woman, kept so many guns at home. After he fell asleep, Tiffany, a night owl, did not sleep. With Evika's permission, she edited the video she had just shot on her computer and posted it on her personal YouTube account. The title was directly Link's new song video, absolutely first-hand at the beginning of the video. She also copied Link's story and labeled it absolutely true. She said that she accompanied Link to watch The Phantom of the Opera at the Broadway Theater at night. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Link suddenly fainted for more than an hour. No matter how he was called, he couldn't wake up. After an hour, Link woke up automatically and said that he had just met a ghost in his dream. It was a female ghost, singing a very nice song in his ear. At her request, Link replaced the song Dancing was sung by the ghost in the dream with Your Ghost. Ding 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 ding. At the beginning of the video, the camera is facing the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. In the distance is a gorgeous night view. The high-rise buildings opposite are brightly lit, and a pleasant piano sound comes from the side. As the music sounded, a Steinway grand piano appeared in the camera. A handsome man in casual clothes sat in front of the piano, playing with 2 fingers and 10 fingers, sending waves of pleasant sounds, and he sang to the piano. The world roared to the world, baby, why did you leave? Dear, why did you leave me, and keep it secret? Tiffany deleted several paragraphs and only left the remaining part. Although it is incomplete, netizens can also hear that Tiffany is a new internet celebrity with more than 1.5 million fans on YouTube and 2.2 million fans on Twitter. But because she marked it as Link's new song when she posted the video, Link's popularity on the internet is too high. Any news related to him will cause a huge sensation after being reported, not to mention his new song. Within less than 2 hours after the video was released, it was played more than 1 million times, and Tiffany gained 400,000 followers on YouTube and 250,000 followers on Twitter. After watching the video, netizens expressed their opinions. Some said that the song was nice, but the story was too fake. If Link suddenly fell into a coma, the people around him should call the police and call an ambulance instead of waking him up. Some said that the ghost in the Phantom of the Opera was a male, not a female ghost, and the ghost in Link's dream could not be the one in the play, but the song was very nice, and they looked forward to Link's new song. Some complained that Link had changed, really changed. The songs he wrote before were Unstoppable, The Fighter, Never Say Never, All of Me, and the passionate divine song Legends Never Die. The whole song is an exciting, positive, or affectionate, warm, and cheerful song. Since breaking up with Taylor, his song style has changed drastically, from Sorry to Love Is Gone, and then to the song Dancing with Your Ghost. The songs are getting more and more sad, more and more depressed and desolate, and now the new song is even full of gloomy ghosts. According to these changes, it can be seen that Link was really hurt in the last relationship. Some netizens also said that everyone's focus is not biased. As a qualified melon-eating crowd, it is not right to question why Tiffany would go to the opera with Link. Many people echoed below, and the same suspicion was whether it was the assistant. It was also said that Tiffany had no intention. Tiffany was in bed and saw a comment. She immediately replied that Link was my sister's boyfriend and brother-in-law. Let's go to the opera together. Now the internet is even more lively. A few days ago, Link and Evika often appeared in public together. Many media speculated that the two might be in danger, but since the two parties did not officially announce it, and they were partners, everyone knew whether the couple was a couple. Please see Tiffany's reply now. Netizens commented that Playboy Link was online again. Last month, he was in Paris with the French Rosemary Cotillard. A few days ago, he was photographed entering an apartment in front of Emma Watson. Now it is confirmed that he is related to the assistant of Evika, the eldest daughter of the billionaire Thompson family. In other words, Link has changed 3 girlfriends in 2 months and 4 in 3 months. It is just right that Tiffany saw these comments, scratched her nose, and felt that she was going to get into trouble. She had to get up early tomorrow and slip away before they got up. Shortly after Tiffany's video was released, some netizens exposed a video of encountering the big star Link in a Broadway theater at night. In the video, Link was really sleeping, and sitting next to him was a cold-looking, delicately made-up blonde beauty, and the fat-faced girl Tiffany. There was another round of hype on the internet, and everyone began to believe that what Tiffany said might be true, and that Link really fell asleep while watching the opera. As for whether the song was not sung by the ghost in Link's dream, they needed to hear the complete song to be sure. Fans rushed to Link's Twitter and Link Music's official account, urging him to release new songs quickly. It has been 2 months since his last album, and he can't rest anymore. Link released a new song. In Nashville, assistant Emily shouted at Taylor upstairs, "I'm not interested." Taylor put down the music magazine in his hand and yawned. "It sounds good. Do you want to listen to it?" Emily Taylor did not answer. Then there were familiar singing voices coming from downstairs. Looking up at the clouds, "God knows where you are now. I'm afraid only God knows where you are. Do you know how I love? How do I love again? I know how to fall in love with someone again. How do I trust? How do I trust again? What should I do? How can I open my heart again? I stayed up all night. I stayed up all night. I told myself that I was okay, and lied to myself that everything was fine. I put the record on, and waited until I heard our song. Waited until I heard our song. Every night I danced with your ghost. Every night I danced with your ghost. This bastard." At first, when she heard Link singing "Dear, why did you leave me? I still love you," she was a little moved. Later, when she heard Link singing "Listening to Our Song," every night she couldn't help but clenched her snow white fists. This bastard was cursing her and treating her as a ghost. No, write a song to curse him back. "Taylor, dinner is at the hospital. Do you want to eat something?" Emily asked, pushing some food over. Taylor looked up and saw that it was just ordinary fast food, much worse than what Link made. "I don't want to eat it. There's no macupe." "Then what do you want to eat?" "I'll ask the restaurant to make it again." "I don't want to eat anything. You look a little pale. How about we go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow?" Emily said, looking at her pale and delicate cheeks. "No, I'm fine. I probably have a cold. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest." Taylor picked up the music magazine and continued to read it. Emily looked at her, sighed softly, and decided to call Mrs. Andrea and ask her to come over. Chapter 322 Beautiful Girl. When he got up from the room more than 200 meters high, the sky outside the window was already bright. The golden sun's rays, through the white clouds and misty fog, projected onto the French windows, and the whole room was bright and clean. It was less than 6 o'clock. When he put on his sportswear and came to the running building, the sky of the community was still shrouded in the night. The light was dim, there were almost no pedestrians on the street, and there were no store doors. The dawn here was quiet. Just looking up at the gorgeous skyscrapers, everything was lit up there, and the light of the glass exterior walls was magnificent, like a castle in the sky. Link took the subway to the Central Park area, got off at the corner of 59th Street, and ran along the sidewalk outside Central Park. Central Park is 3 kilometers long and 0.8 kilometers wide. It takes less than 40 minutes to run a lap. Last year, a marathon was held in New York. All the contestants ran 4.5 laps around Central Park. The fastest record was 223 hours. Link felt that he could challenge it if he had the chance. After running a circle and arriving at the New York City Museum bus stop, I clearly saw a tall girl under the bus stop. She was wearing green tight stretched pants and a tangerine orange sports tights, showing the curve of her chest. Her slender and round twins were like Link, wearing a hat on her head and a brown chestnut ponytail, matching her ruddy and delicate oval face, with a beautiful shape and full of vitality. Gee. The big blue eyes under the brim of the hat also brightened. From the perspective of physiognomy, people with big and bright eyes have abnormally normal thinking and cannot hide any thoughts. Alexandra Daddario has big eyes. You can tell whether she is happy or not by looking at her eyes. She is a relatively simple girl. Having been in a relationship with Taylor and Eva for a long time, he now likes to chat with girls like Daddario without any pressure. Yanni, good morning. Link called out her nickname and strode to the platform. I'm sweating all over. How far have you run? Dario saw that he was sweating a lot, with obvious sweat stains on the collar and chest of his t-shirt, and the lines of his muscles became clearer. He blinked. Just ran around Central Park. Link pointed to the opposite side. So fast, what time did you get up? Dario took out a wet towel and wiped the sweat off his face. When she raised her white and slender arms, she also tiptoed a little to concentrate the good smell on her body. Link looked at the face close at hand. Clear big eyes, straight nose, jelly-like red lips, and peach-like pink cheeks. He couldn't help but put his arms around her waist. When he arrived in front of Dario, his chest hit his delicate pectoral muscles. His soft waist bent into a C, and man climbed onto his neck. They kissed for a long time on this platform, until they heard a few people next to them say, "Look, someone is kissing. Hey, it seems that M86 received that couple yesterday. Why are they kissing again? Oh my god, why did I have to see them kissing here again? I must die." Hearing several people's discussions, Link and Dario couldn't help laughing while kissing, and without waiting for the people on the platform to see their faces clearly, they also ran hand in hand on the sidewalk. The singles secretly envied the receding figures. That guy is tall and handsome, lives near Central Park, and has a hot and beautiful girlfriend. His life is so comfortable. I want to see it too. That girl also looks like an actress, with big breasts. Hearing the comments of the people next to him, Single Dog Bob was stunned for a moment, and recalled the side face of the boy, with sharp edges and corners. It seemed that it was indeed Link. He turned his eyes, and took out his mobile phone, to call his paparazzi friend. I just saw the news, that Link was confirmed to have a relationship with Miss Evica. This guy already has a girlfriend as beautiful as Evica, a top-notch top-class family, and he ran out early in the morning to harm other girls, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure. This is too greedy. For such a person, he must be exposed, and let the single dogs in the world punish him together. He ran to laps in the lakeside park in Central E. At about 8 o'clock, he kissed the girl near Rio's house, then took a car back to Yorkville apartment to pick up a few things, and then drove to Woolworth. When he returned to the apartment in the building, the indoor light was bright, and the decoration and furnishings in the house were clearer than Manhattan. Some were grand and luxurious, and some were exquisite and elegant. There was a sense of design everywhere, like an art palace. Evica came down from the spiral staircase on the second floor. She was wearing white yoga pants with a thermal blanket on her shoulders after practicing yoga. There were fine beads of sweat on her forehead. I was running in Central Park, and went back to Yorkville apartment by the way. Why do you want to run there? Okay. Link shrugged and said. Evica looked at him deeply, said let's have a meal, and turned to walk into the breakfast room. Link was a little guilty when she looked at him, as if nothing could cover her eyes. Living with such a woman is very stressful. Link thought it was not a good idea to move in together. At the dining table, they talked about today's work arrangements. Link read at home in the morning, went to the boxing ring for training at noon, and went to the company in the afternoon to talk to Lana about the new song Dancing with Your Ghost. This song is suitable for girls to sing. If she can sing with that feeling, she can change the song. Evica said she also worked out at home in the morning and did skincare. She dealt with work at the company at noon and needed to go back to the Thompson villa in the afternoon. Her stepmother, Miss Mina, had just called and said that Mr. Thompson was sick and had heart problems. She hoped she could go back to see him. Is it serious? It's okay. It's an old problem. Evica moved the corners of her lips and said nonchalantly, beep, beep. As they were talking, a panic sounded in the living room. Evica picked up the light and turned on the LCD screen in the dining room. She saw Tiffany standing at the door with her bag and shoes, looking at the surveillance camera angrily. At the door. You haven't had breakfast yet. Where are you going? Evica asked lightly. I don't want to eat. I'm going back to eat. Why? Tiffany shouted. Stop it. Come and eat. Evica turned off the surveillance. After a while, Tiffany pouted and walked into the restaurant with an unhappy look. She had planned to get up early in the morning, sneak out while Link and Evica were still asleep, and then show up again after the incident was over. But when she opened her eyes, it was already past 9 o'clock. She wanted to sneak out while they were having dinner, but the door wouldn't open, so she could only bite the bullet and face the terrible elder sister. In order to prevent Evoca from tightening her ears, she knew to sit next to Link and find a protective umbrella for herself. Tell me, what bad thing did you do? Evoca spread caviar on the bread and looked at her eyes. No, I'm so good, how could I do anything bad? Tiffany said repeatedly, taking the milk handed over by Link and drinking it in big gulps. Didn't you wet the bed? Puff. You're talking nonsense. I'm 16 years old, half an adult. How could I still wet the bed? Don't talk nonsense. There are boys here. Tiffany retorted with a red face. You wet the bed like this, since I guessed it right. The bed is okay. Just let the waiter come and wash it. You don't have to be shy. That's not the case at all. Okay. I didn't wet the bed. I didn't wet the bed. I didn't wet the bed. Tiffany supported the dining table and shouted in shame. Evoca shrugged and ate breakfast gracefully. Don't be anxious. Sit down and talk slowly. Link pulled her arm and persuaded. Tiffany snorted, looked at each other, and said in a bad way, okay, I confess that I accidentally exposed your relationship yesterday. Tiffany told each other that after the video was released last night, someone asked her what her relationship with Link was and why she accompanied him to watch a musical at night. She suspected that they were persuading her, and she had to tell netizens. After the two of them finished talking, Tiffany lowered her head, waiting to be grabbed by Eva's ears, but after waiting for a while, she looked up and saw Evoca eating, as if she didn't hear it, and Link also had a bright smile on his face. Don't you blame me, we didn't intend to hide it in the first place, so it's okay if we tell others. Link said while eating sweet blueberries with a fork. So that's how it is. I worried for nothing. Tiffany breathed a sigh of relief, her shoulders slumped, and she began to show off her meal, while excitedly telling others about it. The video she posted yesterday was so popular that it was played over 5 million times in one night. She gained 1.02 million followers on YouTube and 850,000 followers on Twitter, and she is still gaining followers. It feels great. Link smiled softly. When he opened his Twitter account last year, he saw his fans grow infinitely, from hundreds of thousands to 1 million, and then to 10 million. He felt great. Later, he became numb and his fans did not move, even when they exceeded 40 million. In addition, Tiffany also told him that there were 4 news related to him on the Yahoo and MySpace hot search list today. One was that his new song was sad and cold, and netizens said that he had not recovered from a breakup. The second was that he fell asleep while watching the Phantom of the Opera and was photographed by netizens. The third was that he heard a female ghost singing in his dream, which was a dream connection with the Phantom of the Opera. Netizens were discussing whether it was true or not. The fourth was that he changed his girlfriend again. The popularity of the 4 news was very high. They were all on various news websites, which aroused a lot of discussion among netizens. Link still did not fluctuate. Since April, his news has often been on the hot search. On the day of breaking up with Taylor, he and Taylor had 9 hot searches. Today, 4 were not too many. After breakfast, a new day of life began. The 3 of them were busy with their own things. Chapter 323 Paris Lover. Going to Paris to film. Link needs to explain the things at hand. Movies, music, boxing, concerts, investment, etc. With Eva Cap, Ms. Mandy, Catherine, Franco, and Kathy Wood, he doesn't have much to do now except practicing boxing, writing songs, and reading books. The only thing that makes him difficult is Alexandra Daddario. After running together a few times and kissing a few times, the other party hopes to fall in love with him. After meeting, she will get close to him intimately, not refusing his passionate kiss, nor refusing him to put his dirty hands on her perky buttocks and slender waist. Send him good morning and good night in the morning and evening. Sometimes she will send a message during the day to ask if he is busy. If he says he is not busy, she will call him immediately, asking him if he is tired from training, asking him to pay attention to rest, caring about his diet, talking to him about his mood, movies, and happiness and unhappiness, just like a little girl in love. When she speaks, her voice is not soft enough, as if she wants to show him all the good things in her body, simple and beautiful. Link retorted that if he didn't have a girlfriend and didn't have so many complicated relationships, He might accept her and her love, but he was a playboy and couldn't give her what she wanted. Continuing to pester her would only lead to disappointment and hurt. Although he is now a good man, his bottom line is still there. He doesn't want to hurt an innocent girl. In addition, during a casual chat with D'Addario, he accidentally learned that her family was not simple. D'Addario's family was the first batch of Italian immigrants in New York. His grandfather was a senior judge of the President of the United States. His father was the head of the police department of the New York City Police Department, and his mother was an elite lawyer at the New York Lions Hung law firm. What is more worrying is that her uncle and grandfather seemed to have some relationship with the Italian mafia. It is not possible to be sincere with such a lady and treat her well. If you are a little worse, you will get into big trouble. So in a phone call, he told D'Addario that he could not accompany her for a morning run in the future. D'Addario quickly asked why and whether he would be very busy next time. Link told her that he was a playboy and a bad man, and she was a beautiful, kind, and excellent girl. Good girls should have nothing to do with good boys, not bad men like him. D'Addario said he was not a bad man, saying that he was a gentle and considerate gentleman, and the best man she had ever met. Link told her helplessly that the news reports were all true, that he was a playboy, that he had minded many girls, that when he had a girlfriend, he often could not control his desires, and had affairs outside, and that he was really not a good man. D'Addario was silent for a while, and asked him if he loved her. Link said he did. There should be no one who didn't like a beautiful and simple girl like her, but her family was involved in both the black and white worlds. D'Addario also said that he loved him, liked to kiss him, liked the smell of his body, liked to exercise with him, liked to listen to him singing in the rain, and liked his hot touch. Link said that he liked her very much, but he was a scumbag and could not make a promise to her. This was not good for her, and that continuing to think about it would hurt her. D'Addario said that she didn't care and didn't want his promise as long as she could be with him. Link was very moved and told her that he would go back to Paris to film and bring her a gift. Asked when he would be back, Link told the other party the time. After hanging up the phone, Link looked at himself in the mirror. Different from his previous life and Link Beck, this face became more and more handsome, with fair and delicate skin, sharp and delicate features, deep eyes, a ray of melancholy between his eyebrows, handsome and elegant. But hope was getting worse. He had gone from being the most hated man to the most hated person. Is love the fate of everyone? Ding ling ling. The phone rang, and he heard a hoarse and sexy voice coming from the phone. The other party called him dear and asked him in French when he would come to Paris. Hearing the other party's sexy and seductive pronunciation, Link couldn't help but think of the time when he was filming in Paris. Lying on the bed, wearing nothing but a towel, the other party said a radio, and he followed and learned one. When she heard him say radio, the woman would tilt her head back and laugh, her chest shaking with laughter. In this way, the woman taught a sentence, he learned a sentence, and continued to teach and learn during the break. In more than a month, he could actually understand French and speak some simple sentences. Marion, I'm on a 9 o'clock flight tomorrow morning, and I'll probably arrive around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I mean an airline plane, not an airplane, and I like you calling me dear. The woman laughed on the phone. Dear, I'll be in Paris tomorrow afternoon. Got it, I'll pick you up at the airport. Wait, there will definitely be a lot of paparazzi chasing us when I come to Paris. Aren't you worried about rumors? Well, are you worried? Of course not, I'm a playboy. Parisian women never worry about rumors. The news said that you and Guillaume had a fight in the dormitory because of me? Yes, once I had sex with him and accidentally called out your name. He was very angry and thought I loved you more. He was such a fool. Of course I loved him more, except when you were in Paris. Suppose I was in Paris, would you love me forever? Haha, maybe, you are my lover. When you are in Paris, I won't think of other men, but you can't be in Paris forever. I love Paris and I love you. If it were 200 years ago, I would have taken my army to snatch you and Paris back from France, so that I could have both Paris and you. Haha, my dear, if it were in the past, you would have been a tyrant. Yes, I'm a tyrant, and tomorrow I will travel half the world to conquer you. After saying a few sweet words to Marion, Link hung up the phone and thought of another woman, Jennifer Lawrence. They lived together for a while during the filming in Paris. He was a big star, and she was a newcomer. During the cohabitation, everything was centered around him. She never spoke, asked questions, or cared about his and Marion's affairs. She just filmed quietly. After returning from Paris, she did not disturb him, and behaved very sober and quiet. There was no parts for her in this reshoot, so she did not go there again. Link sent a message, and asked her where she was. Jennifer replied in Los Angeles, that she was auditioning for a new role recently, and asked him what was the matter. Jennifer said it was not going well. She auditioned for The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo last week. The initial audition was good, but because the male lead Daniel Craig was 178 centimeters tall, and she was 175 centimeters tall, she was too tall, and did not pass. This week, she was auditioning for X-Men, First Class. There were more than 30 people auditioning, so the competition was fierce and the chances of passing were high. When she heard about X-Men, Link thought that she should be auditioning for Mystique, and finally succeeded, but that role was very ordinary, with blue skin and makeup on her face, which was not very helpful to her. Link sent a message to ask her if she wanted to change companies. He had a company and a production company. The upcoming Scandal project and the currently filming Bridesmaids were also produced by this company. If she was willing to join 2 more this year, he could help her pay the penalty for breach of contract. The signing fee was not less than 1 million RMB, and the artist contract was similar to other related companies. Her current salary was less than 100,000 RMB. Jennifer said she would think about it. After hanging up the phone, Link called Wendy Deng and asked her if she knew about the casting of X-Men, First Class. X-Men, First Class is a film produced by 20th Century Fox. Fox Film is a subsidiary of News Corporation under Murdoch. Wendy Deng used to work for News Corporation. In the past 2 years, she wanted to enter the film industry and will be the producer of Snowflower and The Secret Fan. Wendy Deng is a person who is good at networking. Although she does not work for Fox Film, she has a strong network of connections, from politics to business to entertainment, and her network covers Europe, America, and Asia. Link became friends with Evika because of her relationship with her. It was not presumptuous to call her to ask about this. On the contrary, with his current fame and wealth, Wendy Deng would not refuse to maintain a good relationship with him. Wendy Deng said that she had heard about it, but did not understand it. She asked him what he wanted to do. She had talked to Paul Honeyman, the executive president of Fox Films, yesterday and could ask him. Link told her that his friend Jennifer Lawrence was auditioning for Mystique and asked her if she had a chance, but did not get the role. Wendy Deng said wait a minute. 5 minutes later, Wendy Deng told him that Jennifer's acting was very good. The Burning Plane and Winter's Bone also brought her great popularity. She performed well in the audition and Fox was considering giving her the role. Link thanked her. Wendy Deng told him that Snowflower and The Secret Fan would start filming next month, and asked him when he would have time to go to China. Link said that he would go on tour in Asia in July and August, and would take time to join the crew. Wendy Deng said welcome, and would do her best to be a good host at that time. After talking with Wendy Deng, he sent a message to Jennifer, telling her that he had just contacted Fox Films and replaced the role of Mystique with her. After sending the message, he did not wait for Jennifer to reply. He left his phone and went to the boxing gym for training. After the training in the afternoon, he received a reply from Jennifer, who wanted to talk to him about the contract. Link said that he did not have time recently and sent her Catherine's phone number. Chapter 324 Jenny's Choice. Los Angeles, Greater District, sunny. In an ordinary apartment on 7th Street, Jennifer Lawrence was wearing suspender hot pants, sitting barefoot on a hammock, looking at the phone number on her mobile phone, and was a little nervous. She planned to find Link and talk about the contract. During the filming in Paris, she lived with Link for more than 20 days and got to know him better. Although he was a little fickle, his character was still good. She would feel more at ease to meet Link in person and get his promise. But Link was too busy, asking her to contact Miss Catherine, the person in charge of Taiwan Bay. This made her a little uneasy, thinking about waiting for him to come back to talk or contact this woman named Catherine first. Jennifer, her cousin and Pastor Clausen strode in, holding a document in her hand, with an excited smile on her sunburned face. The contract is signed, the role is yours, and the basic salary is $200,000 in one sentence. So fast? Jennifer took the acting contract and looked at it. A thick stack of documents was drafted for X-Men First Class, which listed the responsibilities and obligations of the producers and actors, and the terms of pay and so on. With this contract, she did not violate the provisions of the contract in a short period of time, and the role was hers, and no one could take it away. Yes, when I signed the contract, the people from Fox Films said that you and the male protagonists Michael Fassbender and James McAvoy were the first to get the role, and they were also surprised that the production team would make a decision so quickly and change the role to you, Clausen said excitedly. Jennifer looked through the contract. Link sent a message saying that Fox Films decided to give her the role, but she didn't care at the time. Only more than 2 hours later, the staff of the X-Men audition team called to congratulate her on passing the audition and getting the shape. At that time, she guessed that it might be related to Link, but she was not sure. She also performed well in the audition. Now after hearing Clausen, she was sure that if she could get the role smoothly, it should be Link who helped her. Thinking of Link, Jennifer felt a little powerless. Link is 21 years old this year, only 1 year older than herself, and is worth hundreds of millions. He has various companies such as Link Music, and he has many connections in the entertainment industry. Because she has figured this out, after receiving Link's invitation, she will seriously consider signing with Palm Island and the company. But this kind of relationship affects her future, and may even be her life, so she can't help but be cautious. Jennifer, what's wrong? Is there any problem with the contract? Clausen is her cousin, who is 10 years older than her. After graduating from college, she worked as a model assistant and agent in Hollywood. She is familiar with the entertainment industry and is her guide in the entertainment industry. Sandy Bay Company? Link agreed to help pay the penalty, and there is also a $1 million signing bonus. Really? Clausen said in surprise. Jennifer nodded and said it was true. It sounds good. What are you hesitating about? Clausen said. Do you really think it's a good idea? I haven't heard of Panama Bay. It should be a newly established packaging company. Would it be better to go to a newly established packaging company than the current packaging company? Jennifer went down barefoot, poured 2 glasses of iced soda, and handed one to Clausen. It's normal that you haven't heard of Panama Bay as an actor, but I know this company. Clausen pulled a rattan chair and introduced the situation of the Beach Bay Work Company. This is a work company established in 2008. Its main business is actor work. Currently, there are only their artists, Link and Emma Stone. Emma Stone. Jennifer knew Emma Stone. The other party was 1 year older than her and was also a grassroots actor who did not come from an academy. In the 2007 comedy Superbad, she gave Emma Stone a role called Jules. Before last year, Emma Stone only looked for supporting actresses in a few low-cost campus comedy movies, and she was not famous. But since the second half of last year, Emma Stone first played the leading role in the comedy film The Scandal Project produced by Screen Treasures, a subsidiary of Warner. Later, she played the leading role in the film Crazy Dumb Love with first-line movie stars Steve Carell and Ryan Gosling, and starred in the female-themed movie Bridesmaids, which is currently being filmed. It is said that she has several scripts in her hands and has no shortage of roles to play. At present, in the promotion work before the release of The Scandal Project, Emma Stone's frequency of appearing in the media has increased, and she was listed as one of the most noteworthy actresses of the year by Vanity Fair. From this aspect, Emma Stone is a popular actress in Panama Bay, and the upward trend is obvious. There is another thing you may not have noticed. Clausen continued to explain. Emma Stone was able to become the heroine of The Scandal Project because the film was invested and produced by Tidal Flat Pictures, and it is said that this film company was also invested in short film production by Link. Link is a billionaire. He earns hundreds of millions from a record and tens of millions from boxing. He is not short of money at all. This also means that Beach Pictures is not short of money. It is also because of this that many actors want to join the Gulf Agreement Company, especially black people, and want to get a connection through this route, but the Gulf does not accept submitted resumes. It is mainly based on invitations, so no one has succeeded yet. Clausen looked at her, Jennifer, Link's honorable invitation to join Panama Gulf shows that he values you. I think this is a good opportunity. Jennifer thought about it and felt that joining Panama Gulf was not bad. With her relationship with Link, it was better than being in IMG Model Company. IMG is her current company. When she was 14 years old and came to New York for a trip with her mother, she was discovered by a scout from IMG. At that time, she was in her teens and was 170 cm tall. She had a beautiful appearance and was suitable for modeling. After convincing her parents and completing all high school courses in 2 years, she joined the IMG band and participated in modeling for a few months, but she was more interested in acting. Through the company's channels, she played several roles one after another. This year, she became famous for two low-cost art films, The Burning Plane and Winter's Bone. However, IMG's main business is modeling, and its resources in the entertainment industry are limited, so the support she gave her was also limited. This also led to her failure in the third round of auditions for the heroine of Twilight in 2008, and gave the role to Kristen Stewart, whose acting skills were not as good as hers. Last year, Kristen became a global hit with Twilight, and became a youth idol and a first-line actress. It is impossible to say that she is not envious. She has also considered changing companies, such as top companies such as CAA, William Morris WME, United Elite Tutor, etc. But because she is not famous enough, it is difficult to join a large company, and other small companies are not as good as IMG. Manhattan seems to be better than IMG in the film industry. After figuring this out, Jennifer told Clausen that Link had sent her a message asking her to contact a woman named Catherine. She was now anxious to go and wait a few days to talk to Link, or to see this Catherine now. Catherine? Is it Catherine Baker? Clausen asked. Link didn't say, he only said that she was the head of Panama Bay Environmental Protection Company. Jennifer said as she looked at the message on her phone. That's right, Catherine is Link's mother. There's no difference between you talking to her and talking to Link. Catherine is Link's mother? Jennifer asked in surprise. She looked at the number on her phone, and it was a little difficult to make a decision for a while. If Catherine was just the general manager of Panama Bay, it would be okay for her to call directly, but the other party was Link's mother, and she and Link were rumored to have an intimate relationship. When she met Catherine, she felt like she was meeting her boyfriend and facing his parents. Although she and Link were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she also had some psychological burden. Chapter 325. In a sense of crisis. It was still Los Angeles, and the sun was still shining brightly on the city, when Catherine received a call from Jennifer Lawrence. She was in an Italian cafe on Sunset Boulevard, discussing the company's next film project, The Help. The story of The Help takes place in Mississippi in the southern United States in 1962. When the Black Equal Rights Movement was launched across the United States, the society here was still deeply influenced by black slavery. In white families, many black maids still suffered many unequal treatments. The heroine of the script is a white girl raised by a black nanny. After learning about all the black maids' experiences, she decided to interview black maids working in white families and write a book about their experiences, using this method to help black maids fight for equal status. The script was adapted from the novel of the same name, The Help, published last year. Catherine is very interested in female-themed movies. When she first saw the script, she called Link to ask what he thought, and Link said that she would decide. After thinking about it, she decided to take it down and make it into a movie. Today she invited the original author of the novel, Catherine Stockett, and director and screenwriter Tate Taylor to discuss things here. She planned to start this film project after the release of the movie project and the completion of the filming of Bridesmaids. With the production capacity of the Palestinian film beach industry, it is temporarily impossible to start two projects at the same time. Tate Taylor is a new director and naturally has no objection. While chatting, Catherine received a call from Jennifer. The other party greeted her politely, introduced herself again, and asked if she had time to chat. Catherine said yes, leaving the location of Baby Pictures and the time to meet. Before she received Link's call, Link said that Jennifer Lawrence agreed to join Palm Bay and asked her to come forward to talk to Jennifer to solve the contract problem. Catherine agreed. At the end of last year, after director Woody Allen decided to use her as the heroine, Catherine arranged for someone to contact the other party, but the other party had no intention of changing jobs. Now that the other party agreed to change jobs, it was a pleasant surprise for Taiwan Bay Pictures. Another thing that made her happy was that Link was more serious about signing actors. At first, Link produced the album for a company, and if Gal Gadot was signed, she and Mandy thought that Link wanted to pick up girls in this way and sign a group of beautiful vases to the company. Later, they found that it was not the case. Link was very serious about the company's work. The first two actors he recommended, Emma Stone and Jennifer Lawrence Taylor, were actors who really had the ability to help the company make money. After understanding Link's idea, Catherine was very relieved. Although Link was a little philandering, he never messed around in serious matters and kept a clear distinction between public and private. This was very good, much better than many rich second generation and third generation rich people. After 3 o'clock, Hollywood Boulevard, Manhattan Afternoon Bay and a Blue Mountain Cafe opposite the company, Catherine saw Jennifer Lawrence who had arrived first, and her agent Ms. Clausen. After meeting, she got straight to the point and told the other party directly that the terms promised by Link could be fulfilled and asked her if she had any other requirements. Jennifer thought about it and made 2 requests. Catherine said there was no problem, and after she joined Palm Bay, Ms. Clausen would continue to be her agent. The second request was to ask Catherine to be her general agent. Catherine smiled gently and agreed to her proposal. At the same time, she could feel that the other party was a smart girl like Emma Stone. Emma Stone respected her very much at work, was very considerate to her, and behaved very well, just like her half-daughter. Now there is another Jennifer, who also looks like a smart girl. Catherine likes to work with smart people, which will save a lot of time at work. After the discussion, Catherine invited Jennifer and Clausen to visit Panama Bay and the company. Jennifer readily agreed and followed Catherine into the company. Manhattan Bay and Company is located in an office building on the west section of Hollywood Boulevard, occupying the 8th to 10th floors of the office building, with a total area of nearly 1,000 square meters. Although there are not many employees, there are less than 60 actors, agents, assistants, and administrative staff, but the decoration is very good. In the corridor of the company's office area, Jennifer heard Emma Stone and took the initiative to say hello to her. When Emma Stone saw her, her pine green eyes suddenly lit up with an expression similar to gossip. "Lucy, why is Jennifer Lawrence here? Go and find out if she has come to our company," Emma Stone said to the assistant beside her, looking at Jennifer Lawrence's back. Shortly after the assistant left, she brought a message that Jennifer Lawrence would join Panama Bay and was now discussing the contract. Hearing this news, Emma Stone felt bad. In the past, she was the only foreign trade in the company. Link and Catherine would consider her first when they invested in a new movie. Now Jennifer Lawrence has appeared. She is also an actor with good acting skills. If the company has a role in the future, there will be one more choice, and she will no longer be the only candidate. In addition, Jennifer and Link have had a scandal, and there is no other choice now. If the company has a new project in the future, Jennifer only needs to sleep with Link once to get the role relationship. Thinking of this, Emma Stone suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Last year, she wanted to build a good relationship with Link and hold him in her arms. Link can have children, and he has Taylor, so outsiders have no chance to interfere. After the two broke up, Link often filmed outside, and she had no chance to get close to Link. Jennifer Lawrence climbed into Link's bed through the opportunity of filming, and now Link signed her to the company, obviously to support her. Emma Stone leaned back in her office chair, fingering her chin to think of a solution, and stared at Catherine's office opposite. After joining the Manhattan Accord for nearly a year, she has lived a good life here, with movies to shoot and money to earn. From last year to this year, she has won several good roles in succession. The new movie is about to be released. She has become a rising star in Hollywood and feels very good. In addition, she and Catherine take good care of each other in the company. She respects Catherine, and Catherine also takes good care of her, almost treating her as her own daughter. But Catherine is the manager of the company. In fact, the company's development cannot be cultivated to sign only her. It is only a matter of time before other actors are signed. Emma Stone understood this and understood Catherine. She blamed Link because this guy was too fickle. It was fine to just play outside, but he also signed the workers he had played with into the company. Did he want to treat Hawaii Bay as his own harem? Okay, bye. The door of the office opposite opened, and Jennifer Lawrence walked out. Emma Stone blinked her pine green eyes, brushed her skirt and golden hair, sorted out her expression, and walked out. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Emma. One has blonde hair and green eyes, one has brown hair and brown eyes, one is petite and slender, one is taller, one is dressed, one wears a t-shirt, etc. Although they are not top beauties, they are very good looking and still very young. They are also actors with both looks and strength in the current entertainment industry. They looked at each other's relationship. Emma Stone was thinking about the intimacy between Jennifer and Link. Aren't they lovers? Jennifer Lawrence was also thinking, have Link and Emma Stone ever slept together? It seems that she has never heard of any rumors about this. Jennifer, I've seen you in Winter's Bone. Your acting is amazing. Thank you. Your acting is also great, and the comedy effect is great. Jennifer Lawrence said, my office is here. Would you like to go in and have a cold drink? Emma invited. I don't have time today. I have some work to deal with. I'll treat you another day. Jennifer Elizabeth refused. Okay, it's settled. Emma stretched out her hand and shook hands with Jennifer and sent her to the elevator. After sending Jennifer away, Emma Stone thought for a while, walked to the door of Catherine's office, knocked on the door gently, and heard Catherine shouting. In addition to Catherine, there were Mr. Mahashvis, the head of the artist department, and Mr. Colin Coleman of the legal department in the office. Catherine talked about Jennifer Lawrence's situation and handed over the contractor's job to the two of them. After leaving, Emma Stone poured a cup of herbal tea attentively and put it on Catherine's desk. So diligent. Do you want to find out about Jennifer Lawrence? Catherine smiled. No, I just met Jennifer, and I knew her before. She is a great actress. Emma Stone said. Catherine smiled slightly. Yes, because she is good. We will sign her, but you don't have to worry about her competitiveness. You are on the road of a comedian, and she is the heroine. There is no conflict between you two for the time being. Yes, I understand. I'm just more curious about her relationship with Link. Are they still urgent? Emma Stone asked with a gossipy face, while lying on the desk opposite. His current official girlfriend is Eva Cab. I haven't asked how many girlfriends he has. I saw in the newspaper that there are 7 or 8. He cares about so many girlfriends. It's too bad. Don't care about him. Emma Stone smiled. Don't care. He thinks that the more girlfriends he has, the more trouble he will have in the future. He will get tired of them after a long time, and then consider returning to the family, getting married and having children. Men are the same, so let it go, and don't care about him. Catherine flipped through the documents as follows. Emma Stone nodded thoughtfully. Jennifer, how is it? Outside Jackson Bay & Company, Jennifer Lawrence walked into the car in fashionable sunglasses and heard Clausen's voice. Everything is going well. Atlanta Bay will help us deal with all legal issues, liquidated damages and contract payments. There will be no problem with the contractor. Jennifer said. Clausen nodded, hesitated for a moment, and told her something. The company just called and said that Weinstein International Pictures sent someone to see her. They said that Harvey Weinstein had seen her in Winter's Bone and admired her acting skills. If she performs well, he will consider replacing her with the heroine of the new movie to imitate. Someone from Weinstein Pictures? Jennifer was a little excited when she heard about Weinstein. Weinstein Pictures is the new film company founded by the Weinstein brothers in 2006. Since the 1970s, the two brothers have launched a series of classic films and more than 600 niche literary films. Their works include Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Gangs of New York, Infernal Affairs, Chicago, Kill Bill, Cold Mountain, Shakespeare in Love, Good Will Hunting, The Lord of the Rings, etc. They participated in the production and distribution of the film, which received more than 300 Oscar nominations and won more than 70 Oscars. They are called the savior of modern movies. The Weinstein brothers also made famous directors such as Soderbergh and Quentin Tarantino, as well as Oscar winners such as Viggo and Wines Paltrow and Russell Crowe. They were praised by the media as Oscar winners and actor makers and gold medal producers. Being spotted by Weinstein Pictures was an excellent opportunity, but there was also a problem. She was ready to change jobs. Weinstein Pictures was a resource pulled in by IMG. After changing jobs, would she still be able to play roles in Weinstein Pictures? Thinking of this, Jennifer was in a dilemma. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.